Yeah, so I was given 6 questions to answer, and that's a lot of, they're big questions, and I have 15 minutes. So I'm going to talk fast. So this is a little kind of summary of my path. Luxor is my most recent company, and it really draws upon all of the experiences that I've had, and I say 15 years in Silicon Valley, but the truth is that it's more like 20. For 5 years, I was an editor of a video games magazine, and while that's not web stuff, it does count as being in Silicon Valley. But it makes me feel younger to say 15 years. Adaptive Path is now 12 years old. It's internationally famous in its industry. It's one of the leading companies. And Netscape, at the time that I was there, was the fastest growing startup in history. It was kind of like the Facebook of its time. When I started at Netscape, there were 2 buildings. I was employee 750. And when I left, 14 months later, there were 35 buildings. 35. So it was quite an adventure. I'm also currently an advisor to a number of startups, and these are some of the companies that I advise. Please feel free to follow me on Twitter. Clever Girl is my name pretty much everywhere on the web. I've been Clever Girl since 1997, so be careful. I'm going to be 85 years old with dangly arms, and I'm still going to be Clever Girl. So choose your usernames wisely. That's my advice to you. So one of the questions that I was asked to answer was, what do I do in my spare time? I'm an entrepreneur, and entrepreneurs do work, and we're kind of consumed by our work. And that's true, but the truth is that we also have lives. And this has been my life for the last 10 years. I got pregnant 3 months after starting Adaptive Path. My husband and I had just moved into a house, and there you go, and you start a company, and then you have a family. So that was him a long time ago, and that's him last summer. He's now 10, and I would rather hang out with my kid than go to Paris. Like, I can't tell you like that. So for me, that's right now what my life is like. Before that, I did other things. I had a social life. I also had no idea that I was going to do this, but I started the PTA at his elementary school when he went into kindergarten. And I'll tell you, that was much harder than starting a company. Yeah. I'm also an artist, not a very good one, but it is how I keep my feet on the ground. I will lose myself in artwork. I paint and I do collage, and so that's how I spend my time. I was asked to tell a little bit of the story of how I ended up in technology. I was an English major in college, but only for my senior year of college. Before that, I really, really wanted to be in biotechnology. I thought, DNA was it. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. This was a very long time ago. I went to college in 1984. So probably before your parents were born. So in a very few slides, here is the story of my professional life. I went to college and I thought, hey, DNA is really cool, and you can do stuff with it. You can break it apart and recombine it, and I can make a career out of that. And then, I had junior year, I got a great internship in a lab, and I absolutely hated the work. I hated it. I loved the science, I hated the work. So, oops. So I finished my degree in English because I could. It didn't add a lot of time to leave the college that I was in and end up in the English department. So I finally graduated, whee! And you'd think, the well-planned career over here, or me. I took the only job that was offered to me. I got paid $19,000 a year, and I lived in rural Ohio at a small bank. And it turned out I was a really lousy banker. Yeah, not a good fit. So a year later, I followed my boyfriend to New Hampshire, because who doesn't want to go from Ohio to New Hampshire? So it turned out that was not necessarily a bad idea, because I got really, really lucky. And you want to know how I got lucky? My fiance's coworker was fired for sexual harassment, and I took his job. So it was it was actually a proofreader position. Like, I actually had to proofread computer code because it was a computer hobby magazine, because that's all you can get in New Hampshire. So I had to proofread the code that was going into the magazine that then some hobbyist would then type into their computer and run a program. It was mind-numbing work. I was actually not very good at that either, so they promoted me. But it turned out that being in publishing was a great fit. I had a fantastic career there. I got to start a new magazine. This was right about the time Wired was started, and we launched a competing magazine. And while that one didn't go, it was exciting to do something new. And that's where I can start to see the origins of my entrepreneurial zeal. But I found my passion. I found my drive completely accidentally. I want to emphasize that none of this was well planned. All of this was just being open to opportunity and saying yes. I found my way into high tech. Who knew that an English major would end up in high tech? I have no idea. Like, I would never have chosen that, but I was really, really lucky. Again, I was very lucky because I was on a list to be laid off. My magazine was dying, and I was number 30 on a list of 30 people who were going to get laid off. And so there you go. But it turned out, you'd think it was a bad thing, but it turned out to be really, really lucky, because my husband got a job offer to go to San Francisco from New Hampshire, and we said yes. So we okay, literally he got a job offer December 2nd, and we were here with all of our possessions by Christmas Eve. So, and I had never been west of the Mississippi River, and it is a big freaking country. So I just said, you know, I don't have to live in New Hampshire. I can get in a car and go over there. We had no apartment. I didn't have a job. I just believed that I could figure it out because I'm that person. So he gets a job offer. That was luck plus plans. We were looking for opportunities in Boston and San Francisco. So there was a little bit of planning there. So I can start to feel like I'm taking a little more control over my life. I ended up getting a job offer from a magazine here in video games. And that's how I ended up starting my career in Silicon Valley. It was awesome. I doubled my salary instantly. It was a fantastic opportunity. I got to start things. It was impressive. I did really well, and about 3 years into that opportunity, my boss got promoted away, my new boss came in, and he hated me, and he gave me a terrible evaluation. Just pulled the rug out from under me. I thought I was doing a great job. I had had all 5s on a scale of 1 to 5 every year until this guy came in, and then I was 2s. And if you ever get a 2 on an evaluation, you're like, oh my God, I'm really awful. I should just die now. And it turned out that is yet another negative that turned out to be a really good thing for me, because I had to figure out what to do. So it was over the Christmas holiday, I contacted some friends, some women actually, who were in my book club. And one of them was in HR, and I was like, well, what do? I got this terrible evaluation. And she's like, I don't know, what do you want your life to be? And I got really strong. And I wrote a rebuttal to my evaluation. I got myself made an assistant to the webmaster. The web was brand new then. So I turned this negative into this tremendous opportunity. I learned HTML, and I called a friend of mine who had gotten the job as editor-in-chief of the Netscape website. And I arranged for my own layoff. So I got hired at what was then the hottest startup in history. I started at Netscape in January of 1996. I already told you about the going from 2 buildings to 35 buildings. It was such a profound shift for me. I was finally working with people who wanted to reinvent the future. Now at this point, I'm 30 years old. So you guys are probably, I don't know, 15, 16, 17, I don't know, something. I was twice your age when I found myself in the situation you're in now. You're surrounded by people who are interested in changing the world by reinventing what is possible. And that's the hope of the future, right? You have in your hands the ability to reinvent the world through whatever startups you invent yourself. It took me a long time to find my way there, but I did, and I'm grateful. So again, woohoo, huge pay increase, awesome. I felt lucky, lucky, lucky. I was surrounded by brilliant people. I found my way to a new career. I shifted from magazine editing, which was fine, to the internet, and the internet was new and amazing, and I knew that I wanted to be part of it forever. So after a year and some at Netscape, I had to figure out, do I want to stay, get a different job? You know, it was kind of time to move on. So I took a big risk. I quit my job to become an independent consultant, which is actually done really frequently now. But at the time, I only knew 2 or 3 people who had ever been an independent consultant. And so for me, it felt like jumping off a cliff. And hey, look, this is me flying, not falling. I jumped off the cliff and I found out I can actually do this really well. So I took this big risk and it paid off. And one of my clients said, hey, let's start a company together. So I was like, sure, okay. And we got sort of acquired, and it was a terrible, terrible deal. And I got burned, and I called my attorney, but then I moved on, and awesome. The next thing I did was start Adaptive Path. So I have had this series of like crazy difficulties and shifts in strategy and shifts in career, and yet every time a new door opened. You know, they say, you know, close a door, a window opens. Well, it really was more like, you know, I'd close a window and, you know, some big, huge, grand door would open and invite me in and give me a tiara, right? So what I want to share with you, if there's one point, it's to follow your gut about who you are as a person and what makes you thrilled to be doing it. What gets your brain fired up, and pursue that. And that's how I ended up in technology. And this is what I believe in. What's most important is that you be yourself. I think that you should work at the edge of your ability. Really push yourself, and that's what you're here doing tonight. And I think that's fantastic. I love the work. I live in this world, not because I'm making big fat bank, because I'll tell you, entrepreneurship is not the easy path to get rich. If you want an easy path to get rich, go work on Wall Street. This is an easy path to work really hard and make some money occasionally. So this is who I am. I really like it. And I hope that that gives you some framework for imagining what a future could be like for yourself. So that's the answer to some of my questions. So first, what's my personal story in starting Luxor? 2 of my investor friends asked me on the same day to make a design program for their startups. I went, okay, I can do that. I'm not doing anything else interesting right now. So I did that, and it's turned into a really, really successful company. We launched a new product a few weeks ago, and I've already sold $10,000 worth of units, which I had no idea would happen. So, like, it turns out, after 18 months, we're an overnight success. What do I like to do outside of work? I hang out with my kid. I start the PTA, which blows my mind still. What was my path to career in technology? You've just seen. Why do I think it is great to be a woman entrepreneur in the tech industry? Well, here's the thing. I think it's great to be an entrepreneur in the tech industry. The fact that you're a woman is incidental to that. It might sometimes feel uncomfortable to be the only girl in the room, but you know what? That really doesn't matter because you are up to the challenge, right? So I think being a woman in technology is exciting and fulfilling, and it allows you to kind of live out your values and make the world what you want it to be. So, you know, I think technology innovation is, there's no other career I could imagine having at this point. I can tell you quite honestly, I would do it even if I wasn't getting paid. And you know how I know that? Because I haven't gotten paid in 6 months. So, there you go. How big is the opportunity for mobile apps? Well, as big as the universe. Like, there is no limit, I think. It is burgeoning. It will continue to be huge. Mobile is, you know, like desktop computing is, you know, fine, all well and good. Billions of dollars will be made in companies doing desktop computing, but mobile is new. It's still evolving rapidly. We have no idea where it's going to end up. So it's a limitless opportunity space right now. So that's my answer to that. And finally, number 6, I have 1 minute left. How do you know that you have a product that your users will buy? Oh my God, this is such a good question. This is the good question for any early entrepreneur. And the answer lies in a method called customer development. And I don't know if this is something you go over, but you will go over. So you will learn the answer to that question. What customer development says is that you get to know the people you're making your application for. You find out what their life is like, what their needs are, what their goals are, and you begin to imagine how your product vision can help them to have that set of goals and needs met. So your value proposition, it's one of the things that you put in a pitch deck, your value proposition. So the value proposition is the intersection of a real person's real needs and goals and your vision for business. And finding that intersection is the core of customer development. So that's a lot of jargon, but basically what you need to do is understand a person who you want to make a product for by interviewing them with open-ended questions. You learn about them, and then you imagine the kind of thing that would help them solve whatever that problem is or take advantage of whatever opportunity is in front of them. So product market fit and pivots and all of that is just a bunch of startup jargon. What it just really means is understand people, make something they need and want, and then they will love to buy it. So I think I did it perfectly in time. Good? Thank you.
So why don't we take some questions for Janice?
Any questions? Yes. What is Luxor? Oh, that's a great question. I forgot to answer that one because it wasn't on my list of 6 questions. So Luxor stands for the Lean User Experience Residency. It started as a 10-week program. I would have 5 companies come to my studio 1 day a week for coaching as they develop their product. The teams would pay $13,000 for this, and we'd have 5 teams together. So we start one on Friday. We have a residency beginning on Friday, and they just come and get a lot of coaching and a lot of methodology about how to do product development. What we've now launched is a series of lessons in a box. So we're taking everything we've learned from the residencies and making it available in a broadly distributable format so that anyone anywhere in the world at a much lower price can purchase a lesson or a set of lessons about how to make your startup. So that's what Luxor is. Yes? Was there ever a point in my career when I felt like giving up? I can't tell you how many days I felt like giving up. You know, yeah, it's a very, very hard thing that we're doing. Every honest entrepreneur will someday feel like, how do I keep going? Nothing I'm doing is working. I should just go get, I should just go get a job. That's always, I should just go get a job. Then I could pay my mortgage. It'd be fine. But I have a great husband, and I have great friends. I can't tell you, the network of people who are doing this are so kind and generous with their time and their love. And so, I go have coffee with someone, or I meet a friend for a drink, and I complain about whatever's going wrong. And I once raised a lot of seed money for a company that I started in 2007. I raised $800,000 from some of the best people on the planet. Mitch Kapor being one of them. Somebody here, I was talking about Mitch Kapor. And I lost all their money, gone. I laid off everybody. I loved this product. These people meant so much to me, and I let them all down. And that's what it's like to be the CEO of a company. You bear that responsibility and that burden. And you know what? Everyone understood. Everyone, including my investors. They know the risk they're taking better than I did. And it felt horrible. But you get up and you're like, all right, well, that didn't work. Okay, let's try something else. And it was in the aftermath of that it was Mitch Kapor who approached me and one other investor to start a design program for their companies. So out of the bad things that happen, something wonderful happens in turn. So that was like the window closed. I was sad. I licked my wounds, and then a wonderful opportunity opened up for me. So, yeah, it's not an easy life. So, yes, another question.
Yourself in a couple of years changing into a new career?
Will I ever change into a new career? No. There's just, I work 6 blocks from my home in this really kooky studio. I bring my dog to work with me. My partner is my husband. My other business partner is a dear, dear friend who I've known for 12 years, and like I feel incomplete when she's not working with me. I get to work with the most innovative people literally on the planet. Like, I can't imagine doing anything else at all. And I've considered getting a job, like, because the money would be a lot better. But the only reason I would consider getting a job is because the money's a lot better. I would rather be broke in a startup reinventing the world than anything else. So I'm a little idealistic, it turns out.
So welcome everyone to Strategies for Enhancing Instructor Presence in Your Online Classroom. And I thought today we could just start a little bit with our goals and getting to know each other, and then we can get into all of the different content. So we do have a couple of goals for you for today. So hopefully I can give you some new ideas for how to communicate effectively with your online students, how to show your students that you are present, as well as how you can support them for their overall success. And I'm going to give you a couple of opportunities just to interact and get to know each other. So if you wouldn't mind in the text chat, if you can introduce yourself, your name, what is it that you teach, and in your mind, what makes a strong, positive teacher impression? And I'm just going to wait a moment and I'll let you type. Hello, Helena, welcome. You joined us just in time. I think everyone's just kind of typing in the chat. We're doing a little bit of icebreakers to get us started. So if you can find that purple thumbprint at the bottom of your screen, if you expand that panel, you should see a text chat that you can type in.
Megan, would you tell us again what it is you want us to answer in our little introduction?
Yeah, you can just, well, your name will come up automatically, but you can include what it is that you teach and what you believe makes a strong, positive teacher impression.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Great, I see them all piling in. So Lori is from the ETRA department, and that's actually my doctorate program, so I'm very fond of ETRA. Let's see. She thinks that students in online classes really want to feel like their instructor is present, and she does this by providing consistent communications via announcements and Blackboard messages and providing prompt feedback on assignments. Fantastic. Kelly teaches in higher education and student affairs program, and enthusiasm makes a world of difference. It really does. I love when I get an instructor who is just passionate about their field and about their course. Yes, it makes me want to be there. Helena is teaching public speaking in the comms department for 25 years. Congratulations, that's fantastic. And Helena, what do you think makes a positive teacher impression? Or if you prefer the microphone, if that's easier, you can come on the mic as well.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can.
I'm kind of a slow typer, but so I was working on it while you were asking, and but I think empathy is a huge part. You know, letting students know that you were an undergrad at one time, and you remember how crazy the first week of class is, and I think that's important early on. But I also think the other things that people, that the others have mentioned. Um, Enthusiasm, getting their feedback to them on assignments very quickly, and then just being available for to interact with you.
You're going to steal all the content for the workshop. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
But yes, I agree. I 100% agree. All right, so we'll move on. Thank you, everyone. So here's another approach that we can take when we're thinking about instructor presence in an online course, is to think about how online teaching is different, right? I think many of us or most of us may have come to teaching from the face-to-face traditional classroom. So, you can think of one or two of these, but how do you approach communicating effectively with your students? And how do you show them that you're present? Or how do you support their success? And I know you may have already touched on this, so if you've already answered it, but it is kind of a nice way to think about how are our online students different. And I'll take either text answers if you're more comfortable typing, or if you prefer the microphone, the floor is yours.
One of the things that I started doing this summer was when I'm communicating feedback to my students, one of the platforms that we use is McGraw-Hill Connect. I actually have the option to give my feedback as an audio recording rather than as, a little blurb, text blurb. And so I think that makes a huge difference because then they can hear in my voice uh, that I'm excited about how they did. And I think there's less possibility for miscommunication when you're communicating verbally rather than in text. I think it's easy for people to misread uh, text. And then I've also just found, and I just did it for the first time yesterday, when you do an announcement in Blackboard, if you click on the little plus sign, there's a little box that says media, and you can actually record part of your announcement with audio. So I used that for the first time yesterday, but I think those two things help.
I love this. Yes, I love that the voice inflection can really just change or enhance the classroom. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, it makes all the difference. And then I've also started, and I actually got this from a professor in the Etcher department, Faisal Kalada. I started responding when I close my emails and my announcements. My closing word that I use instead of best regards or whatever. Fossil always used the word kindly, kindly, comma, and then he'd sign his name. And so I started doing that as well, and I think that makes a difference.
I love that. I think I had a colleague who always used warm wishes.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's a good one. That's a good one too.
All right, and then I see Lori's been typing in the text chat here, and Lori offers online office hours twice each week and collaborate to offer assignment help and support. I make sure students know when my office hours are, and I encourage them to drop in anytime to connect live with me. That's fantastic. You're on top of it. All of you are. And Kelly goes over assignment expectations well in advance and use class time for students to brainstorm about projects or to do group work. Love that. Yes. Making the most of your synchronous course time together. So it's not just, lecture based. It's a great way to get them involved.
Megan, do you mind if I make a quick comment or ask a question?
Sure, please.
So I teach undergrad gen ed courses, and it's typically one of several sections offered, right? So I'm a teaching assistant, and so we all have our Blackboard course shells populated for us. I'm pretty sort of stuck in what is already present in the course. But there isn't a whole lot of student interaction opportunities built into the courses that I teach. So I'm really looking for ways to make my presence more enhanced. What can I do with the content that I'm given, which I can't really augment much? What kinds of things can I do to make myself more present? Like I'm not currently using lots of videos, and I think Helena mentioned videos. So, what kinds of things like videos and things like that can I do to enhance my presence? That's sort of what I'm looking for.
Great. I think we're going to have some things for you today. So part of that is you're going to want to think about when and how you expect your students to communicate. For instance, you're going to want to start thinking to yourself, do we have synchronous time together or is it asynchronous? And so you're going to want to think of formats like that and how and when can students log into their course and when can they respond. So that's going to be the first step. The other part is when you think about instructor presence, as you touched on, it also means students getting together and working together, right? It's not just students getting to know you, but they're getting to know each other through you because you are the facilitator. So I think you're going to want to start to think about activities that you can do, icebreakers, and that doesn't even have to get down to trying to alter or change your course content, which, as you said, may already be pre-prescribed. So there's, additional ways that you can use that valuable course time, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous, for your students to connect. So I do have some specific ideas for you, and I want to come back to this in a little bit and see if we've started generating some ideas. But those are all the different things that I would encourage you to think about now is how do you envision your students entering your course? What times are they together? Are they oftentimes doing this on their own? If it's an asynchronous course, it may feel a little bit more solitary. So if you can kind of establish those patterns first, then you might think of some specific activities that you can insert into your course to work for your specific student population. And I see the chat is going wild here, so I have to pop in really quick. Lena says, I've started using the phrase student drop-in hours rather than office hours to make it feel less intimidating. Oh, that's a nice one. And you've made an introduction video on your phone and included your pets. Yes, yes, all of these things are excellent ideas here. All right, so let's see if we can add to this list that you're already generating. All right, so I suppose I should go back a slide and say, well, what is instructor presence? We should probably define this just for ourselves today so that we can expand on this idea. So before we can discuss those strategies for enhancing our instructor presence, we do want to define it. And simply put, I think instructor presence means being there or being present for your class. It means that your students see you as an accessible, real person who is there to help them with their learning. So when they get into their online course, they truly know who you are. You're not just a staff photo or a bobblehead. They think that they actually could identify you. So in other words, instructor presence is about creating this perception for your students that you are this real person right there with them in the process of learning, and that they can come to you for help when they need it. So I think that's the working definition that we're going to go with today. All right, so now we have this idea of set it and forget it. And the set it and forget it mindset is kind of this slippery slope. It's a sneaky trap that you can fall into. It's tempting that you might just set up your course and then you think that it's going to be good to go for the rest of the semester. And the reason that we can sometimes fall into this slope is because we've done a lot of front loading, if you will. We've done a lot of preparations for our course. And I'm not suggesting that you don't prep your class ahead of time, but in order to be there and to be present for your students, you want to make sure that you are willing to go along and look at for areas where you can tweak them or adjust them for your unique student set. So this idea here is, again, we want faculty to evaluate and adjust. It could be their learning materials or approaches continually to ensure that students are progressing towards their learning outcomes. And the only way we can do that is just by looking at our students on an individual course basis once it goes live. Great, thank you, Helena. She has dropped the name of an article here into the text chat for any of you who are interested. So we do have 3 different components of the instructor presence, in which you can see up here on the screen. And so these include the persona, the social presence, and then your instructional presence. So we'll go through each of these just briefly here. The persona is the instructor personality and teaching style that you infuse into your course. This is what gives your students that impression of who you are, and it helps them feel more connected to you as their teacher. You can communicate this throughout your course. It's again, not just one of those set it and forget it type of things. But some easy ways that you can do this are by including videos of yourself. If you have an introductory page, you might include a recorded course welcome message or even module overviews. And we're going to get into these a little bit more, I promise. We also have the social presence, which in essence is really all about community building. So in other words, what we're saying here is that you can connect with students and also it enables students to feel like they can connect with you. This is not just a one-sided relationship here. So you want to, again, be the facilitator. You're going to provide opportunities for connections to happen. And it's also important to keep students engaged in your course to increase their chances of success. So this does mean being responsive to students through timely communication, but also holding them to the same standards. Okay. The instructional presence is essentially your role in facilitating students' learning experiences in the course. So you're going to enhance your presence through instruction, and you might want to consider using multimodal learning materials. And so I know we already touched on this in the chat. All of you are very, very on top of these different ideas. What are the different ways that students can interact even with their course material? Are there things that they can listen to that are audible? Is there text that they can look at? Is there visual representation? So all of these things can enhance their learning experience. And you may even consider providing your students with a weekly video of yourself explaining what they can expect from the course and the assignments, and how they should go about navigating that week's module or lesson or activity. So you can kind of think of it as you're guiding them along. So now we can talk a little bit about creating and sustaining these connections, which is our first topic. So some examples of ways to create and sustain connections could include developing an introduction discussion forum in which students can get to know each other and you. And you want to make sure that you do read your students' introductions and respond to them. Now, I know that this is a pretty common scenario, but what I see a lot is that they'll say, in online courses, go ahead and introduce yourself. And there might be no follow-up to that. So one of my colleagues has what she likes to call the pet parade, and she specifically asks students to introduce themselves, and then they should either upload pictures of their pets, their kids, or their travels. And so this really gets people excited. Again, they've been encouraged to upload photos or videos of their recent adventures. And then you finally might want to require the peer responses so that students must read about each other and engage in a conversation. So just putting a little bit of a fun twist on maybe a familiar concept. Another way to create and sustain connections in your online course is to hold at least one synchronous session in the first week so that you can interact with your students and let them connect with you and each other. Within that synchronous session, you can encourage students to share video or audio. We do caution about requiring it due to privacy and equity concerns, but you can always encourage it. You could also consider doing an icebreaker activity to make everyone feel more comfortable and kind of to build that sense of community. So for example, you could put them into breakout groups and ask them to come up with ways in which they could build a sense of class community and see what and techniques they come up with. So I think in the past, one group came up with creating a group chat on social media so they could talk to each other outside of the classroom environment. So again, it's putting some of that ownership onto your students. This is their class, and they get to create part of that atmosphere. So ask them to generate ideas. And last but not least, consider using a welcome assignment or a survey and ask your students how you can best serve them. So you can ask them what are their needs, what are their challenges, what are their goals, and how can you help them figure out ways to be successful in light of that context. So this is an area where you have an opportunity to learn about them, and you might get some unusual insight into your students that you might otherwise not discern if you had not distributed a survey. I see a question here about yellow dig, so that is coming up. So I will talk to you about that too.
Megan, I have a quick question about the survey. Are there any resources that you know of that will give, I don't know, maybe good survey questions? I've done a survey once or twice, intending to get a feel for, say, for instance, how students intend to, what they're expecting from the class, how they intend to use that information, meaning how is it going to apply to, say, what their future goals may be. So I'll teach a senior level class and a junior level class. So if you're interested in graduate school, I'd like to know these kinds of things. Or if you're interested in going into industry, um, and I find that the kind of answers that I get are, very generic, and they don't often give me much to work with in terms of trying to understand how to plan work so that the relevance is felt. I'm wondering if maybe I'm just not using great questions. Um, do you know of a resource or something that someplace I could go to for to get a better
Yeah,
understanding of what a welcome survey might look like?
Yes, let me, so after this workshop is over, I am going to send out a follow-up email with a list of resources. So I'll go ahead and I'll see if I can link you to some different ideas for survey questions. I know that one faculty member, Jason Rohde, has an exemplary course program, and he highlights that he always has a survey that he likes to ask his students at the beginning of the semester with some of these questions. So I'll see if I can get a copy of that survey as well for you.
Okay, thank you.
So let me see if I can find that as well as a couple of other resources. So, but I can link you. I'll do some more homework and I can link you to that in the follow-up.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Sure. Alrighty. So let's see. All right, I think I saw something about yellow dig, so we're going to come up with that one yet, or in just a little bit here. But some examples of ways to create and sustain connections include developing an introduction discussion forum, which we already just talked about. And we can also think about some other opportunities here as well. So one way to engage students with the course is to connect your course material to students' interests. So you can use these opportunities you've created to get to know your students and, like we said, like that welcome forum. And you're going to leverage that with information into connecting students' interests to your learning materials, maybe to specific activities or some type of graded assessment whenever possible or practical, I think would be another way to say that. You can also share your own interests with students so they can get to know you better. I think we talked about being enthusiastic about your field and your course and its material. So you can talk to your students about maybe some of your past experiences, accomplishments, projects that you've worked on, and show your students what they can expect. Another way to engage your students is to show them how the course materials are relevant to their academic lives. And so this is helping them to think more broadly. It's not just this singular course, it's how does this course fit into my overall academic experience? And so you might discuss what common college expectations do you have in your course that students will be expected to follow across their college careers? What are some of the skills and knowledge that will transfer to other college courses? I always enjoyed this as an English instructor because I knew that if my course was not required, the majority of my students would not be in my classroom. So I always enjoyed playing with this idea that we could still build skills that they could use for courses that they would rather be taking. So um, it's a challenge, but it's always worthwhile to see if you can help them understand why they're here and what they can expect to draw from your course. And you can also ask how can you build connections between your course and another course. So you can ask them specifically to develop maybe a plan or a map and show that strategy. So instead of you just explaining it, you can ask them to identify the skills that they're acquiring in your course and where it will lead to. Finally, you may also want to emphasize the relevance of your course to your students' future professional lives in order to engage them with learning in your course. So you can help your students create those connections and think about how and what they're learning and how it could apply to their future professional goals. Sometimes this can be tricky, but again, it's this idea that learning is a broad spectrum and it carries over into many unexpected places. So we can help to try to highlight that for our students. Another way that you can create connections to future professions is by connecting course policies to professional expectations, but as a note of caution, just be sure that those expectations accurately reflect the workplace and keep in mind that your students are in college, which is a learning environment, not technically a professional one, but they are adult learners, so you can still broach that topic with them. Okay. I think I've given you some ideas here up on the screen as well. I always hate to read slides to you. I think we can move on. So in addition to creating connections within your course, we do want to talk about communication with students, and you're going to want to communicate with students frequently and in multiple ways in order to maintain presence in your course. So here are some ideas for you. You don't have to do all of them, certainly, because it might be overkill, but you could remind students of upcoming deadlines in a weekly announcement and have follow-up announcements. You could create an announcement and send an email when grades are posted and provide any additional instructions you may have, whether that's for accessing feedback or comments that are in an interactive rubric. You could send reminders about your virtual office hours, including how to make an appointment and how to get to that virtual office space. I do have a little bit more about virtual office hours, so that'll come up again. You could post weekly module introductions or overviews and include connections to the previous model. So again, we're talking about a transition here and layering in information, this idea that every new lesson your students learn is building on top of previous knowledge. You could post an occasional midweek motivation message or video. Those are always fun, right? It's not just the standard, please don't forget to show up to our synchronous course session. It could just be a random motivational message. And then finally on this one, since I talked about all these different types of communications that you can send or alerts, just be careful of overkill. If you post too much and too frequently, students may start to glaze over some of your communications. So I recommend trying some of these and playing with it, making it so not every single Monday of your course they're going to expect to see an announcement. You know, they're going to become desensitized to it. So try to liven it up, give them different ways in which you're connecting with them. In addition to posting announcements, if you're using Blackboard Ultra, you now have maybe tested out the messaging tool. So the messaging tool is an intercourse tool, but it does have a little checkbox where anytime you type a message, you can also have it forwarded to their email. So that's a nice way to keep up with your students. And they're more likely to respond, we've noticed, if it goes to their email. So I do always recommend that feature. Another important component for communicating with your students is providing that timely feedback. And so we're thinking about formative and summative assessments. The formative assessments are the smaller pieces, right? These could be your discussion boards, a homework assignment, an in-class quiz. But any of these smaller activities that are leading up to the summative assessments. So for the formative assessments, the students are going to want timely feedback so that they can learn and feel like they've fared for that larger summative assessment. And so I tend to think of summative assessments as things like midterms, finals, portfolios, things of that nature. And when it comes time for students to look at the summative assignments or assessments, they're going to want to receive feedback for those activities in order for them to be meaningful and useful. They also want to know how their grade was calculated. And so they need your comments and your feedback to be able to learn and improve so that they can move on, to the next unit, the next module, the next assessment, whatever the next milestone may be. Lori wants to know more about weekly motivational messages. Could this be a podcast or a video? Do you know of a good resource I could find good messages to share with my students? Yes, I think I can find some more resources for you. So Lori, I'm keeping a running list of some of the resources that people are asking for in this workshop, and so I can try to follow up with you. But a nice idea here is that sometimes when you reach out to your students, it's more informal, less scripted. It's not just, hey, this is what we're doing in class this week. You might just reach out to them and say, hey, I noticed we were having the greatest discussion this week, and I just wanted to say congratulations. You're really on top of things. So those messages can go a long way for your students. So All right, I'm just making a note here. Weekly motivational messages. Okay, returning back to Alicia asked, would the motivational element need to be relevant to coursework or is appropriate to be motivational in the traditional sense? I think you can find a nice balance between the two. I, I highly doubt you would be sending motivational messages that don't in some way connect to their course. But again, it's one of those ideas where it's just being authentic with your students and connecting with them. Or, maybe you know that everybody's preparing for a large exam and they're getting a little tired. Maybe they want to hear something upbeat from you and words of encouragement. That's another way of looking at it. All righty. So moving forward through this, with our feedback, and again, I just like to throw a rule of thumb out there so it'll give you something to work with. A good rule of thumb is to provide feedback no more than 1 week after the due date. And that seems to be a pretty sufficient amount of time, both by student and instructor standards. So somewhere in there, that's a nice rule of thumb to have. Okay. So another way that you can maintain presence in your online course is through that frequent communication or by recording module overviews or videos that include you on the video or at least audio. Again, this idea that they could hear your voice, they know you're a person. And that shows to students that you're communicating with them and it makes it seem more personal. These videos can help students connect with you and the course, and it demonstrates to students that you are personally invested in their learning. So again, it's just a nice touch that not everything is a written text. I know we're creeping up on 2:40 here, so I'm just kind of breezing along. All right, as far as establishing the communication plan goes, another best practice is communicating with students to make sure that you respond to their communication in a timely fashion. But this does not mean that you have to be on call 24/7. So I do want to emphasize that. You can easily say that you will get back to them within 24 to 48 hours. Anything that's a reasonable amount of time, I think as long as you state that in your syllabus and you tell your students about that, usually towards the first week or two of class, that seems to help kind of insert your instructor presence. It makes you feel like a human. They know who you are. They know how to connect with you. I remember as a student, I really greatly appreciated when instructors said, I know you're an online student. I know many of you have busy lives, and so this is why you chose online education. You can email me anytime you want. So that's fine. Just don't expect me to respond right away if you email me in the middle of the night. But as a student who was waitressing and had long evening hours, sometimes I was doing my homework in the evening. And it was really reassuring to hear from an instructor that said, hey, I understand that you might be doing homework in the off hours. That's fine. If you have questions, you can send me a message. But just so you know, I won't get to it until the morning. Something to that effect. You could consider holding regular virtual office hours as well, so that students can meet with you one-on-one. So you could use Teams, Collaborate, which is what we're in right now, or Zoom. So NIU has licenses to all three of those products. If you're interested in virtual office hours, you may consider viewing the virtual office hours workshop recording on our website for details and tips. We have different things like how to set up bookings and things of that nature, but I'm going to try to get to some of those as well. You should also include some of your expectations for communication, and these can include what your students can expect from you as well as what you can expect from your students. Again, it's this two-way street that you have expectations for them as well. So if you think it's necessary, you can give them an example email template. You can include any information you want just so that they can see an example of what you expect at the higher education level. And it's also just a way for them to practice professionalism and aid you in helping them. All right, so the world is your classroom, and I love this photo. Online courses happen everywhere, so they are not just isolated to a computer, and I love this photo. There's a student out there, definitely not just sitting in front of a laptop and inside. So don't be afraid to show your students your environment, encourage them to show you theirs if they're comfortable doing so. You can also encourage them to take videos out and post them to discussion boards. So this is really an exciting idea here. And again, we do have more information specifically on how to do this. We have a mobile app. So sometimes we don't know what technology our students have, but we do know that almost everybody has a cell phone. And so we have a free mobile app for our video platform, Kaltura. So people can literally go anywhere, take their cell phone and record a video. So again, it's this idea that their classroom is the world. It expands far beyond their computer or their laptop. So if you live in a city, record a video with your city view. If you're out in the country and you want to include some cornfields, you can do that. You might find that you have students all over the country or even outside of the country as well. So it's this really nice idea that everybody is sharing and contributing. Wonderful. I will tag everybody on a group email then when we're done, since it sounds like there's some different resources that people want to share. So I think I'll do our follow-up that way. You can also use discussion forums and class conversations. Discussions, this is a tool unique to Blackboard Ultra. It's a great way to help students stay engaged in their course. So discussions, or I shouldn't say discussions, but class conversations are, pardon me, unique to Blackboard Ultra. And so this is just a tool that you can enable. You can turn it on or off just with a toggle switch. But this way, if somebody has a question about an assignment, it creates kind of like a side discussion and anybody can chime in to answer someone's question. So that's just a nice informal way for students to feel like they can, ask some additional questions. You can also use Yellow Dig. Yellow Dig is a gamification discussion board, and so we do have a license for them. And it's nice because it gives students an opportunity to decide how they want to interact. In a Blackboard discussion board, the typical one that you see is students are required to do a first original post, and then they have to do a follow-up post where they comment on 2 or 3 of their peers' posts. Yellow Dig lets students choose how they want to accrue their points. If they post earlier in the week, they might accrue more points because they were getting a jump start on their discussion. You can earn points for responding to others, and if somebody does an exceptional post, the instructor can award additional points to, reinforce, this great behavior and let them know that they've done some outstanding work. So again, it is kind of a fun way to take a new look at discussion boards. The class conversations toggle switch in Ultra is if you're in an assignment, in an assessment, anything like that, you can turn that on when you go to the gear icon. Okay. Another way that you can encourage students to interact with one another and for you to respond to questions about particular learning materials, activities, or assessments is, again, to enable that class conversation. So that was actually, I just wanted to show that to you. It was funny that somebody typed that in the chat. I've got the picture right here, and the one thing it doesn't show you is the gear icon. But if you click on that gear icon, you should see the little button. It's like a little toggle switch that says Allow Class Conversations. And you'll be alerted anytime somebody posts something in the conversations because you'll get a little purple chat bubble. I don't know if I'm psychic, but thank you. So, all right, some rules and thumb for participating in discussion boards, and I get a lot of questions about this. Nobody is going around and looking at instructors saying you have to respond to every post. There is no quantification for how many times you need to respond. And in fact, you may, again, want to take a step back so you can facilitate the discussion and put more ownership on your students to run the discussion. So again, the idea here is you might want to chime in with a comment or two every week to show your students that you're engaged, that you're looking, that you're watching. It's not busy work, but you're also doing it to model for your students the types of responses that they should be posting. So you're looking for a balance, basically, of your participation in discussion boards, but also you don't want to dominate it as well. So don't post too much because students may rely on you to carry the conversation. So again, if you have to take a step back and you can even just say who wants to answer this, or you can ask specific questions of your students. So again, look for that balance. Do not feel as an instructor that you are obligated to respond to every student. I've had that question before, and you most certainly are not. Another idea here is that you can require office hour meetings. I like this option. I think it's nice because it breaks that ice, that barrier, that initial nervousness that a student may have about coming to your virtual office hours. Even if you post information about it, they might not feel comfortable. So one thing you can do is you can require mandatory office hours early on in the semester. It could even just be for 5 minutes. Just say, here's my schedule. I like to use bookings for this. If you have an up-to-date Office 365 calendar, it works really well. So this is my availability. Just pick a time slot and come meet me for 5 minutes. If you mandate that your students come to meet you early on in the semester, they're more likely to approach you if they have questions later on. And again, you can do this more than once. So you might have that initial meeting, which is only just a 5-minute meeting, getting to know you, and then you could offer required mandatory office hours later in the semester, and we can discuss, a particular assignment. So again, it's this idea moving past that set it and forget it mentality is, pulling them in for office hours to let them know that, yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm a person. And you really should come talk to me. So I know we talked about this earlier too, but you can distribute a survey and you can find out what your students already know about a subject that you're teaching. So this is always a fun one. I used to do this with my English composition students, and I would call it the Are You a Know-It-All quiz. And at the start of the semester, I would just ask them a series of questions about a topic, and they low amount of points really didn't affect their grade. But you know what? You can have 5 free points as long as you fill out the survey. Even if you don't know the answer, give it your best guess. You will only lose points if you don't answer it, or if you say I don't know. So this is kind of a fun one that you can do with your students, and then you can always revisit surveys later on after you've taught a lesson or at the end of the semester, and you can see how their answers have changed over time. You could do surveys at a smaller level At a class level, you can have your students come into class and you can say, what do you have a question about with the reading? And you can actually ask them a question as they're leaving the classroom. I have one instructor who said, before you can sign out of our synchronous session, you have to type in the chat one thing that you learned today. Or, if you don't want to answer one thing you learned, ask me one question. What still needs to be clarified? So again, it's this idea that you keep checking in with your students and asking them to give you some sort of a response. It's going above and beyond. Do you have any questions? Because a lot of times they'll just say no or they'll shake their head. Ooh, we're almost done, I promise. And another way that you can go ahead and support student success and to maintain instructor presence is to provide students with some information about campus services and resources. So if you don't already have this, you may consider having a section in your course or in your syllabus dedicated to sharing these resources and to be proactive in pointing students to specific things, such as, if you have an essay coming up, you might want to highlight the Writing Center. You might want to remind students about the DRC if they need special accommodations. You can also target resources that are maybe needed for specific students. So if somebody mentions to you that they're having a problem with someone on campus, you can link them with the ombudsman person. But again, it's just this idea that you have a list of resources and you may continue to expand on that. I know during the pandemic, one instructor had resources for, internet free hotspots. I had one instructor who was linking information to food pantries and all sorts of things. So you can also ask your students to contribute to this list of resources because they may know of some additional ones. And I also wanted to point you to Blackboard Assist, which is a relatively new tool. So I don't know if any of you have seen this or not, but now we have a list of these student resources all in one concentrated area. So when you log into Blackboard, instead of going to courses, scroll down and you'll see Assist. And going in here, your students will have links to all sorts of different resources on campus or related to NIU. They're all up to date and current, which is nice. So you could even just post information about this in your syllabus. So it's really just one concentrated area where students can get all of this information in one spot. So other things that you may want to consider as well with your students, I think I forgot to mention, is you may want to let them know about some other additional resources that they have with Blackboard. So you can give them the information they need to change their name or their pronouns in case that, they're tired of people mispronouncing their names or they want someone to know their pronouns. So you can also provide information like that. So that's a great way just to insert your presence and to let them know that you're seeing them as an individual and not just a name on a roster. All right, so I think that was actually my, I made it with 5 minutes to spare. That was my list of resources I have for you, and it's all about your questions. Anything that I can try to answer for you or comments? All right, well, floor is yours. So last 5 minutes, if you have questions or comments, let me know. You can hop on the mic, you can type in the chat. Otherwise, I'll give you back 5 minutes of your day, and I promise I will follow up with some resources.
Here at the Giver Marketing Network, we don't leave you drifting out in space. We connect you to a coach who will help you build and grow your marketing business. Our process acts as a guide on how to connect with other businesses, maintain good relations, and establish a presence on the Giver Marketing Network. Each member within this collaborative group will have the opportunity to leverage your talent and influence, a true network effect. If you are looking to collaborate on more projects, welcome to the Giver Marketing Network, the most trusted and highest rated collective of specialists on the planet. Here we have a group of like-minded professionals who focus on making valuable introductions and helping each other grow by teaming up. Imagine Upwork meets a network and a coach. The talent collectively includes services like visibility and SEO, creating logos, designing websites, managing social media, outreach messaging, visual storytelling, and much more. Think of what you could do with laser-focused allies strengthening your business while offering your talent to the entire network. Click near this video for more information.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when and where you are tuning in from. We are here with Joel Snyder at the Giver Marketing Network and also representing Kingdom Warriors Holders Group as well today and streaming in all different places. So Joel, thank you for coming in and helping us take a deep dive into this nurturing conversation around marketing. Like, how do we nurture or follow up or continually be in front of our audience in a way that doesn't bother them, but it makes them feel more connected to you and more trusted in the relationship. So really appreciate your superpowers in this area. Joel Snyder is from Coax Consulting, and he's part of the Giver Marketing Network. He's also streaming here on Kingdom Warriors Holders Group as well. And so he's kind of by proxy part of that group and community. And so we're excited to have Joel today. So Joel, do you want to share anything, maybe a little bit of your origin story? How did you get into the marketing world?
Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks, Tim. It's really always great to be here. The Giver Marketing Network has been instrumental in the growth of my business, and it's just been a really awesome team to lean on to fill in gaps in our team structure when needed. And so being able to share some of my experience with the network is always a great pleasure. I come from the corporate world, dealing with the employees in the incentive industry, working on productivity programs and consumer incentives, and really connecting the psychology of human behavior with the benefits that relate to the bottom line of the business. And so my transition came from that to wanting to relate that to the local business, the regional companies that are supporting their community and employing people and providing jobs, and just taking the knowledge that I gleaned from a full career in the corporate world and bringing it to a level where the entrepreneur, the small and regional business person, can apply these best practices to build the profits within their own organizations, to allow more jobs, higher wages, and support the community in different ways.
It's amazing how the small business has similar or the same tools that the larger corporations have now in their business when it comes to marketing, especially in their respective ventures and organizations. And you tend to bridge that gap and say, hey, when it comes to follow up or nurturing or putting a retargeting ad out there that kind of nurtures your audience that you're already been in front of, you can do this just like the multi-million-dollar or the billion-dollar company down the road. Like, you can do the same thing they do. Just let me help you as kind of the mastermind or the maestro behind the scenes, orchestrating all that. And you've done that with us. You've helped other clients. You've helped multiple layers of clients, associates, clients, and all sorts of other projects that I've been able to hear about, see firsthand, and we've presented in the past before, but this is new content. This is content you're coming up with fresh for the audience today. And so with that, Joel, thank you for sharing your story and alleviating the pain of the small business when it comes to nurturing. I love that you do that. So if you're having trouble following up with those prospects and staying in front of them, and they always tend to end up in kind of a cul-de-sac somewhere, kind of a dead end somewhere where you don't know if they're interested still or not. Joel is the guy you want to contact, and look him up even now while you're listening to this and watching this. Look him up on LinkedIn, look him up on some of the other social channels. And at the end, he'll give you a goodie today that you can have some time with him at no cost. And I know your time is worth hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars per hour, Joel. But you being able to offer a little bit of your time to our audience today is just a gift. And so thank you for doing that. With that, do you want to do some show and tell? Are we ready for that? Do you want to do that?
Bring it on. Absolutely.
Okay, let's go. All right, so we got nurturing for growth, or a deeper dive into nurturing. Joel, at this point, this is your baby. Take this. I'll click on some of the slides. Stacy, I know you're behind the scenes trying to help. I'll click on some of the slides because I'm seeing some of the kind of the rhythm of the presentation today. So Joel, you and I, man, let's do this together.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, we have had some opportunities to talk about retargeting and different ways of nurturing a database over time. And I've been getting, a lot of requests for a much deeper dive. And so what I want to do today is really just kind of deconstruct the nurturing process and show lots of different applications, as well as some best practices and some sequences that will help anyone can do this from an organic perspective to a paid perspective. But the biggest thing is we want to lead with value, and we talk about this in the Giver Marketing Network all the time. So my goal here is to give the information that empowers organizations to exponentially grow by closing that loop right between the cold traffic and the conversion. Because in the end, we want to develop a brand ambassador. We all know word of mouth is always the best advertising. And every time we can get testimonials, any type of case studies, anything that shows credibility, it's always a great way to do that. But it tends to come with some work. So what we want to do is leverage some automated workflows. And this is what we're going to talk about more today to help that business grow and foster a value first mindset.
So when we talk about value first, if you don't mind, I want to ask just genuine, authentic questions as we go along here, because we're always learning from each other, right? So value first, lead with value, bring something of value to the marketplace. These are phrases that tend to be used quite a bit in our own industry. What about for those who are watching that own another kind of business, or maybe lead a purpose-driven nonprofit of some kind of venture or organization where they feel like they have value inherently in the organization? That's part of their mission. But how do you recommend people communicate that on the kind of the tail end of or the beginning of a nurturing process, or the tail end of marketing process right before somebody's about to purchase or donate or engage in a deeper way? How do we do that?
Yeah, well, and this presentation really digs deep into that subject. And I think, the biggest thing is we have a tendency to sell rather than educate, and educate. And there's something that's unique about you in your industry and in your business that cannot be sourced on the internet. You have some specialized knowledge that will come up. You may have heard this phrase, he's forgotten more than I know, on that topic, right?
Yeah, they've forgotten more than we know, or something like that. Yeah.
Right, because they have so much knowledge that it's not going to all be out front, and it's not already. So if we can determine some really unique specialized knowledge that you have in your industry that can't typically be sourced by someone just typing in a search term, now you're delivering value beyond what is, in the pedestrian
right.
kind of audience.
In the common audience. Okay. So somehow it's going to be if I'm hearing you right, it's got to be some kind of application or deeper insight to how the mechanism or how the flow works so that you can use emotional intelligence. You can use some things that really, whether it's a typical word search or an artificial intelligent aggregator of information, it's more than information, it's wisdom. You're applying this in a way that brings extraordinary value, not bottom of the barrel value, not value anybody can offer in your industry, but specialized value. Something
I
that
think wisdom's a good word for it. Yeah, for
okay.
sure. What to watch out for, some best practices, things like that.
Application of that knowledge. Okay, great. Why does nurturing work, Joel? Tell us more about some of this.
So there is this marketing trap, right? We're small budget marketers. Now that may be an individual company marketing for themselves, or it might be a solopreneur who's just helping some of the people in their community, or they've picked up Uncle Bill's company to help them, and they may have a background in marketing, but it's a small budget, right? So their main focus tends to be on cold new transactions, and very few of them really spend effort on retargeting all that acquired traffic. And they lead with a gimmick and disqualify non-purchased data. And this is where
explain that, because there's a couple of terms in there that as marketing professionals, we understand it, but let's say that some of our audience is just either growing or learning or wanting to revisit this topic. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. So when you go out and trying to build your business, you're acquiring some kind of traffic, either to your website or in your email, even phone calls, right? You're acquiring traffic that's coming to you. And typically we're leading with a gimmick of some kind, a coupon, a discount, a freemium, right? And then, but we've disqualified the non-purchase data. So there's all this opportunity to collect data from the market that's going to tell you how to sell to them. And instead of listening and quantifying all of that and putting it into a system, we ignore it because we're looking for the lowest hanging fruit. We're looking for that immediate benefit, that immediate transaction.
So you're saying that if I'm hearing you right, the prospects, the data, the people, the information that's coming in that we already have in our containers that are sitting there, rather than letting them kind of rot or not be as productive, you're saying put some of our efforts and our time into the containers we already have in front of us. That's actually a better low-hanging fruit than somebody who might just be kicking tires and maybe have a little bit of a desire for something.
Yeah, believe it or not, the decision to purchase was made, a long time ago before they ever got to you. And so you'll see in the financial section, we know that we're going to leave about 40% of our revenue on the table by focusing on an immediate transaction versus the recurring relationship.
Okay. So
right?
Eventually they're going to buy because they do have everybody has some sense of a need or want for what you have at some point if they're in your ecosystem. It's just a matter of when and if you're still in front of them or if you've kind of forgotten about them. Okay, I got you.
And if you think, I just pulled this little stat from Facebook. They're saying, you want to spend 5 to 10% of your Facebook ad budget. I say no less than 10%. And I actually coach my clients to look at 20 to 30% of their ad budget for retargeting ads.
And retargeting means, ladies and gentlemen, for those who aren't quite aware of that, is people that are already in your database, you're just getting back in front of them again. You're re-engaging them.
Right. You're inviting them back in.
Love it. Love it.
Let's go back one last point I wanted to put on this, the ignored opportunities. Most consumers are spending money on multiple products that only partially resolve their issue. So when we go back to our initial comment about not disqualifying non-purchase data. The question is, are you listening to that data? Because they're asking for it, right? Can you solve my issue? And they're out actively buying solutions that are only 2/3 adequate, right?
Got it. And when you say non-purchase data, you mean organic engagement and engagement that's happened without you purchasing a particular ad or list of some kind, correct?
No, what I'm talking about is the data that you acquire by the traffic that comes in that didn't buy.
Got it. So the people are the non-purchasers in that phrase.
Any of that traffic, any of that data that's being collected in your Google Analytics or in your website data, regionalism, how many bots versus actual visitors. I mean, we could go on and on and on. There's just tons and tons of people that didn't buy, or tons of activities that happened that were not transactional, that are of high value. Because
so in a way, you could almost say non-purchaser data. It's
yeah.
the data from the non-purchasers.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
So if you're listening to that, it'll tell you what the next steps are. So let's go ahead now. So we're talking about solution-based marketing, really. Nurturing is the buyer is not asking what I want to buy. They're asking, who do I want to buy from?
That's what we're assuming here. Yes.
Right. So self-education, research, this buyer is already gone several steps before they got to you. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, oh, I think I'll put on a new roof. Right. It has to be a need. They've done some research. They've got some pricing. They've talked to friends. Now they're looking for who.
So we're assuming that in this conversation that they've gone down a journey where they've been aware of their need or want. They've done a little bit of research. Now it's our job to bridge the gap between just being aware of us to actually engaging well with us, so that the trust goes from like a 3 to like a 7 or an 8 or a 9, so they can actually make a decision.
Right. And if you think of all the stuff we've talked to up to this point, it's all about that, right?
Yep.
So now what we're talking about in retargeting is looking at intent and behavior as the driver. The who is your who is the beginning of the blueprint, right? The marketing blueprint. We're already down the funnel a little ways. Now we're saying, okay, intent and behavior, that's what's going to drive my next action. And we also know that nurturing is going to be less expensive than buying cold traffic, right? Because it's data we already have. It's people we've already captured, people on our email list or database. We saw a nice question come through. Is that people that joined your list and didn't buy, or, whatever? So yeah, hopefully this answers that question. And then we're going to add automated workflows, right? So yes, Corey, that's exactly right. So automated workflows save time and provides valuable feedback. And we want to make it a simple design that gives the customer the information they want at the time they're ready to receive it. So I think another trap is in cold traffic, especially, we're looking for a transaction and we're just spewing information that the consumer's not ready for, or the buyer's not ready for.
So the fire hose effect is not a good thing, Joel? You don't want to just absolutely automate them to death and just kind of throw all the data at them right at the beginning? You don't want to do that?
Yeah. I mean, think of your own experience, right? Do you go and get a manual on how to install a roof? No, you start at the beginning and you kind of work your way through aesthetics and materials and costs. And then you think about how much time it's going to take and what you have to do to accommodate that, right? And there's a series of questions that you present to a vendor. So all of that is happening in the mind of the purchaser or the mind of the consumers. And we're saying, here's the end at the very beginning, rather than saying at the beginning, these are things that are going to be important to you, and this is how we're going to solve it. Okay. So that's solution-based presentation. That's that value-based information that we're talking about.
And
Now,
it's
let's
got to
go
be
with-
valuable to the audience, not just valuable to you, right? We
Right.
got to think, we got to have an emotionally intelligent, like others awareness. Like this is where they're at. It's not about what's valuable to me. What's valuable to me is a sale. What's valuable to them is a solution, correct?
Right. And they're going to tell you how to do that with intent and behavior. So let's go on and dig a little deeper, because we've got a lot to look at. So tracking everything, we talk about that all the time. We want to make sure that we're delivering salient value. So not just what we think is value, but like you said, what's valuable to them. And we want to do that with specific workflows. And Corey, I've got some really good tips for you here coming up. Positioning, right? We want to position ourselves as the only option. And I put this term, beating the scratch test. This actually came from one of my coworkers, one of my business partners. And what we talk about is, can somebody scratch the name off of someone else's brochure and put their own name on it and hand it to the consumer? Right? So your information needs to be unique. Your value proposition needs to be specific, and that you position yourself as the only option, so that no one else can take your name off, put their name on, and say, yeah, I can do that too.
So it's not enough to have just a unique personality or a smile. You got to have something tangible or something you can articulate very clearly that's unique, correct?
Yeah. And if we're in a solution-based marketing mindset and you have unique knowledge, now we're delivering true value, right? And then we're going to test each step for responses. We're not testing for sales. We're looking at what I call a series of mini sales, little tiny sales, right?
Little conversions, right?
Yeah, little agreements along the way. How many yeses does it take to get to a sale, right? So if I can provide this solution and you agree that it relates to you, you're going to take the next step, right?
Some call these breadcrumbs or, micro experiences or something, right?
Yeah, but more than that, like you're talking about, emotional intelligence, it's, can I relate, right? Does this apply to me? The consumer or the buyer has to see themselves in that situation. We've had some great talks about story brand and being a guide, things like that. So, these are little miniature points of agreement that bring them closer to you.
And it's not always just knowledge. It's some kind of application of that knowledge, or some kind of experience, or it's knowledge plus.
Yeah. I mean, why do you stage a house in real estate for people coming in the room, right? You don't leave the previous family's stuff laying around, because we want that person to see themselves in the space.
Right? That's a good analogy. That's good.
And then be authentic, be honest, no tricks, no bait and switch, all that stuff.
That's what I love about you, Joel, and a lot of the folks that we're spending time with, our clients even. There's a whole group of people that I'd say most of the people we work with are just screaming for authenticity and transparency and the real numbers, the real expectations, the real solution, not the gimmicky solution like you were kind of alluding to before, but the real solution to your particular problem, because I was listening, and I love that. That's super good.
So we talk about some of the different tools. So CRM, of course, we want to track all the activity and move people through these automated processes. Specific email sequences. So you want to think about what's the next thing they need to know? What's the next thing they need to know, right? Based on their actions. We know that it takes 4 positive interactions to create a brand ambassador, meaning they have to repeat purchase from you. And so it's a nice positive experience. They're continuing to engage with you. And it only takes 1 negative one to get a bad review, right? So
yeah,
so we know that, we used to say it takes 10 good customers to create word of mouth, and it takes 1 negative customer to create 30 bad reviews. So we have a real job to do. So this whole being authentic and providing value and allowing people to connect with you is so important, because in the end, the brand ambassador is going to multiply your business exponentially.
Do what you say what you do, give them expectations that are clear, no bait and switch, just stay real with it. CRM, what does that stand for, Joel?
Yeah, so customer relationship management. So let's go on to the next slide. I want to dig into this a little bit more. So when you have a workflow overview and you're using a good contact manager, then you can create these automations. And I'll show you how this all kind of fits together here in the next few slides. So the automation model. So we're adding a prospect to the top of our workflow. That action is going to be based on their intent and behavior. Do we need to send them a message? Do I just need to classify them in another way? Do I need to invite them to a meeting or to a webinar of some kind? And then will my system update them by creating a note or move them from one stage to the other in the buyer's journey within my system, right? And then customize these notes so that it appears on their contact record, using little trigger fields to update information about that. And a little pro tip I put here at the bottom, if your system allows it, set up browser and mobile notifications so that you receive a personalized message when your contact moves from one stage to the next. So if you have good automation, and we put people in the top of this automation, and based on their intent, they're getting a sequential set of activities. Now I want to be notified when they've moved maybe down 2 or 3 stages, right? In the meantime, I don't have to think about it. So
now there's a comment here that automation is great, and these are a big part of what we have to do in order to leverage the technology that's available to us, especially the smart business owners. What about like the phone call? Like when one of these triggers and you notice somebody goes into the next stage, can there be places where we make a quick phone call or a text message or a conversation that's maybe you notice something and then that triggers you and then you can take an action? Is that what you're alluding to here?
Right. So if you take the pro tip and you get that notification that a customer has moved from one stage to the next, then maybe in your sequence that point is when you make an personal outreach.
Got it.
Go to
Okay.
a phone call or you send them a personalized email, so let's move on if there's more here on this. So we've got to prepare the workflows ahead of time. So automation only works because we know what's needed, right? So we have stages where we've added classifications and tags. So if I put someone in a prospecting stage, they get the right tag, they're then segmented, we give it a score, right? So all of that is in there. Then the messaging so that they're getting the right message at the right time. Maybe they need a proposal. Maybe they need to know what the next steps are. Maybe they need to be onboarded in some specific way.
And most of this can be done in what you were talking about before, in a CRM or some kind of automated software that allows you to kind of track and walk that journey with the client. You can give them certain tags, which is certain phrases or words that will help you search for those type of folks later. There are certain categories. It's basically categorization at another level so that you're not having to overthink and try to remember every stage that every potential client is at, correct?
Right. Yeah. And, we've done some things with clients based on their ability to get into a presentation and then another set who post the presentation.
Right. Yep.
Right? So all of these stages and messaging are all pre-programmed. And then we want to look at reviewing and refining based on exiting. So, we're all so focused on putting people into the top of our funnel, we forget to go back to figure out why people haven't exited the funnel. Or maybe they have exited the funnel, but we don't know exactly why it was unsuccessful.
Right. So that more real and gritty data.
Right. And we're just chalking it up to, not a fit. Right.
Yeah, good point.
but there may be something, deeper in there that's going to help you. And then the days at each stage is kind of an important piece of data. How long are they sitting in that prospecting stage? How long are they sitting in the middle of the funnel, right? How long have they sat in that pre-exit step, right? We want to know that and why that's important. And
Timing.
so our little pro tip is when you're creating all of these, make sure you add instructions so that your team is on the same page with you. They're using the same language, the same intent of that stage, right? The application of that particular workflow is only used in this specific way. So that if you have a team of people that are out prospecting and creating leads and using your contact manager, you want to make sure everyone's using it in the same way.
Got it. Okay, that's really good. I love that.
So nurturing can also be used in discovery. So one of the things that we're finding is lead generation clutter. So in the beginning of your lead gen process, you've probably got a bunch of potential deals that are in the early stages of your pipeline, but they're just not ready to move forward through the sales process. We're not going to delete them. They're not really lost, but that creates a lot of clutter in your pipeline, right? So we can use nurturing as a way to score and qualify these potential leads. So there's a couple of examples I give in here of lead scoring. One is BANT, which is budget, authority, needs, and timeline. So you could do a sequence around that. And that just identifies leads worth pursuing, right? Do I want to spend any time with them? Well, if they've met these 4 items in a positive way, then yeah, it's worth pursuing. Or we need to nurture them from one stage to the next within the BANT profile. CHAMP is another one: challenges, authority, money, and prioritization. And that's a lead qualification process to determine how likely they are to actually buy from you, right? So we may move people from one lead scoring process into another lead scoring process. So we may have 2 or 3 workflows that we've pre-designed so that we could nurture and discover.
So you may end up with some categories, A, B, and C, or hot, warm, cold, cool, or something like that, that is based on some of those things you just said.
Yeah, I mean, lead scoring can be a rabbit hole of its own, but what's fun is you want to find the one that works for you. But you want to see, in a scale of 1 to 10, 1 to 5, whatever it is, right? That gets them more and more into points.
What about the people that are saying, "Hey, Joel, I just have a small business. I don't know about all this nerdy stuff, like the CRM and the nurturing and trying to categorize everybody and then giving them a score." How long does it take to set some of this up?
That's a great question, and I think the biggest thing I can't stress hard enough is that if you're a small business or a solopreneur, this is foundationally vital to your growth.
Tell me more.
You cannot have an extraordinary lifestyle working out of the back of your head and on Post-it notes. You've got to have something that is tracking all the money that you're spending generating leads and traffic, all the time that you're spending trying to move the needle. You've got to have this system in some form or fashion as a foundation.
So if I'm hearing you right, Joel, this is, I was a preacher for years, so I'm just going to use this word, okay? This is a matter of stewardship.
Good point.
You're stewarding your mental space, your mind space, your revenue, your potential revenue, your time, and just in general. How many times do we sit there and try to manually do something that we know needs to be recorded on some kind of spreadsheet or something like that, where it could actually be automated, categorized, and spit out for you every week, if not every day? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and if you're not, I mean, if you're a salesperson listening to this, and I've been in your car, I've had lots of windshield time. And how many times have you driven through a community and going, oh yeah, I need to get back to that guy, right? Because you went by their property for some reason or another, or you saw a truck go by, or something spawned a memory.
Or you're scrolling on social media and you're like, oh, I forgot to connect with that, follow up with that person.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the things we talk about in Giver Marketing is some of the different tools, and one is Trello, which is a classification Kanban board system, and you can utilize customized Kanban boards, and you can track leads and alter the stages of your leads that way, just to suit your business needs. So it doesn't have to be overly complicated, right? It can be a simple board structure. So start somewhere, right? But you want to start somewhere. Let's go. Gee, Joel, what do I tell them? Well, I can't make it any simpler than this, right? If you do a competition graphic, it will tell you what to tell people, right? Here's convenient, inconvenient, affordable, expensive. Where do you fall in this graph? Where does your competition fall? Why are they in one quadrant versus another? How do you compare to that, right? So now we're talking about solution-based marketing and providing value, because we're leading people to see that it's convenient and it's affordable. Whatever solution you're providing to them, and I don't care what the price tag is, you're going to demonstrate a return on that investment. Otherwise, why would they do it, right? So we're going to demonstrate value to them, and we're going to make it easy and convenient for them to work with us. So this is a great content starter.
Where did you get this concept right here? This little quadrant concept.
This actually comes out of the structure of agile marketing.
Okay.
So if you were to take a deep dive into agile marketing and workflows and systems, you might see something like this.
Take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen, or go back and watch this, or pause this if you're watching the replay, because this right here is for certain minds. The simplicity of this is, even if you can't read all the lettering, you can read most of it. Just the main 4 words there, just that alone is worth kind of thinking about, or drawing out, or sketching out just right now as you're watching this. So I'm leaving it up on the screen just for a second, because if you can screenshot this, follow up with Joel, ask him about it, this alone will help your mind not get so inundated with, because we get, as business owners and nonprofit leaders, we get inundated with information too. It's not just the prospects, we do as well. So we got to figure out a way to kind of categorize this, especially with the amount that we're having come in. We got to organize it, man. We got to get it dialed in so we can use that information and those experiences well. So I love that. Thank you, Joel. This is a great visual. Not a good one, a great one. This is a really good visual. Thank you.
You betcha. So growth strategy. So using nurturing as a growth strategy for introducing products and new services. So you want to have some timing and feedback elements built into your nurturing process. So what you might introduce as a new service or a product, you would roll out to a high profile group. And that will help to establish your market position.
Okay.
Right. And then we're going to bring it out to a mass group. And the mass group is going to give us feedback. We can look at social media and get some of those comments, testimonials, those sort of things we've talked about. That's collecting, again, adding some more credibility to the product and the service. And then lastly, we're going to take all of that data and adjust so that we're reaching the market in the way they want to be reached. And I use this term when it comes to communications, when it comes to content, We have to talk to people in the way they want to be talked to. And we want to give them the language that they can hear.
Hey,
Right?
say that again. That's really, 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 really good. Say that again.
Yeah. So we want to talk to them in the way they want to be reached and the way they want to be talked to. And maybe it's texting, maybe it's email, maybe it's on the telephone. Ask them, right? And the market will tell you. And then we would need to talk to them in the language that they can hear. So you may be using terms and phrases that are common in your industry, but are not common to the ear of the person hearing it. So we want to make sure, and that's what these great master classes are doing to the audience, around marketing, is we're translating a lot of these concepts and a lot of these idioms that you read about, and turning it into something that you can hear and take home and make practical for use, so that you can grow, right? So if we can gather this feedback and adjust to the market, now we can use our nurturing to give us that data so we can grow exponentially.
What about for the business owner or nonprofit leader that says, I don't really need to adjust anything. I just need to keep doing what I've been doing for 10, 15, 20 years. My audience either comes to me, they like me or they don't. What about that comment?
Fantastic. Do what you always do, and you'll get what you always get. So if you're happy with what you're getting, to keep doing what you're doing, but don't expect to grow.
In fact, you'll probably end up do a slow decline, and you won't even know it.
Yeah, if you follow the 80-20 rule, 20% of your business will drop off every year. So if you're not adding at least 25% to your business every year, you're probably declining.
Okay. All right. That's real talk. All right. So you gotta have a system there that's built for you. It's not meant to be uber complex. It's just meant to put it together, maybe the major pieces once, and then make minor tweaks along the way. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So going back to what the CRM data architecture looks like, right? We would just want to help the organization to virtually manage agile workflows. And we use the word agile because the human element needs to step in there and make modifications along the way so that it's delivering the best experience possible.
Got it. And if somebody wants to get a hold of you, Joel, and talk to you about like what CRM is the best, how much does some of the software cost? Some of the software you mentioned today doesn't cost anything. You just need to help guide them how to set it up. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. And they're all over the board. I mean, you can spend thousands of dollars a month.
Mm-hmm.
You can spend tens of dollars a month. You can have it for free, right? But what we need to know is what's going to work for your business so that you're evaluating your tech based on how you run your business and how you manage your work. So I could come to you with an incredible tech stack of applications that could bust the bank and give you a fire hose of information that you will never use, because it doesn't apply to you, right? But it applies to such a large group that there's parts of it you could use. So what we really want to look at is how you do business, how your customers interact with you, what information is going to be important to them, and then put together a system and a workflow.
Kind of set it up, the main pieces once, and then just adjust a little bit along the way. I love that. It's great how you've been able to help so many people with this process. And ladies and gentlemen, take a screenshot of this or pause this, scan this QR code with your phone. If for no other reason, just to have some fun with your QR code reader, like just have some fun with it, right? Look up Joel Snyder on LinkedIn if you want. Freeideasession.com. Did I say that right, Joel?
Yeah, that'll get you 30 minutes with me to sit and really talk about some real solutions. It's not a sales pitch. It's designed to give you a little bit of coaching to start you on your journey. If we can help and supplement you in some way through the Giver Marketing Network, those are always options, and people there's tons of genius in there to to fill in, and there's plenty of people that'll give you, a few minutes of their time to help coach you and point you in the right direction. If you use the QR code, you'll go to my virtual business card that has all my links from LinkedIn to Facebook and everything else. So you can connect with me in any way that's helpful to you. And then, of course, you can jump on my calendar at freeideasession.com. It just goes right to my calendar. You can pick a time and just answer a couple of quick questions. So
I love that, Joel. You're a classy follow-up specialist. You're a classy nurturing specialist. And one question you and I had conversation about at one point, and I'll leave this screen up for like 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. This is your last chance to grab it. So then we're going to pull it down. But one of the questions we had early on was, how much is a new client worth to us? And if it's in the thousands, then maybe another way to phrase it is, how much would you pay a professional to go find you a new client today? What would how much of your budget, how much would you pay in dollars or euros or whatever it is? How much would you pay for that new client? And a lot of people are like, well, 10% of revenue or 20% of revenue or whatever it is. Well, what is that number? What's the average lifetime value of a client? Maybe take 10% of that minimum, put it to the side and say, I'm going to put this into my nurturing and my marketing and my nurturing systems, because if I get just one new client every X amount of time, depending on your volume, one new client every day, or one new client every week, or even one new client every month, how much revenue, what's the impact for you on that? And if nurturing systems, and they are a system, okay? Business is full of systems. This is a nurturing system. You set it up once and you make minor modifications. That's it. It's not as complicated as some of these people on YouTube make it, okay? Yeah, we're streaming to YouTube. We're a part of that big mix, but we're not the guru that says, oh, it's so complicated. You can never do this yourself. Hire me for $47,000 and I'll do it for you, and you don't even need to know how it's done. No. Take somebody that wants to walk with you like Joel and do it that way, because this system can be set up once and it's like a fishing net. It'll just keep catching fish. It'll just keep going. And it won't, the classy way you do this, Joel, is super impressive to me, because when you're approaching us, me personally, some of our team members, others, you're saying, look, we're not the spammy kind of follow-up systems. That's not what we do. We'll send a quick email reminder out here, or a quick social media thing here, or we'll follow up. We'll just get pinged when they comment on social media, or we'll stay in front of them in a different way. However they want us to stay in front of them. That's how we stay in front of them. Not what's easiest for us. It's what's easiest for them. That's what we're going to do. And so that other-centered approach to marketing, you're not forcing a square peg into a round hole. You're not trying to push somebody into a room. They're asking to come into the room, and you're just opening the door. And I love the fact that we can nurture in a classy way with Joel Snyder, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you, Joel, for today. We have some guests that want to come in and have a conversation. Are we ready for that, Joel?
Let's do it. Let's have some conversation. I love that part.
And all right, Laura, Ingrid, give me a thumbs up if you want to jump in the room and have some fun. Give me a thumbs up. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we're going to have some fun. Okay.
Hey.
So this is the roundtable part of our masterclass, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we bring other marketing professionals in, put Joel a little bit on the hot seat, make him squirm a little bit, ask him some really fun and interesting questions. And we're all streaming live, so this is going to benefit thousands of people over time. And so we just want you to be, and keep asking questions in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a lot of folks have been asking questions, making comments in the social feeds that you're seeing this on. And by the way, we're here same time on this channel, the one you're watching, every week, like clockwork. I think we skipped one year. We skipped because it landed on Christmas. But every Tuesday, 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, or do the time conversion if you want. But bottom line is we're here on this channel that you're watching. People like Joel and Laura and Ingrid and Stacy Stockford and other people that talk about different aspects of marketing. So as we talk about nurturing and CRMs and follow up and these kind of buzzwords that tend to always come into our business and organizations, what questions do we have for Joel, or what stood out to you, Laura?
I've always loved Joel and his follow-up and his nurturing. I'm curious always about different techniques of follow-up. So is it good to stick with one or maybe two different ways of following up, or having different types of ways and getting creative with that in how you follow up with your potentials and your leads? What do you think is better?
So the best is the way that lead wants to be followed up with.
Mm-hmm.
So in the three real key indicators that is going to drive your decision-making process: cost of acquisition, cost of conversion, lifetime value of a client.
Mm-hmm.
So cost of acquisition is going to be made up not only of dollars, but time and resources. Do you have to give something away to move people from one stage to the next? That would be part of your cost of acquisition, right? And then once they finally converted, how much acquisition costs led up to the conversion, so that we know, okay, every sale is going to cost me, call it $500. Every acquisition might cost me $200, right? But the lifetime value of that client might be several $1,000s, right? And so, and I had this wonderful conversation with a client last week, where we have this large marketing stack made up of several different layers, which includes email, direct mail, IP address, banner ads. There's a whole system around nurturing from a predetermined list. So these people are getting hit in multiple different layers, right? So now we're reaching them in the way, we're finding them in the ways that they can find can get the information. Cost of acquisition is what drives how much of that stack we dedicate in that early stage of nurturing.
So basically, it's either worth it or it's not.
Exactly, but
there's a number there where there's a kind of a cutoff range where you're just like, it's just not worth it to pay this much for a new customer.
Right, and so in our case, we had 20 pieces of direct mail in the initial marketing stack, and we whittled it down to 3 stages and put 4 in each stage, right? So we've cut some of that cost of acquiring that lead.
Love it. Good question, Laura. Nice, thank you. Ingrid, do you have anything that stood out, or any questions around a particular language set or conversation point?
It was definitely all good. I liked how you came in the back door of systems through nurturing, something that was positive to, the entrepreneur, as opposed to that which is less appealing, say, of systems. I do have a question in regards to, do you have a tweak or an alternative for those who you do not want to exit your nurturing process, but to re-enter and to ascend to, say, a new offer or another stage?
So yeah, good question. I mean, I think the exit analysis is when that lead is burned, right? So they're just gone, right? And we just need to know why that happened, right? So when you're reviewing your exits, you're reviewing reason, sequence, elapsed time. Maybe they weren't served in a way that was timely for them, right? But that doesn't mean you can't have nurturing workflows and additional sequences. One of the things that we do is we have a client where we actually evolve them in 30-day increments. So they're in a workflow for 30 days. Then they go to the next sequence, which is a 60-day. They go to a 90, a 120, and then they exit. That exit is not a burn of that lead. It puts them into a new email sequence where all we're doing now is delivering industry information.
That's good.
So now we're always top of mind because these people are going to always be prospects of some point and sometime. We don't want to burn them unless they actively unsubscribe.
So if I'm hearing you right, Joel, there's a way to evaluate or automate, and then evaluate, or evaluate then automate, the sequence being maybe a little bit less frequent or less, just more intelligent in how it's done. And ultimately, if the only way they end up off of your radar is when they opt out, and they literally say, we're not going to be working together anytime soon. They're opting out.
Mm-hmm.
Just to follow up to Ingrid, because that was a great question. Do we ever go back to the opt-outs and do anything of like, hey, are you interested in re-engaging this conversation like 6 months later? Or is that not even worth it? Like, what's your thoughts on that for most industries?
Well, I mean, we can even think about a large purchase like a home or an HVAC system or a landscaping job, right? Eventually, there's a limited life, right,
Mm-hmm.
to all of those things. And for years, people changed their residence about every 5 years. Mm-hmm. So we knew that in the real estate market, once they got to that 4 or 5 year mark, they were new prospects, right? Because now they may be thinking about changing their environment.
Good point.
Right. So just because they're in an exit stage doesn't necessarily mean that they're gone forever. We're just going to have to be smart about how we're going to communicate with them, because they're not going to be any closer to you than where they are right now until that life cycle burns.
And that works for products, that works for service-based industries, that works for, like, many of us are coaches and consultants of some way, shape, or form. That works for all different business, nonprofits. Big donors will donate a piece of real estate or something like that, and then maybe we circle back, even after they've opted out or kind of disappeared for a while. Maybe we circle back and say, hey, and re-engage in a classy way. Keyword classy. Keep it classy, San Diego. That's what I say when we talk with Joel. He's the class he's the class of the class, ladies and gentlemen. So I love that. Well, good questions, and we're coming against the clock. Joel, I'm going to bring up your contact information one more time. So this is literally your last chance, ladies and gentlemen, to grab his freeideasession.com. We're proud of our team members. We're proud of everybody who jumped in from the green room today to ask questions. You can always look them up online. Laura, if you want to put your first and last name, people can look you up as well, just to kind of connect with some good people. But Joel Snyder, ladies and gentlemen, Snyder. Look him up on LinkedIn. And more than that, freeideasession.com. That's worth hundreds of dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Joel has helped us on thousands and thousands of dollars worth of advice, and probably a lot more than he bargained for when we first started connecting. And he's just poured into the network and poured into clients and poured into prospects and projects. And gosh, we just love having Joel around, because he's always thinking about, I'll leave you with this, ladies and gentlemen. There's a pre-sale nurturing that Joel is super good at, but don't forget about the post-sale nurturing. Mm-hmm. There's a sandwich there, and Joel is really good at making sandwiches. Really good. So you definitely want to connect with our friend here and make sure that he's available. And if you make a comment and you tag Joel Snyder, he will get that ping. He will follow up with you. He will do his due diligence. So at least reach out to him and see what he has to say about one or two of your questions. He's just good to have someone on your team, honestly. Like, just connect with him that way too. But anyway, any last comments, Joel? Are we good?
I think we've covered it all, and just keeping in mind that it doesn't have to be overwhelming. It can feel overwhelming in the beginning, but if you work the equation backwards, we can create simple steps. And that will help to remove the anxiety of how do I do this. So, and that's something I'm happy to talk you through. So let's have a conversation and let's find out what's going to help you scale your business.
God bless, ladies and gentlemen. See you this time.
Do you struggle with confidence? I know that I did when I first started out as a full-time artist. I'd create some artwork, I'd take it to an art fair or a show, and I'd be standing there, and of course people are coming, you can hear them commenting on your artwork, and sometimes it's good, makes you feel good, right? Your confidence builds. But when perhaps you hear people saying, oh no, don't really like that, don't like the use of this, that and the other, and of course it's just their opinion, right? But it can really knock your confidence and maybe even stop you from going out and doing more things with your art. And that doesn't change now with the online world, of course, because you post something on social media and you are open to a whole load of comments underneath. And I know that for a lot of people, that can be really tricky. You put something out and you say, hey, what do you think about that? And somebody would like to tell you what they think about that. And again, it's not always positive. And so sometimes we can be left with a really hurt feeling inside. You know, as artists, we're sensitive beings, right? And when we put our artwork out for the world to see, we are open to both the positive and the negative. So how do you grow your confidence then aside from all of that? And then of course there's all those tasks as a business owner too, right? There's making those phone calls. Maybe it's a follow-up client phone call. Or maybe you need to contact a gallery to ask if they'd like to have your work. Or what about closing a sale, having that sales conversation with somebody? All of these things require you to feel confident, feel good about what you're doing. Because the moment that's knocked, we know what happens is we stop taking action. And when we stop taking action, we're not, of course, going to get the results that we want, which I guess in your case is building a profitable art business, doing what you love. So in this video, I'm going to share 10 confidence tips that's going to enable you to start believing a little bit more in yourself, grow your confidence, and enable you to easily do all those out of comfort zone tasks. Well, hello and welcome back to my channel. My name's Sophie and I help artists just like you to set up, market and grow a highly successful business doing what you love. And on this channel, I share tips and tricks about all things art business related. So if that's something you're interested, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that bell to get notified every time I post a new video. Well, okay, let's dive straight into those tips. So my first tip actually is all about your comfort zone. You know what they say, when you stay in your comfort zone, then you don't grow, right? You just keep doing what you've always done. And the only way to grow or to build anything like your confidence is to step outside of your comfort zone. So I would suggest finding something each and every day, could be really small, that's going to stretch you and enable you to step outside that comfort zone. It might be one small phone call. It might be posting something that is a little bit more raw and real. It might be having a conversation with a customer. And whatever it is, if you just challenge yourself to do that every single day, and I promise you, your confidence will only grow. So my next tip number 2, is about positive self-talk. You know how easy it is to tell you what you haven't got done or what you did bad? Inevitably, we default to what we didn't do or wasn't good, right? Why is that? Why do we always default to the negative? When actually what you want to be doing is reminding yourself, hey, I've got this. I'm good at this. I can do that. I've done a task similar to that. I've made phone calls lots of times. Phone calls are easy. It would be really easy for me to just pick up that phone call, right? It's just a case of talking. I can talk. I'm good at talking. Whatever it is that you need to do to run that more positive self-talk. And if you start getting that little chatter going along and it's all supportive and it reminds you that actually you've got this, then again, that's really going to support your confidence to grow. My next tip is about taking it one day at a time. How often do we think about, oh my goodness me, here's all the things I have to do, in the next week, in the next month. They can all seem overwhelming. And if you've got things to do that are going to stretch you a bit, they're uncomfortable, things you're putting off, then likely you're actually going to feel worse. And that's not going to help your confidence, right? So if you just look at what you need to do today, and if you run that self-talk and you break everything down to really simple tasks, we say, okay, next up, I just need to pick up the phone and make a phone call. That's it, just today. I don't have to worry about what's next. With just today, I need to do these 3 things or these 5 things. And you just stay and focus in on what you need to do just on that day. And my next tip is about remembering what's important to you. Our values are really, really important when we're talking about building a sustainable business, designing a dream life, and feeling really good about what we're doing, right? We're talking about building confidence. So therefore, we want to be thinking about, well, what is important to us? The last thing you want to be doing is things that actually don't meet your values. Because when you're not meeting your values, you don't feel so good about it. You're not feeling perhaps in control. Somebody's asked you to do something, it feels a bit uncomfortable. But when we come back to our values and what's important, and we just say yes to the projects that we really want, then that is going to help you feel good about yourself, and it's going to help, again, that confidence to build. So my next tip is about using previous positive memories. So for example, let's take that phone call, because I know that that comes up so many times. Sophie, I can't make that phone call to the gallery, or I can't follow up with that client who said they were interested in something. So remember a time where you had a really happy phone conversation. Of course, it doesn't have to be business related. You could just take yourself back to a memory where you felt really good on the phone and you had a really easy conversation, maybe with a friend or a relative. And when you can hold on to that positive memory, you can remember how good it feels, right? You might even laugh and just say, God, that was such a great conversation. But if you use that to build your confidence before you make that phone call, then of course it's going to be a lot easier for you. You're going to feel good. You're going to sort of hold it in your body. You're going to smile a lot. That's something else I'm going to talk about in a minute. And then the conversation will go a lot easier, right? And again, with everything that you achieve, your confidence will start to build. My next tip is tackle a small task. Yes, you know when you get that sense of, oh, I did that, that's great. Now if I did that, I can do the next task and the next one. So for example, it could be something as silly as you've come into the studio, it's a bit of a mess. You say, okay, task number 1 is I'm going to clear up the studio. So you've done that, you've achieved it. Now you have a sense of like, okay, success. What's the next task? Okay, I'm going to deal with my emails. So I've filed all, 100 emails. Task, success. What about the next small task? Well, I just need to make a follow-up phone call, all right? Task, done, achieved, success. And the more that you do it, it's the compound factor, of course, the better you're going to feel. So before I share the next few tips, I want to ask you which one so far has resonated with you. Let me know in the comments below where you struggle with the confidence and what tip that I've suggested today you're going to use in order to help you move forwards. So I've shared 6 so far and we've got just 4 more to go. Now, my next tip for confidence is actually about smiling. And I did this a few years ago and it feels really good. Now, I don't know if you've ever done this before or seen this exercise anywhere where you smile in the mirror, looking at yourself for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes if you can. That seems like a really long period of time. Or you can just smile. You don't have to look at yourself in the mirror, but sometimes it helps, all right? It helps you to stay focused. If you want to smile, now at first you're going to be, that's how to look like something out of a horror movie. But you're just smiling because the act of smiling, it changes your facial expressions, it changes your physiology, it changes what's happening in your brain and you start to feel good, all right? Even if at first you don't think, well, I haven't got anything to smile about, just smile. Make your face into a smile and keep smiling for as long as you possibly can. Let's say somewhere, 1-2 minutes up to 5 minutes is perfect. And again, if you do this every day, you start to feel better. When we feel better, we feel more confident to do the things that we need to do. Oh, I think you're going to love the next tip. This is for all of you who love color. Perhaps I should have thought more before shooting this video in this top, but wear bright colors. Now, have you ever gone to a function, a party, or you've gone out and you're either wearing black or grey or navy, something that just kind of blends in. It's really easy to hide in those colours, isn't it? You can go along to something that you don't really want to go to, perhaps, and you can just blend in, mix, and kind of hang around in the background. But turn up in the red dress and everybody is looking at you, or the red suit, and everybody notices you. And what happens when you're wearing that colour very often is, again, you can feel good. You put it on and you feel good. So I challenge you, wear some bright colours and notice how you feel. Your confidence will lift instantly. You'll feel really good, especially if you love the item you're wearing. Obviously, don't put on something that you think, oh, I don't feel very good in this, I don't like it. It's got to be that item of clothing that you really love. Wear a bright colour and go out in the bright colour and see how amazing it makes you feel. So my next tip is linked to one nearer the beginning actually, but it's really a firm no. Saying no to things that really you don't want to do. Now you might say, what's that got to do with confidence, Sophie? Again, it's about you staking your claim. It's about you saying, do you know what? Actually, I don't want that project. I don't want to do that thing over there. And by saying no, you're really honoring yourself and you're staying true to yourself. And when you do that, again, it feels good and your confidence will grow. So you've probably noticed a lot of this is about physiology, right? It's very difficult to feel confident if you're sort of hunched and slumped down. You feel a bit like that. But if you sit up or you stand up straight, you put your shoulders back, you're instantly changing your physiology and you feel better. And when you feel better, your confidence lifts, all right? So this next tip is all about acting as if. Now, have you ever done that before? Well, let's take that party scenario. Perhaps we'll look at it and say it's a private view for an exhibition. And maybe it's not your exhibition. And you're feeling a little bit uneasy about going, it's not your thing, you've donned the red dress or the red suit and you're like, okay, I've got this, I'm gonna go. And now you're gonna act as if. You're gonna act as if you do this every day. It's a breeze for you to walk in. You're gonna chat to everybody, you're gonna meet the gallery owner, shake his or her hand and you're gonna feel good. You're gonna act as if it's something that's easy and you are that 100% confidence person. Because what's gonna happen when you do that, again, on an ongoing basis? All of these little tiny things are going to compound. When you act as if you've achieved something, as if you are that person, as if you are super confident, what's going to happen? Your body's going to assume that, and then you're going to actually become that person. You're going to become that confident person, able to go to the private view and feel really good about it, able to make those phone calls to clients, able to post something on social media and really not care about the comments that come beneath it, you know, able to grow your business, do those out of comfort zone things that you want to do. When you build your confidence, you're one step closer to the success that you know you deserve and that you know that you really want. So I hope you've enjoyed today's video. If you're not sure which tip is for you, then maybe just listen back again and decide which is the one that you're going to really work on, and then let me know.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's edition of Unlocking Your Truth, a talk about metaphysics and spirituality. And we broadcast on 101.7 FM across the Fraser Valley. You can also catch Unlocking Your Truth on all the major podcasting platforms. And you can look at past episodes on my website, drlesliephillips.com. And I'm here, I'm Dr. Leslie Phillips, and with my
sidekick.
Corey. That's right. Unlocking Your Truth is a talk show about metaphysics and spirituality, and every week we have a different discussion topic, and we also open up to the people who are listening live to ask questions. Now, how might you listen live and be a member of the chat room, I hear you ask? If you're listening on the radio show or you're listening on the podcasting platforms, well, all you need to do is you need to join the Awaken Your Psychic Abilities Facebook group, which is monitored by Corey, and you need to tell Corey that you're joining because you were invited by listening to the podcast, so that he knows why you're there. And if you don't like Facebook, you can also catch us on YouTube, because we live stream, we pre-record the show and we live stream on YouTube as well.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. Tonight's topic is present time.
Is it?
Being in the present moment.
It's living in the present moment.
Living in the present moment. And why might we want to do that? And what do we mean by the present moment anyway? What's the present moment? The present moment is the here and now. And I don't know if you've ever noticed, but however many years you have lived on this planet in this lifetime, have you ever experienced a time when your body was in the past or in the future? Have you, Corey? Has your body ever been in the past or the future?
No.
No, it can't
I had
be.
to think for a minute there. Has it? No.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single one of us who can say, oh yeah, my body was in the past. Because if your body was in the past, for your body at that point, it would still be in the present moment.
Yes, definitely.
So your body, your physical body, can only be right here, right now, in this time-space reality. Your body exists in time and space. You are the spiritual consciousness that animates the body. The body is your vesicle. Vesicle? It's not a vesicle. Well, you can be anytime, any place, anywhere. So often, and I'm sure you've all had this experience, where while your body is in the present moment, you are not. And I'll give you a couple of examples of that. Did you ever get into your car and go on a journey from A to B? And you got in the car and off you went, and you arrived at your destination. And you were conscious when you got in the car, and you were conscious when you arrived at your destination, but you have very minimal, if any, recollection of the time that has elapsed in between. And this is really, really common, especially on a trip that we do every day, like driving to work, or even if you're on public transport. It's very, very common that we phase out of this reality. We go somewhere else. So where do we go? All manner of places. We might be in the future because we're thinking about the meeting that we're going to have with our boss when we finally do get to work, or all the to-do lists that we have. We might be in the past because we're thinking about the argument we had with our husband last night, or, oh, I do hope my child will do well in his math test. Or maybe we are, we're in the past, maybe we're in another place. Like, oh, I have a relative that's unwell and they live abroad and I'm very concerned about them. So your consciousness can be past, future, present, but in another place than your body is. But your body can only ever be here and now. So that's what we need by the present moment, right? It's right here, right now, where your body resides. You, the spirit, you are not limited by time and space as your body is. You are an eternal, multidimensional being, and you exist beyond this time-space reality.
I think that's my favorite saying, that we live beyond time and space as a spirit being.
Yeah, you are multidimensional. So how can we be in the present moment with our body, and why would we want to be doing that anyway? Why would we want to be doing that? Think about your body as a focal point. It is a focal point. It is your focal point for focusing your energy through in this lifetime. And everything happens from this vehicle, from this vessel. You manifest your reality from here, right? This is the piece of you that's in the here and now, that's radiating energy, that's determining what you end up creating. So if you vacate the vessel, if you vacate the vehicle, then there's yes, you're still creating your reality, but it's happening all very unconsciously. But if you can learn to be present within the body, be grounded within the body, be awake and aware within the body, then you can direct the vehicle. You can make conscious choices about your life, and you can be in charge of the energy field that is within your body. And this is what rules your manifestation, your ability to manifest. It's determined by that energy field, by that energy vibration. So you want to be in charge of it, you want to be directing it. So that's one very good reason to stay close to your body. But how do you do it? Well, if you think about mindfulness, we've all heard of mindfulness. It's probably the most common type of meditation practice that's out there in the Western world. Mindfulness. And what does that mean? It means being very present and awake and aware. And how do we do it? By paying attention to the body. And by paying attention to the body and what's going on in the body, it draws us into the present moment, which is the point of maximum power for you to create your reality. So the body, when you think about it, it's got 5 senses. And so if we focus on the 5 physical senses, such as sound, listening to my voice talking, that's helping you come into the present moment, because I am talking in the here and now through my body in the here and now to your body in the here and now. So if you listen to that sound, any sound that is around you and around your body that your body is picking up, if you focus on that, it helps to pull you into the present. If you use your physical eyes to look at what is around you, here's a plant next to me on one side, and here's some flowers on the other side. If you use your vision to focus into the here and now, that also helps you. If you focus on your sense of touch, you feel your clothes, feel your skin on your face, your hair, anything, touch it, feel it, sense it that way. It helps you come more fully into the body. Or any tastes or smells. All of these signals from the 5 physical senses are being experienced by your body in the here and now, and by you focusing on them, it helps bring you into the present moment. A very, very common technique in mindfulness and pretty much most forms of meditation is to focus on the breath. Because if I am breathing in and breathing out, and breathing in and breathing out. As spirit, I don't breathe, but my body breathes. It's my body that's breathing. So if I focus on the breath of the body, it pulls me into the present moment. My body does some other things. It has a heart, and the heart is constantly beating and distributing blood and oxygen and nutrition around the body. So if I focus on the heartbeat, that's happening in my body, that also pulls me in to the present moment. So the more that you focus on your body and what's happening within your body, the more you are in the present moment. And like I said before, it might seem obvious, but actually it's not so obvious. Most humans are not in the present moment and not in their body. I gave you an example earlier where you go on a trip and you don't even remember how you got from one place to another. Another common one is Googling on the internet or playing a game on the internet or something, right? It's just sucking your attention in to that virtual space rather than being present within your body. So there's lots of common examples of how we do that, how we phase out of reality. And a lot of people will be outside of the body because the body is not a pleasant place for them to be. And why? Because they've stored some unpleasant things within the body. So they start to come into the body and they say, I don't like this place. It's not a pleasant place to be. I'm out of here. Examples are, if you've been through a traumatic experience, often in a traumatic experience, our immediate reaction is just to leave. Or if you've spent a lot of time being drunk or high, then you are not necessarily in the body when you're doing that. And there can be, other reasons, other like physical pain and so on or emotional pain that's going on in the body that you are in denial of, that you don't want to face, you don't want to deal with. And so you tend to float around in spiritual space rather than time space. And it's a common thing as well, I think, in many New Age spiritual practices to have a focus on heaven rather than earth, and to open up to up there and out there and forget about down here and in here. But the larger part of you is always up there and out there. Meanwhile, you've created this body. And why have you created this body? You've created this body for a special purpose, to have the experience of being in time, space, reality. And then you forgot to drive the car. So we need to learn to drive the car. Take charge of the vehicle. Look after it. Keep it clean and tidy. Make it a pleasant place to hang out, because we're meant to be driving around in it all the time. And so pretty much every show, I talk about grounding, and I lead you in the direction of a free meditation on my website to teach grounding, and I'm doing it again this time. So if you go on my website under free stuff, you'll see some free meditations, and if you go there, you can download a meditation and it will teach you two things, and both of these things help you be present in the here and now within the body. The first one is called grounding. Grounding. It's an energy technique to create an energy flow from your first chakra to the center of the earth. And it helps anchor you, the high vibration consciousness, into the body. It helps make it safe for your high vibration energy to come into the body. So this is a spiritual technique that I'm talking about. Sometimes when I talk about grounding, people go, yeah, I know what grounding is. And there's lots of different ideas out there about what grounding is. And for some people, it is go and stand outside in the grass barefoot, connect with nature in that way. And that can be a good way to focus in the here and now and into your body, because you're paying attention to your feet on the grass and all of that. But the spiritual technique of grounding is extremely powerful and is also a way of helping you heal whatever reasons have caused you not to be in the body in the first place. So if you have pain and trauma, and when you come into the body, you say, well, I can't meditate because my back hurts. because somehow you've stored some painful situations and memories in there. Grounding helps you now to release that, to make the vessel, the vehicle, the body a more pleasant place for you to hang out. The second technique is called centering, and it teaches you to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. Center of your head's in your body. And so, of course, that also helps you to bring you into the present moment. I have to take a break now, folks.
Yeah.
So
We'll take a short break, and after we come back, you could talk about centering some more.
Sure.
And then we'll start doing readings for people. Yay. That's in the future, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back to Unlocking Your Truth, where we're talking about being in the present moment, which is the only place that the body can be. It's always here and now, here and now, here and now, this moment, 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 this moment. Always in this moment. The moment changes, but you're always in it.
Same as your breath. Just one moment, one moment, one moment, one breath, one breath, one breath.
So before the show, I was talking, this segment of the show, I was talking about a meditation you can download from my website that will teach you 2 techniques. In the first segment, we talked about the grounding technique, and we were just starting to talk about centering, which is a technique to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. And it's another way that you can bring your focus here into present time where the body is, because you're sitting within the seat of consciousness within the body. It also has many powers, and one of them is the power of neutrality, which is brilliant, because if for some reason you've stored some things in your body that you don't like and you don't like being there, if you're grounded and you're centered, then it's easy to be present and be neutral about what you find, and to be in a state of acceptance rather than judgment and resistance against what you find. Because if you are in judgment and resistance, then it's much harder to change that thing. So if you're in the center of your head, you can be neutral and accepting, and then it's easier to release and let go. All right, so there's a well-known author called Eckhart Tolle who wrote a book called The Power of Now, and that's all about what we're talking about tonight, being in the present moment. That's a great read. I'm sure pretty much most people in the spiritual realm have read it, but if you haven't, read it. It's excellent. So I'm just going to open up the floor to questions already, I think. If there are. If there aren't, we'll keep talking. But
yeah, I think the gurus in India have a lot of wisdom when it comes around to being in the present. And as I alluded to before about breathing, we can, each breath that we take, we're here, right now. You can't take a breath in the future, and you can't take a breath in the past. And when you look at your breath or focus on your breath a little bit, you're very much so in the present, because each breath is life-giving. You can't skip a breath. You can never skip a breath. Heartbeats can skip. Your heart can stop. But if you stop breathing, it doesn't, even hearts can come back, but once your breathing stops completely, that's it. You're done. It's a very strong thing to be in the present.
yeah, bodies need air.
Yeah. And
that's something we do when we're not present within the body, and when we are anxious or stressed out or focusing on something that isn't, we sometimes do forget to breathe, actually.
Very true. Yeah. It's I think that's one of the things we do stop breathing, or start breathing shallower or deeper, or depending on what's happening in our lives,
Yes.
the breath has a lot to say in essence.
In fact,
It's
I
very
invite
interesting.
anyone who's listening to the show, and actually it's okay if you're driving, you can do this, whatever you're doing, is to just focus on the breath and take a really long, slow, deep breath and fill your lungs to capacity.
But don't pass out.
And
Please
then
don't pass
once
out.
you're at the top of the breath, take a really long, slow, deep breath out and empty your lungs to capacity. And when you are breathing in, you are revitalizing, replenishing, receiving, taking in from the universe. And when you are breathing out, you are letting go, you are releasing, you are relinquishing. And so that rhythm of the breath is, it's helping you, giving you the opportunity to reset your energy in every moment, actually, and to, at least on a physiological level, release things that you no longer are needing within the body, like you're expelling carbon dioxide and so on. But it also can be a very spiritual inhalation and exhalation to help you reset your energy. But there's lots and lots of breathing techniques that do help you to bring yourself into the present moment and reset your energy. One of them is called square breathing, where we breathe in and we count to, I think it's 6 breaths, 4 seconds. So breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, breathing out, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4. We do that 4 times, breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, exhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and inhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and exhale. And hold. And inhale.
That really brings you present.
And hold. And exhale. And hold. It's called square breathing, and it helps you to reset your energy, and it brings you into focus in the here and now and connects you with your body. All right.
All right. Well, I have one question from Lorraine in Facebook. And she says, centering seems very important. How do you get there?
Okay, well, take 2 fingertips. Place one fingertip at the center of your forehead. Place another fingertip side of your head, slightly above and slightly behind one of your ears. And imagine that you have a line of light emanating from the end of each fingertip. It will make the sign of the cross. And in the very center of your head is the center of the cross. That point is where the pineal gland is, in the center of the brain. It's also the center of the 6th chakra. And what you do is you focus your conscious awareness right there at that point where the pineal gland is. So you need to sort of, first of all, where am I? Where am I? You know, where am I? Where is my consciousness right now? And And then bring your consciousness to float above the top of your head. And then come and sit on the top of your head in the crown chakra, where the fontanelle is. And then you can enter the body through the top of your head and then just move down and into the center of your head. That's how you get there. That's how you get to the center of your head. And you must be grounded to do that, because the grounding helps your energy come into the body. You're very high vibration, very high energy, and the body is a much lower vibration. So we can make that connection and we can come into the body when we're being grounded. So those two techniques go together. Thank you for the question, Lorraine.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Our next question is from Prasad. So I'm going to try to decipher it a little bit. And he says, before the war, I sent with prayers rare holy ash packet of Shirdi Sai Baba, which is one per person, you only get one, to the Ukraine envoy in India for protection to be dropped on Ukrainian soil. But he is sacked now for being with Russia. Now this is where it falls apart. And it says, what it makes out, Dr. Leslie, can you tell us more? That's the question in the Q&A session. Can you please respond?
What it makes out?
Yeah, I think he says, can you tell a little bit more, talk a little bit more about the issue with trying to get that package to Russia. He sent it to an envoy in India to take to Ukraine and drop it in Ukrainian soil, sort of to try and bless the Ukraine, but it didn't seem to make it there, that as far as he knows.
Okay, and so he wants
Was he in one of your Q&A sessions, Prasad?
Oh, I think he went to one of the free Third Thursday sessions. I'm doing these free Third Thursday sessions, which is an hour on a Thursday at 1 p.m. And it's usually every third Thursday, except for July and August, where it's going to be the fourth Thursday. Maybe I should just change it to the fourth Thursday. So there's one tomorrow, and it's from 1 o'clock Pacific time to 2 o'clock Pacific time. And people who are interested in developing their psychic abilities and want to ask questions about developing their psychic abilities can show up to that Zoom call. You can sign up to it on my website, and also find out more about my psychic development courses. And if you can't find it on my website, just email info@drlesliephillips.com and I'll send you an invitation. Because I actually think I was doing it as an invitation only to people who have done the psychic quiz, get invited to that. So if you haven't done the psychic quiz on the website, go do it, and then it will send you the link to that live session. I'm not sure what Prasad is asking, Corey, so maybe we can get him to type a bit more and we can just on to another question.
Okay, Prasad, please just a little bit more, explain just a little bit more what you would like. Thank you. This is from Najiri. Hello, Najiri. Nice to hear from you again. I'm not sure why every time I'm about to manifest something, I really desire when I'm 98% of the way there is always a last minute delay. This is happening right now. What do I need to release? I would like to break this cycle once and for all.
That's interesting, isn't it? We'll have a look. Well, to me, it looks like connected to that thing of, it's almost like if I get it, I'll have to validate how powerful I am. And I'm a bit afraid of my own power. That's what it seems to be, some version of that. So I see the excitement building at getting the thing, and then as the excitement builds, you sense your own power, and then you go, oh, I'm really powerful, and I might have to acknowledge how powerful I am. So that's what it looks like to me.
I don't think that's solely a Nigeri issue. I think we all get there. I remember somebody telling me, I guess you could call it a joke around this. He says, yeah, so he says, I went out to get to a job interview. I felt really good about this job interview, and I felt certain. It was really amazing. I prepared for it. I researched the company. I went to the interview, and it was amazing. It was like I was at home, and everybody loved me, and it was phenomenal. I know this is my job, and this was on a Monday, and the fellow who did the interview said, "I'll give you a call on Friday," and with the answers. And so he waited and he waited and he waited, and Wednesday, Thursday, I'm going to get this job. I know it. And he sat and meditated on, I'm going to get this job. I know I'm going to get this job. And Friday came along and the telephone rang, and it was this company, and it was the gentleman that did the interview. And he said, I'm sorry to say, but you didn't get the job. And the fellow said, okay, no problem. Thank you very much. He hung up. He said, I knew I wouldn't get it. We do that. We think we're being completely involved in our intention setting, but like she says, there's that she's 98%. You can't be 98%. You got to go all the way. Just let it go. Right, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I mean, it's vibrational. So the more in alignment and the more you're believing in your manifestation, the more likely it is to manifest. And the more that you're doubting and disbelieving, the less likely it is to manifest.
Definitely. Okay, this is from Brian. Brian says, is yawning, coughing, sneezing, are those signs of moving energy that seems to be happening a lot lately, and it seems to be connected to energy shifts I'm aware of?
The short answer is yes.
Give us a long answer, Dr. Leslie.
Well, yeah, yawning, coughing, and sneezing, they are all crying, tears coming out your eyes. They're all ways of releasing energy. And it's funny, I had a breakthrough session with one of my students today, and she said, Dr. Leslie, I keep yawning when I meditate. Is that normal? And I said, yeah, it's absolutely is normal. And it's quite common for people who are even doing psychic readings. Actually, it looks like you're bored, but you're yawning because it's a natural way of releasing energy. Because often when we're meditating, doing a psychic reading, there's a lot happening, there's a lot shifting, there's a lot changing. And it's just one of the ways that the body just naturally gets involved to help release energy. So yeah, Brian, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leslie. Very good. Nigeri says, wow, this is quite profound. I received this. Thank you.
You're welcome, Nigeri.
Yeah, thank you. This is from Carol. Carol says, I remember you mentioned to stay in the center of your head throughout the day. I find myself sitting back to front of my head. Any tips?
So I've got a number of different Carols actually in my courses. I think it's
It is Carol Mann.
Yes. So I would never have said to stay in the center of your head for the whole of the day. What I would have said is be in the center of your head depending on what you're engaged in. If you do an intellectual job, or if you're doing your accounting, then or something administrative like that, or operating machinery, then you be in the frontal lobes of your brain, because now you're doing a function that is very much in the physical. and your brain is geared to help you do those physical tasks, like thinking and working things out in a logical, linear way. So be in the center of your head when you want to access your neutrality, when you want to access your clairvoyance, when you want to access your intuition. Be at the center when you want to be non-judgmental. When a challenging situation arises and you're finding it difficult to be neutral because you feel like somebody's picking on you or something like that, then be in the center of your head. Or if you want to look at a choice that you're going to make and you want to access your intuition, then be in the center of your head. So be in the center of your head depending on what you're doing and what you're wanting to tap into. Is it your intellect? Is it your intuition? And then she said she has a tendency to be back to front. I'm not exactly sure what that meant, but probably what might be happening is, as you're naturally needing to do tasks that involve your brain, you're moving forward because that's the place you need to be to do that task. So that's not a problem. The problem arises is that most people stay in their intellect all the time and then they can't access their intuition. And most people, when they're trying to access their intuition, get in their intellect and that interferes. So they're both great places to be. It just depends on what you're doing. All right, then we have to go to another break. Welcome back, everybody, to Unlocking Your Truth, where tonight's show is on being in the present moment, but we are in that stage in the show where we open to your questions and you're welcome to ask about anything.
By the way, Lorraine says, Dr. Leslie, you look lovely tonight.
Thank you, Lorraine. I don't
Brian.
have my thing that I put in my hair on tonight, do I?
Yeah, and Brian says, thank you. And Carol says, oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie. I must have got it mixed up.
Yeah, maybe. No, yeah, I mean, just on that question, I had another question today in a breakthrough session with a student, and she'd taken some other training, and the teacher had told her to open her crown chakra. If she wanted to be a medium and talk to people who passed away, or what you must do, she said, is you must open your crown chakra. And then this person was sort of telling people to just keep their crown chakras open. And this lady said, well, it never felt right to me. And I felt sort of disassociated from reality. And I didn't feel like I was in my body. And I said, well, of course not. Because if you have your crown chakra really wide open, you are connecting with not just this reality, but everything that's out there in the universe. So there's a tip. If you want to be in the present moment, don't have your crown chakra wide open, just have it open a little bit, because that's enough to be right here, right now. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because I often encounter that idea that to be spiritual, the journey is open your chakras, open them all up. And then we've made it when we've opened all our chakras. And my philosophy is, what experience of reality do you want to have? Because you will get a different experience of reality if your chakras are open versus, if they're more open versus less open. You can, and you can configure them differently, and it will give you a different experience of reality. So mastering your psychic abilities is not about opening them all really, really wide. It's about understanding what happens when you do that. And is that the experience that you're wanting to have? So having your crown chakra open really wide, that creates a need for a massive amount of grounding to counterbalance that level of opening. And most people float away into hyperspace when they do that. And it's often also related to, or a cause for, the idea of some mental illnesses, because now you're in touch with all these alternate realities that have nothing to do with this time-space reality, which is what we're talking about today, being in this time-space reality.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie.
Mm.
And folks, if you're enjoying the show, please give us a like, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. If you don't mind, that would be lovely. And so this is from Katie. And Katie says, can we be present while we're multitasking, such as watering plants in the yard while listening to our favorite Psychic Abilities radio show?
I think you can be present while you're multitasking. Because if all of those things are on the physical level, right, you can be listening to music while you are watering your plants and still be very, 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 very present. I think that what sometimes happens if we're listening to a podcast is we go into the realm of ideas, we go into the mental space, and then we sort of phase out the body level. But you don't have to. You can stay grounded and present while you're listening.
But it can help as well. It can help to focus. I know that, like, remember with that thing we did with eating that we learned from our Vietnamese monk? When you're eating, if you take a bite of your food, put down your fork, and then concentrate on eating, and you'll see that the food tastes completely different. So if you're doing something, you can do both, but you might get more out of it if you're just doing the one thing at a time and focusing on the one thing, as opposed to trying to get it over with as well. Oh, I got to get to because what you're doing by watering and listening to the show is you're saying, well, the watering isn't important, but the show is. But can you give importance to both equally? What do you think, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I think it depends. It's an interesting one. One thing I've always found interesting is some people listen to music to help them study. Now, I was never able to do that. I had to have complete silence so I could study, because if there was music on at the same time, I would drift away and I would not be able to be in that point of focus. That was before I knew how to ground, but I wonder if I still would be like that now. I think probably, actually. So I think that there are some differences between people as well.
Yeah.
Roy likes to listen to music, don't you? And you don't drift away, but I do.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. It all depends on what I'm doing. When I studied, I used to like to listen to music. And I think the music sort of, depending on the type of music you listen to, can keep you present as well.
I've never found any music that helps me stay more present than if I don't have any noise. Yeah.
Apparently Baroque music opens the channel between the two sides of the brain, the left and the right brain. And so there's there's more learning and more logical learning, but also more heartfelt learning, more don't know the word, what you call it, that type of learning, but more spiritually centered learning. Anyway,
we digress.
Thank you.
Well, not really. It's always about the present moment, wasn't it?
Not digressing. No. Okay, this one's from Katie. Katie says, can we be present? Oh, that was Katie. Well, this is Erica. Erica says, according to your quiz, my primary clair is clairaudience. Wonderful. Congratulations. I've been trying to connect with my spirit guides for some time now without much luck, and haven't been able to really decipher any messages that make sense or resonate. I'm hoping you could help me figure out their name and or a message from them.
Okay, sure. And I'll just also, and by the way, Erica, in that quiz, clairaudience tends to be more of a rare one. in terms of what most people find. Most people, I think, clairsentience is the top one, then claircognizance, then I think it's clairvoyance, then clairaudience, or I might have that the wrong way around. So yeah, so all right, and so I'm going to look at this and give you an answer, but I just want to also mention that it's developing your psychic abilities is a bit like going to the gym. You have to practice. You have to learn how to use the machinery, how to use the equipment. So I have created many psychic development courses to help you learn the equipment and learn how to operate it and practice it so that you know what you're doing with your psychic abilities and you know how to consciously access them. And that journey begins with the Unlock Your Intuition course that gives you a grounding of spiritual techniques and also helps you to overcome the most common blocks to intuition while simultaneously teaching you some psychic development tools. Then after that, I have a clairaudience course, where you spend 10 weeks focusing on that ability called clairaudience, where you learn now how to interpret what you're getting, and you learn how to tune in to different frequencies that, all of your guides have got different frequencies. So how can you consciously tune into this frequency and that frequency and listen to that guide and listen to the other guide? You learn all of that in that course. Because it's not, I spent myself 6 years in a modern mystery school from 1998 to about 2004. And I lived and breathed this stuff. And that's why I'm so good at what I do, because I've devoted my life to it. And I think sometimes people think, well, I'll read a book or I'll take a weekend course and that'll be me and I'll tick the box and I'm and it's like anything. The more you focus, the better you become. So anyway, that said, Erica, let's have a look at your idea of your spirit guides. Well, first thing I'm noticing is this sort of interesting energy configuration that sort of comes down like this to your throat chakra. And your throat chakra is the one that's responsible for clairaudience. And this sort of strange triangle energy configuration, the energy here is pink. It's almost like you're wearing this pink collar of energy. And I feel that that is relating to your spirit guides. So I'm just going to look at that a little bit longer. One of the things is to let go of expectations of to let go of expectations around spirit guides and to let go of expectations around the messages. And the other thing that they're saying is to be playful and make it fun and make it light and make it amusing, make it funny. So sometimes we get serious and we get into effort when we're trying to accomplish these things, and that doesn't help. So it feels like this pink energy is trying to help you to get into more of a light, amused, fun kind of vibe. And I'm seeing one of your guides, and I'm just taking a moment to talk to them before I say anything. Well, you've got one of your guides is this lovely, the energy vibration is almost like this silvery, pearlescent vibration. These are energy beings, right? They they don't look like us, but sometimes they project an image like us. And this beautiful pearly, silvery, opalescent being is projecting the idea of a very amusing picture of it's like a funny comedy Halloween vampire with a mustache and a cape. And that's just, it's that is supposed to be, and it's almost like a funny magician as well. That's the message that I was translating into making it fun and not making it serious and not having any expectations. And that's a projection coming from the spirit guide that really, to me, looks like this silvery energy, but it's communicating with you. Well, in this case, it's communicating with me through pictures. But let's have a look at the clairaudience again. Give us a second. So there is a song playing and it says, smile even though your heart is breaking. But it just means, again, it's like, it's always advocating this inner smile, this state of having an inner smile, cultivating this inner happiness, this high vibrational amused state as being helpful for your development of your psychic abilities. Because when we're amused or when we're smiling, then our vibration is high. So that is counterbalancing things that arise in the system that are a lower vibration, like feeling sad. But if I smile, it will uplift me. So I hope that helps, Erica.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm just going to read Brian's note, and then we're going to have to sign off. What's amazing is that I've cultivated awareness, even if I'm multitasking. No matter what's going on, awareness pulls me into the present moment if I get lost. I may hear a song on the radio with a message for me, or a quote on a TV show or movie that deeply resonates, or an animal crosses my path with a spiritual gift. Suddenly I become entirely present. Something pulls my entire attention to that message. It's incredible. I've even heard it in my head when I think too much to suddenly focus on my breath. That's interesting. Cool, Brian. Thank you. By the way, folks, there's no show next week, but we'll be returning on the following week at 1 p.m. So thank you all. Dr. Leslie, would you like to say goodbye?
See you in 2 weeks, everybody.
If you ever wanted to start your e-commerce business in the fashion niche, then do not go anywhere, because in this ultimate guide for beginners, I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business and really make it in this wonderful and best-selling industry. Don't go anywhere. Quick intro and let's go. Hello everyone, I'm Liran from AutoDS, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business, and a successful one at it. We're going to tap into how to start a dropshipping business into the clothes fashion niche, and then I'm also going to show you what are some of the best suppliers that you can work with to get the best clothes products for your store. And I'm also going to go over the best products that you can sell today in the clothes and fashion niche. So what are the best clothes that we can sell, since it's such a vast and general category? So without further ado, let's jump straight into the action. And 1 second before that, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to always stay updated on all of the latest and all of the hottest topics that we have coming out in the world of dropshipping. Having said that, let's go ahead and begin. How do we start dropshipping clothes? Where do we start? And how do we do it correctly to maintain and build a profitable dropshipping business? So first things first, why even dropship clothes in the first place? Well, first of all, you should always be selling in a niche that you are interested in. But
having an interest in a certain niche is usually never enough. We have to make sure that there is a big market, a big demand for these products before we tap into it and start researching for products. So how do we know if clothes is even a profitable category? How do we know that there is enough room for us in the market? This graph right here from Common Thread shows you the annual revenue in sales in the apparel market in billions. So for example, last year in 2021, the apparel market sold almost $370 billion in revenue. In 2022, which is this year, it's forecasted to sell at $385 billion. And next year, it's going to continue growing to 397. And of course, it will continue increasing year by year, just as we're used to in the e-commerce market. You also have good stats from other good sources like Statista, showing you how the clothes industry, how the fashion industry is increasing year by year. So of course there's room to jump in, and what better time than now? By the way, everything that I'm going over in this video, you can read about it in a full blog article, which I will leave a link to right below this video. So what are the steps to starting, creating, running, and maintaining a successful and profitable clothes dropshipping business? These are the steps that we need to take. Step number one, we need to identify a niche. So the clothes or the fashion industry is a very, very general niche. We're going to have to narrow that down and find some best sellers, some products that can sell today that have high demand, which I will get to soon in this video. But step number one is identifying a niche. Step number two, we need to choose clothing products to sell. Since once we identified our niche in step number one, now we need to find which products we want to add from that niche to our dropshipping stores. Step number three, we need to find a reliable dropshipping supplier. And it kind of comes with step number two. In order to find clothing products that you want to sell, you need to find suppliers who can actually sell them. So you tapped into your niche, you found whatever products you want to sell inside that niche. Now we have to find suppliers that actually have those products that you can resell. Step number four, we need to choose a selling platform, because up until now we talked about products and how we're going to get them and where we're going to get them from. But now we need some place to sell it on. And that is what the selling channel is good for. Step number five, we need to choose an automation software. Now that we need to start listing our products and actually create our online store, we also want to be able to scale our dropshipping business and not limit ourselves to a certain number of tasks per day, which will always limit us from growing and expanding our dropshipping empires. Step number six, we're going to list our products. Now that we know what products we're going to sell and we have our dropshipping suppliers who can sell those products to us, which we will sell to our end customers. And of course, we have our selling channel, so we know what platform we're going to use to sell these products on. Now it's time to actually list those products. Step number seven, we're going to learn how to market our clothing store. And that is because now that we have our products listed on our stores, does anybody even know that our store exists? Does anybody even know that we have products in our stores that they're actually looking to buy? Most likely the answer to this question will be no. Nobody knows that your store exists. Although it does depend on what selling channel you are using. We're going to talk about all of that. But in any case, this is the part where we have to get our brands known and get traffic directed to our stores so we can make those sales and profit. Step number eight will be fulfilling our orders, because now we marketed our products, our stores exists, we did a great job on product research. Now we're finally hitting those sales and we need to actually fulfill our orders. We got paid by our buyers on our online stores. Now we're going to need to fulfill those orders and send those products to our buyers. Step number 9, we're going to learn how to provide excellent customer service, because after we make orders on our stores, every now and then customers will reach out to us and either ask a simple question, maybe they'll want to return the product for a refund or replacement, or maybe they just want to reach out and ask something very simple, or maybe even ask for a promotion because they want to buy from your store again. For whatever the reason, we want to provide the best customer service that we can. And that is what we're going to learn in step number 9. And then in step number 10, we're going to keep track and learn to analyze our stores so that we can continue making sales and profit and multiply our success and learn to scale. Those are the 10 steps that we're going to go over in this video, and those are the steps that you need to take to run, build, and maintain a high converting and successful dropshipping business in the clothes and fashion industry. So let's go ahead and begin with step number 1, which is identify a niche. Now, while clothes or fashion is the main general niche here, we're still going to need to narrow that down and find micro niches that are selling well inside this big, vast general niche. For example, you can look for things like women's dresses, winter gloves, gym wear, and so forth. All of these are micro niches inside the fashion and clothes main general niche. Now, the way to do that is with extensive product research. And one of the best things about the dropshipping business model is that you can continue testing products over and over and over and over and over and keep replacing the slow movers, replace them with new products that you want to test, and of course, multiply your success by adding more products that are similar to those that are selling for you. But in the beginning, before you start making sales, you can continue testing new products and replacing those slow movers because you're not investing in any inventory, which is one of the best things about the dropshipping business model. It's very easy to test the market and continue testing more and more until you start finding those that start selling for you. So first, you want to identify a niche by going to suppliers' websites, which I will go over soon, tapping into their clothes and fashion categories and going into those micro categories and checking out what sub niches they have there. Just like I just mentioned before, it can also be hats or scarves or socks, and look for a micro niche and then a micro niche that's really selling well on a certain sock with a certain feature, or underwear, boxer shorts, whatever it may be. Now, we're going to talk about extensive product research soon. So the first step is to identify a niche. Go to your suppliers' websites, see what subcategories they have under the clothes niche, see what is selling really well on your suppliers' websites, and start testing out those products on your website. Now let's talk about step number 2, choose clothing products to sell. Once you identified your niche, like for example, let's say you went with winter gloves, then now you want to go inside the winter gloves subcategory or sub niche and see what type of winter gloves are trending there. For example, are they heated winter gloves? Are they electric, non-electric? What type of fabric or material is it made out of? What types of variations do you have here? Different colors, different sizes, and so forth. And look for something that is trending well. Going through your suppliers' websites is one way to do it, and I'm going to talk about what suppliers you can use soon. But there are many different product research methods, and this is a very important thing to grasp and take control of, because the quality of product research that you're going to do is going to be the end result, whether your products and your store is going to sell or not. So product research, you need to put hours of work on it, and you'll always keep working on product research. Even after automating almost all of your business, product research is something that you want to keep working on. And this is something very important to say. So there are other ways of doing it besides just looking at what's selling on your suppliers' websites. For example, you can also use the internal product research system embedded into the AutoDS system. So if you are an AutoDS member, you have that free product research tool where there you can see thousands and thousands of products from our databases that are selling really well for other dropshippers, and you can try your luck with them too, while also looking for other products that are similar to them so that you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition. Now, there are other methods, other ways of product research. I can't go into all of those methods in this video, so be sure to always check out our YouTube channel at youtube.com/AutoDS. You have the Sell These Now playlist, which we are updating constantly all the time with hot and fresh new trending product ideas. And also, of course, our blog page at autods.com/blog. You can filter the product finding and best sellers category to also read about those products. So it goes together with step number 2, choose clothing products to sell inside that niche that you found in step number 1. Now in step number 3, we have to find a supplier. Now, there are many dropshipping suppliers that you can use. Some are retail suppliers, some are marketplaces, and some are private wholesale suppliers. Either way, there are millions and millions of products, especially clothes products, for you to sell and resell. And we're going to talk about these suppliers soon. Step number 4 is choosing a selling platform. As I mentioned, this is where you're going to sell your products on. And the best selling channels that I can recommend for you to work with today are eBay, Shopify, Wix, and Facebook Marketplace. You've also got additional selling channels like WooCommerce, BigCommerce, and so forth. But those are the top selling channels that I would recommend using if you're a beginner, if you're just getting started and you want to be able to build a successful dropshipping store. The main differences between them is that on Shopify and Wix, you're creating your own website from scratch. Even if you have no technical skills, you'll have your own domain name, www.yourstorename.com, and you can list as many products as you want from day one. On the other hand, you don't have any free organic traffic to your store. So as soon as you list products and your store is ready to start selling, you'll need to start using online marketing methods in order to drive traffic to your store and I'm going to talk about that soon too. Besides that, you also have Facebook Marketplace and eBay, which is really easy to start selling on. For Facebook Marketplace, if you are a US citizen and you have a SSN, social security number for verification once you reach $599 in sales, you can easily sell on the Facebook Marketplace. There is low to no competition there, and pretty much any bestseller that you list from your supplier's website has a very high chance of selling organically on the Facebook Marketplace. But of course, once again, you need to live in the US, otherwise you will not have the shipping methods available when you list a product, and this way all of the 50 states in the US will not see your listing and you won't be making any sales. So that is the prerequisite for getting started there. And of course, you have eBay. If you haven't started a seller account on eBay yet, I highly advise to check out our YouTube videos and our blog articles on how to dropship on eBay successfully, because eBay is looking at new sellers through a magnifying glass, making sure that you know what you're doing during your first steps. Otherwise, they temporarily suspend your account until you get them on the phone and let them know who you are and answer their questions about your online business. This is usually not a problem, but it's a barrier for many, and you do have to take it step by step with the right knowledge to start dropshipping on eBay. And if you have an eBay account and you already sold on your eBay account before, it'll be much easier for you to get started there. Step number 5, we need to choose an automation software. Now this is where the fun begins. When you'll create your dropshipping store, no matter what selling channel you use, from what I just talked about a minute ago, you're going to have to start listing products from your supplier's websites, those ones that you found from your product research. So if, for example, I found a product and now I want to add it to my store, the manual way of doing it means downloading all of the images on my supplier's website, copying all of the product's information, the titles, the descriptions, the item specifications, and pasting it one by one on my dropshipping store. This can take a while to import each product, and one product can take anywhere between 10 to 20 to even 30 minutes to import, and I'm just talking about one product. What are you going to do once you want to have thousands of products? And another question, what are you going to do once the prices change on your supplier's website and you're selling those products in your store too? You need to have price monitoring and also stock monitoring. If the stock status changes to out of stock on your supplier's websites, you also want it to go out of stock on your dropshipping store so that no one will buy something that you will not be able to fulfill for them. So price and stock monitoring, and of course easy product importing. Using dropshipping automation tools like AutoDS, you will be able to quickly import products from your supplier's websites to your dropshipping stores in just a couple of seconds. And on top of that, you also have automatic order fulfillment, and this is really one of my favorite parts. As soon as an order comes into your dropshipping store, it gets fulfilled automatically by the system. And on top of that, tracking numbers will also be updated automatically, and you'll also enjoy easy one-click returns during the process. And you can do all of this using your buyer accounts or using AutoDS's buyer accounts and letting AutoDS take care of the hard part without using your credit line at the bank. More info on that on the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, so check that out. But this is one of the main reasons why you want to have an automation software. You cannot scale if you're importing each product one by one. You cannot scale if you don't have price and stock monitoring, and you cannot scale if you do not have automatic orders. These are just some of the many features that AutoDS can help you with, along with automation from over 25 dropshipping suppliers and several selling channels to choose from. So don't forget to check that out. Go to autods.com, see all of the features, and understand exactly how this is going to help you scale and succeed with your dropshipping business and not stay limited, making the same amount of low sales and profit every day and wondering what you're doing wrong with your business. So in step number 5, we're going to sign up with AutoDS and get ready for quick product importing and everything else that I just mentioned. Step number 6, we can now list our products. So let's take a quick example of how this is done. While there are several methods to import your products using AutoDS, like using the one-click importer, the single and multiple product importer, and the bulk importer by a CSV file, which you can easily generate from the AutoDS Chrome extension, which is absolutely free to use. In this case, I'll just show you a quick example of the one-click importer. Let's go to any dropshipping supplier and search for winter gloves. Now let's say we did our product research and we noticed that bundle sets are actually working really well. We'll say that there's a lot of offices or a lot of places around the world that are looking to buy gloves in bulk because they have a whole bunch of students or workers or so forth that they want to supply these gloves to. So this is one of the products that I want to import to my stores. As you see, this is the product page. But what I'm going to do first is download and install that AutoDS Helper extension. So on Google, I'm going to search for AutoDS Helper and click on the Chrome extension link. Then I'm going to click on Add to Chrome. Now, as you can see, it's been added to Chrome. So I'm going to head back to the suppliers page, and I'm going to refresh it so I'll see that one-click importer button. So let's just give it a couple of seconds, and right here above the title you can see the import to AutoDS button. Let's pin the extension so that we'll always see it up here, and then I'll click on it, and here I can choose what store I want to import this product to when I'm using this one-click importer. So in this case, I'm going to leave it on Shopify Best Shop USA and import it to my Shopify store. So I click on the variant that I want, and now I'm simply going to click on Import to AutoDS. Now, as you can see, the small animation here at the button has begun, which means that the import process has begun to the drafts page of my dropshipping store. And if I head over to the AutoDS platform, it will show up right here in the draft section in just a couple of seconds after it's done. As you can see right here, the draft is being created, and I can click on View Details to track the progress and wait for it to finish. And that is actually how simple it is to get it in the draft section of your store. Once it'll be there, I'll be able to easily optimize the product. For now, let's continue with the step-by-step process. As I mentioned, there are a few methods to import products. That is one of the fastest ways to do it, but there are also different ways to import single products, and there are also fast ways to import thousands or even tens of thousands of products at once, if that's what you want, to your dropshipping store using the AutoDS extension. I will not go over that in this video to keep it as short as possible, but of course, head over to autods.com and check out the features that we have up here and click on Products Importer to learn more about those methods. So now that we finally have products on our stores, the 7th step is to market our store. As I mentioned before, now that your stores are up and running, hardly anyone knows that it exists. Now, this is true if you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. But if you listed those products on Facebook Marketplace and eBay, while there are promotion tools using those selling channels, you also have free organic traffic from those selling channels. eBay has a huge customer base, as does Facebook, and as soon as you list a product on your stores, people will be able to see your listing as long as they search for anything similar on those selling platforms. But in other places like Shopify and Wix, you will have to put some money on the side for marketing and use different marketing solutions, different online marketing methods in order to market your store. Let's start with eBay. As I mentioned, while you still have free organic traffic, there are still 2 promotions that work really well on eBay. The first is promoted listings, and the second is promoted listings advanced, which is eBay PPC or eBay pay-per-click. And as you can see, you have a link to an article on each and every one of those methods to learn how to do it correctly. So the first one is promoted listings, as I just mentioned, and only after that, eBay will deduct that certain percentage that you gave them. For example, you can tell eBay, hey eBay, I'll give you 5% from the product's price if you are able to promote this listing and make a sell from promoting it. And then you can choose all of the products or some of the products that you have in your store. And only after eBay is able to make a sell from making you sponsored, from giving you a sponsored spot on those products, only then they will take out that 5% or whatever you gave them from the transaction fee. The second method for promoting your products on eBay is using eBay PPC Advanced. eBay Advanced Promoted Listings, or eBay Promoted Listings Advanced by the way they call it, and this is just another way of saying PPC or pay-per-click. Once again, you have a full blog article on how to use the PPC campaign with a live example of how I used it on my store, along with all of the advantages and all of the benefits. But do keep in mind, this does mean that you need to have a budget, because every time someone clicks on your ad using this Promoted Listings Advanced PPC feature, you are going to pay eBay a few cents or several cents. So it really depends on how much money you are giving them in order to rank higher than your competitors who are auctioning for the same keywords or for similar keywords. And PPC is something that the biggest marketplaces in the world and the biggest companies in the world are using. For example, Amazon have their own PPC campaigns. You have Facebook PPC campaigns or Facebook ads, same thing with Google, same thing with YouTube, and so forth. So this is a relatively new feature on eBay that just rolled out in the previous year, and it's actually working pretty well. So check this out. So check this feature out if you're looking for more ways to promote your products and make more sales on eBay. For Shopify and Wix, you also have PPC methods like running Facebook ads or running Google or YouTube ads. But one of the best ways to start is using Facebook ads, and you can learn how to do this, a full A to Z demonstration using a few different links. One is autods.com/ebooks, and here we have a free ebook that will take you through the 8 steps that you need to take to start, run, and manage successful PPC campaigns. Whether you're dropshipping on Shopify or Wix, it doesn't really matter. It's the same for each platform. And here you're going to learn about the basics of online marketing, how to create your Facebook ads account, installing the Facebook pixel, how to perform audience research and target the right audiences, how to create Facebook video ads, so how to create videos for your ads, whether you have videos for them or not, how to set your Facebook campaign goals and ad sets, and then how to launch your Facebook ad and how to analyze and optimize your ads once you start seeing results. And the more you test on ads, the more you test on Facebook ads, the better your results will be for the next time you run a new ad. And this is the way to do it. You start slowly and gradually build your way up until you find products that start to sell well. You learn to scale those ads, and you can learn all of that using that free ebook. So once again, that ebook is 100% free. And if you're the type who likes to watch instead of read, you can also head over to autods.com/courses. And here we have a few courses: an eBay, Shopify, and Facebook course. But here I want to talk about the Shopify one, which is once again also relevant for Wix. Here you're learning how to start your own Shopify store from scratch. But what's relevant for Shopify and Wix in this course is the Facebook ads. So if you just scroll down to create, configure, and launch Facebook ads, you can take these lessons. So you got the intro to Facebook ads, and then all of the video lessons: set up a Facebook page, Facebook ads account, the pixel, audience research, and everything else that I talked about. So you can watch all of those videos, once again 100% for free, and learn how to run and manage successful Facebook PPC campaigns. So this is one of the ways to do it, one of the ways to market your store and market your products and your brand using selling channels like Shopify and Wix. You can also use influencer marketing to get influencers to make a shout out for your product, for your brand, as long as their audience are related to the niche that you are trying to sell. So you need to look for influencers in your niche or who have audiences who are interested in your niche. And the best way to do that is using influencer marketing platforms. So once again, you have the link to that in the article below this video. And here you're going to learn about the best influencer marketing platforms that you can use to spot these influencers and not just create Google searches and look for influencers there, which will be much more challenging for you. So you got these influencer marketing platforms that group all of the relevant influencers in one place. And there you can read reviews about them from other people who hired them, and also check out their audiences and see if they are relevant to your niche. Influencer marketing platforms is another way to market your store when you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. Another option is by using email marketing. Email marketing is one of the best solutions because it doesn't cost any money to send an email, but what you will need is an email list of thousands of subscribers who are interested in your niche, in your product, and in your brand. The way to get them is by simply offering promotions on your website. For example, you can give anyone who enters your store a certain discount using apps from the Shopify store or from the Wix store. There are even free apps to do this that will simply offer promotion codes for your customers in exchange for their email address. That is one way to obtain your buyers' email addresses, and once you have an email list of a few thousand subscribers, even you can start at a few hundred, but a few thousand will have a positive effect on your marketing campaigns. You can send them email marketing campaigns, show them your products, show what problem this product is solving, and of course give them a certain promotion if they purchase that product. It's all about giving your buyers the feeling that they are getting great discounts when they buy from your store, and in exchange they will give you their email addresses as well as purchase from your store. And once they're happy with the product, they're also going to not only turn into repeat customers but also refer their friends and their family to buy from you. But that also goes along with customer service, which is one of the last topics that we're going to talk about. So learn about the different ways to promote your products. You can also once again learn a lot more from our YouTube channel and from our blog page. Here I'm trying to keep things more simple. And for Facebook Marketplace, once again, you have a lot of free organic traffic like you have on eBay, but there's still a great way to promote your products there. And I have a video that I recorded on that subject, so you can click on promoting our products under the Facebook Marketplace marketing section. And here, as you can see, you'll learn about a great way to promote your products on Facebook by giving your buyers a certain promotion. And this is a great way to promote your products and boost them on Facebook, as well as also sharing your listings in relevant buy and sell groups on Facebook. That doesn't cost any money, and it will get you more traffic to your store. Now that we are done with the marketing part of our stores, well, we're not really done. You still have a lot of research and a lot of implementing to do, but all of the information is here for you. Now that we are done marketing our products, we're actually going to start making sales. And this is the part where we need to start fulfilling our orders. Now, the regular way to do it is to simply head over to our supplier's website and purchase the product from there. So for example, let's say that these gloves, which I also imported to my store just a few minutes ago, and as you see here, it's already in my drafts page. So I'm gonna get back to this soon. But in any case, let's say that this product sold, and now I need to fulfill this order. So the manual way to do it is by simply adding it to my cart, purchasing the product, and using my customer's address as the shipping location. So this way I'm simply ordering the product and shipping it directly to my buyer without me having to physically see or touch the product myself. This is a dropshipping business model and it works quite well. But in any case, this is the manual way to do it. And once you'll have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 plus orders per day, you will not be able to do this manually. Now, granted, on the one hand, you can hire a virtual assistant, and they're also supported inside the AutoDS system where you can give them certain privileges and not give them access to all of your store at once in the beginning. But in any case, you can use virtual assistants to take care of this process for you. But the easier way to do it is by simply automating your orders. Now, there are two ways to automate your orders on AutoDS. The first one is by using semi-automatic orders, which means AutoDS will go to your supplier's website, and it can be any supplier. It doesn't just have to be this example that you're seeing here. You can simply head over to autods.com/suppliers to see all of the suppliers that we support today in AutoDS in all of these different regions around the world. And here you can enjoy all of the automation settings, including price and stock monitoring, quick product importing, many price automation settings and things like that, which you will learn about once you head over to autods.com and learn about the features. But in any case, you can use all of these suppliers and enjoy the automation settings. One of those automation settings is automatic orders. There's two different types of automatic orders. One is semi-automatic orders, which isn't fully automatic. It's using your buyer accounts, meaning once you get an order, the system will fulfill it for you automatically and send it to your buyer, but it will log into your supplier's website using your login information and your payment settings that are configured inside your buyer account. This means that you're using your own credit card or whatever you have in your supplier's buyer account settings, which means you're using your own credit line at the bank. The second way to do it is using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which works today with US suppliers selling at US dollar currency. With the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, every time you get an order, the system can process it for you automatically, and the order status will change accordingly to the relevant status. And once tracking information is available, it will also be updated automatically on AutoDS and on your selling channel so that your buyers will be able to track the progress. And if you're using suppliers like Amazon who give you AMZL tracking numbers that are not supported on other selling channels, which means your buyers will not be able to track the tracking events of their delivery progress, then with our automated order solution, no matter if it's a semi-automatic or fulfilled by AutoDS, we work with Blue Car Express and Aqualine to convert your tracking numbers and turn them into trackable and supported and readable tracking numbers. So it solves a few problems at once, especially the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which does not use your buyer accounts. So if you want to dropship from places like Amazon, but you know that your buyer account is going to get suspended at one place at one point or another because Amazon doesn't really like the fact that you will be dropshipping from their platform. And by the way, guys, there are many suppliers that you can use. Once again, you don't have to use the retail arbitrage method. You can also work with private wholesale dropshipping suppliers, and soon you'll have enough of them embedded into the product research of the AutoDS system, but more on that in other videos. You can choose whatever supplier you want from this list. Some are super dropshipping friendly, and some are retail marketplaces like Amazon, which you can still utilize using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, because in the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, we're not using your buyer accounts. It's using only AutoDS's buyer accounts, which means you don't have to worry about account locks. You have easy one-click returns, and everything is 100% automated. So learn about all of those features, and I'm going to show you a quick overview of the orders page on AutoDS just so you can see what it looks like. So when an order comes in, it can start in pending or automatically send to auto order depending on what you have in your settings. And once that happens, it'll change to the ordered status with the buy order ID from your supplier's website as soon as the order was fulfilled. And after that, it will turn to shipped with the tracking number available in AutoDS and on your selling channel once there's tracking information available, once again updated automatically, and delivered once it reaches your buyer. So all of this is automated for you. You don't need to do anything. You can sit back, relax, and continue working on product research, customer service, and growing your e-commerce business. Those are the most important things in order for you to keep growing and keep profiting and make it in this business. And like I said, you also have easy one-click returns. Just take an order status, change the status to request a return, and then either you will have a shipping label right next to the order status that you can download and send to your buyers so that they can return the package and get a refund, and then you will be refunded to your managed account balance, which is used to fulfill your orders. Or you will get a return failed if the supplier that you're using does not approve the return for any reason. So once again, 100% automation is the way to go if you really want to make it in the dropshipping business model. Now, once you've fulfilled your orders, it's time to provide customer service, because this is when the customers are going to reach out to you. So it should go without saying, but customer service should be number one on your list. Every time a customer reaches out to you, and it doesn't matter where you're selling on, if it's on Facebook, they're going to send you messages through Facebook Messenger. If it's on Shopify or Wix, you can see it in your dashboard or in your email associated with your domain. If it's on eBay, you can simply see it in your eBay messages or in your email address if you have email notifications on. What you want to do here is take care of your buyers, take care of your customers. If they're saying they didn't receive the package, check the tracking information. If they're saying the product is not as described, check with the supplier why this problem occurs, and of course, let them return the item if they are on their 30 or 60-day return period or whatever your supplier is offering. Either way, you want to answer all of your buyers. Don't leave anyone unattended, no matter what the reason is for them to reach out to you. You want to answer all of them and offer them promotion discounts, offer them deals to come back and keep buying from your store. Even if it means you're profiting less, it is good for your business. You want to have as many customers as possible. You want them to be happy with their products. You want other people to see their products so that they will be able to refer their friends and their family to also buy from you and slowly increase and grow your brand. This goes together with providing excellent customer service. We're not here to sell a product only one time to a customer and then say goodbye. We're here to keep them, hold on to them, retarget them, and keep growing our dropshipping businesses. And if you're selling on eBay, you have an easy customer support management system that's embedded inside the system where you can answer all of your customers' messages and reply to cases and more things, like having chat snippets to save all kinds of messages that you're writing to your buyers. And everything looks really nice with a great user interface that looks like a chat window instead of eBay's format of showing you messages, which is not very practical. But that's just another small by the way. Step number 10, the final step for succeeding and continuing to grow with your dropshipping business, is learning how to track whatever is working well for you and track whatever is not working well for you and replace that with what is working well, while always researching for new ways to have things work even more well for you. And let's just clean that up for a second and see exactly what I'm talking about. One great way to analyze your success and learn from it is by using product tags, which you have available once again in AutoDS. And this is a great place to add tags for your products and then later be able to filter only those tags and see how well that certain niche or that certain micro category is working for your store. So here you have a quick screenshot, but let's see an example inside the system. So let's go back to AutoDS, and from the orders, let's go back to our drafts page, because those gloves should be ready by now, or even a long time ago. So here they are right here on our drafts page, using that one-click importing method that I showed you a few minutes ago. Here we have the quick item editor, and here we can completely optimize the product before importing it, which will move it from the drafts to the product section of our store, and then this product will be live on our store and anyone will be able to go in and buy it. But before that, I want the product to look good. So here you can optimize the product's title. So of course you can remove words, you can change them around a little bit, you can search your competition to see what keywords they are using, you can add more relevant, strong used keywords, and once again completely optimize the title and the collection. If you're on Shopify, you also have collections. And here are those tags that I was talking about. So AutoDS already automatically added these tags to this listing: clothing, shoes and jewelry, men's, gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. I would even add women, because it's also for women. And I would add another tag called winter, and we've got gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. Let's just also add gloves. Okay, so we've got all these tags, and if this product sells, I will see it under any one of these tags, so it'll be very easy to analyze it. And you've got your shipping methods, your item location, price, stock monitoring, automatic ordering. Then you've got the product's description, which once again you can completely optimize, but this is everything that we had on our supplier's website. So if we go back to the supplier, you see all of this text right here is everything that you are seeing right here. And you can also choose whatever template you want to use. You also have many free templates using AutoDS. And your variations. So here we only imported one variation, but we can grab all of these variations and add them by simply adding their URL. So I can click, for example, on this variation right here, copy it, and then here in the variations, I'm going to click on add variant and also add that variation that I just saw. So I copied the whole URL and it took only the product ID from that URL. the supplier, the region is correct. We're going to click on add variant, and in just a few seconds that variant will also be available here too. But of course you don't have to do it that way. You can simply take all of the products URL up here, delete this draft, and re-add the product using single product or multiple products and adding it here, and it'll also add the variations. I can also do it this way, add it here. As long as in the upload settings, you also told AutoDS that you want to upload the variations, it'll also add all of those variations. So you can use those import methods, you can use the one-click importer, as long as you have it in the settings that you want to also import the variations. So besides that, you also have the products images, which were once again imported from our supplier, and the item specifications. In this case, there was only one. You can also add as many specifications as you want, and if there were more, it would be written right here. And once we're done, we're going to click on save and import it when we're ready. Now it's going to move from the draft to the product section of my store, and once again go live. Now in order to keep track of those products, we're going to head over to the products page, and here you have many filters. As you can see, the import process for that product from the drafts has begun, and in just a few seconds it'll be ready here. But here we can add a filter in our products page. Here's all of the products that are live on my store, on my chosen store here on the left side. You can also have eBay stores, Shopify stores, Facebook, Wix, and sell clothes in any one of those stores, in any one of those selling channels, or even all of them. But anyway, here you have the variations, the date when it was uploaded, the prices, how much we're profiting, where we're getting the product from, where we're selling it on, and so forth. And here on top, we can create a filter, because once you have thousands of products, how will you be able to analyze how those winter gloves are working for you? So here in the filter section, with all of the filters that we have, in this case, we can just search for tag. And here we have the tags option. And here I can choose whatever I want. So I want to see all of my gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves, men and women products, and click on done. Then you will see whatever you have here. Now the import process has already finished. So as you can see here, uploaded on April 4, 2022, which is when I'm recording this video. And we have two variations available because I added that extra variation, which was already added. They're both available, they're both in stock. We've got the price range, the profits. Didn't make any sales so far because I just uploaded it. And that is how easy it is to add products to your store and be able to analyze them, or once a certain time passes and you want to look back and analyze and see what's working well, whatever is not working well, and replace whatever is not working well with things that are selling, products that are selling for you, while always testing out more and more niches. That is the way to make it, and that is how to test the market correctly. Now I'm going to zip through the best dropshipping clothing suppliers and the best dropshipping clothing trending niches that you should check out today, but I'm gonna make it quick because this video went on longer than it should, and you have all of the information below this video. So some of the best dropshipping clothes suppliers that you can use today are Amazon, Walmart, AliExpress, Banggood, CJ Dropshipping, eBay, and Printful. Now these aren't the only clothes dropshipping suppliers. You have 21 clothes dropshipping suppliers that you can use today by reading our blog article on the top 21 dropshipping clothes suppliers, but I'm not going to go over that right now. That is what you have the blog articles for. Those are our favorite out of the bunch, with Printful being the only one that is not supported by AutoDS, so you cannot automate your business using Printful. But the good thing about them is that you can run a print-on-demand business, meaning you can have your own customized prints on your t-shirts or on whatever clothing product you're selling, and that way differentiate yourself from the competition even more. But of course, that is not the only way to succeed, and not a good way to scale, since everything is still being done pretty much manually. And for the top clothing categories and niches to sell, you have women's clothing, boutique clothing, dresses, children's clothing, men's clothing, and plus size clothing. All of those niches, all of those 6 niches are actually selling pretty well. And now let's break them down some more, because without breaking it down, we're not going to make it very far. And before I break it down, remember that you cannot sell trademark products. You cannot sell products from big brands that don't want their products being resold. So if it's a company that you heard of before in the past, if it's any big company that you know of, stay away from them. But on the other hand, if you're going to add products through AutoDS, you're going to have an extra layer of protection, because we have a huge Vero database. Meaning, if you're gonna add a product that you are not allowed to resell, the system will let you know. It'll give you a little warning, and from there you can choose if you still want to continue with the import process or move on to the next product and skip that one. So don't sell products that you know that you're not allowed to resell. Besides that, there are more than enough dropshipping friendly suppliers that will be more than happy for you to resell their products. So dropshipping women's clothing, this is an evergreen category, of course, that's selling all year long during the summer, winter, spring, whatever. Women love buying clothes, and they love buying clothes online We had a huge increase in online shopping for women's clothes recently, and this increase is not going to go anywhere, just like the dropshipping business model. So what are some of the best women clothing products that are selling? We've got yoga pants, breathable cotton underwear, and sweater and cardigans. Now, let's go to breathable cotton underwear really quick. These products most likely have no return policies because underwear is a sensitive issue. So most suppliers will not allow you to return those products. So make sure you have the right policies set in your store when importing such products. But those are some of the best sellers from the women's side. From wholesale boutique clothing, we've got vintage dresses and designer clothes. Both have huge demand and are selling all year long, all the time. For dropshipping dresses, we've got cocktail dresses, bodycons, and maxi dresses. All three are micro niches from the dress niche, which is also selling, of course, really, really well. And we've got children's clothing. This one is split to waterproof winter gloves, which is a product that many people are buying for their kids, but also for adults, so don't leave that one out. We've got ballet dance dresses, which is something that many girls like to do, and many parents are looking for places to buy such a product. So make sure to see what your suppliers can offer there and add those variations to your store too. And you've got cute pattern socks. Adults also buy cute pattern socks, but this one is better for kids, so let's leave that to them. See what are the best sellers from your suppliers' websites and add enough variations to test out that niche too. And when you're testing out products, do not forget to test out at least 20 to 30 variations from each product idea. So for example, if we're talking about waterproof winter gloves, we're going to add at least 20 to 30 winter gloves, different variations of them to our store, and kind of test out to see what's getting more views, what's starting to get sales, learn from their features, and then add more similar products to them. But if we're only going to add one winter glove and one dance dress and one cute pattern sock, 99% chance that that product is not going to sell, and we will not be able to learn the market from there. Then we've got men's clothing. So some of the best men's clothing products that are selling well are cuff beanies, sweatshirts, and running shorts. Now, things like sweatshorts and running shorts are pretty basic. So once again, you're going to have to dive deeper down inside those categories and see what is selling well. Look for similarities in features and look for things that are different, and always add enough variations to be able to test each product niche. Then we've got plus size clothing. Usually people who are dropshipping clothing are looking at an audience that are very, very skinny, very petite, and that is not the only target audience that's available that's looking to buy clothes. We've also got plus size, which not a lot of people take into consideration, but now you can. So plus size clothing, we've got fleece jackets and hoodies, patchwork denim jackets, and long tailored blazers, but those are some examples and you can read more about them below. But don't leave out plus size clothing. This is a great selling category with lots of demand. And a few last tips before we wrap this up. Don't forget to work with multiple suppliers. Don't only work with one supplier. And that is for a very good reason. If you're only going to work with one supplier like AliExpress in China and you're only sourcing products from China, then on the one hand, your customers are waiting a long time to get their items, and this is not something that they're looking for. They'd rather pay a few extra bucks and get their product quicker. So in this case, you can also add more suppliers from your target audience's region. Like for example, if you're dropshipping in the UK, then you have more than enough UK suppliers using the methods that I talked about in this video. Same for US, same for Canada, same for Australia, same for New Zealand, same for anywhere else that you want to sell. And this is one of the greatest tips that you can have. You don't only have to target one market, and you don't only have to work with one supplier. With all of this diversity, you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition and move a product that has a lot of competition to a region and from a supplier that doesn't have a lot of competition, and rake in those sales too. And of course, if one supplier lets you down, like Chinese holidays means all of your Chinese suppliers will not be able to ship out any product. You don't want your business to die during that time. That is why you want to have alternatives from other places, other regions around the world who can fulfill those orders for you during those times. There is more than enough reasons to work with multiple dropshipping suppliers, and make sure that you add that to your business. I hope that you enjoyed this video on how to dropship clothes the right way. Make sure to take all of these steps into consideration, and let me know in the comments below if you have any questions or any comments, and I will personally answer them. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to learn about your next step.
Welcome to the Mirror Talks podcast, where we deconstruct some of humanity's most disconnecting and limiting assumptions and offer an alternative, a free state of consciousness, unbiased, naturally wise, and genuinely loving. We will shed a more enlightened perspective on everyday experiences to help anyone willing realize their true potential and inspire a contemporary spiritual life lived in service to all. say goodbye to the man-made paradigms of distorted ideas. Let's become pure, free, and actually intelligent once again.
We just finished recording an episode on deep suffering or deeply afflictive states, whether it's depression, chronic depression, or sort of more of a daily happening, jealousy, or being upset about something and it just sort of takes over your mood, and just how to deal with these states and really how to transmute them and take advantage of them. So one thing I just loved about this episode, and that I think you'll love too, is that in addition to being very technically precise, Bentinho outlines 3 methods for really transmuting these deeply afflictive states. So in addition to being really technical in that way, it's also a meditation of its own. So I was even thinking, as we were recording this episode, I was thinking, like, if I'm in another deeply afflictive state in the future, I'm going to remember this episode and I'm going to come back to it just for a reminder. It's like, it's just like piercing the bubble of that, of whatever suffering might come up. So really, this is a resource in and of itself. In addition to that, there was a really special, cool ending. Dennis asked a question about social anxiety, which prompted Bentinho to go into just the coolest delineation of how the ego is hiding from us, and really how that mechanism is what causes the suffering and the deeply afflictive states. So basically comes at it from a whole nother angle. So it was a wonderful episode, really a resource forever, I think. And I know you'll enjoy it.
So welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Mirror Talks. Again, here with me, Kelly and Corey. How are you guys?
Great. Good.
Awesome.
How are you?
Really good.
Nice.
Actually, really good. Yeah. So, as we're wrapping up the recording of our first season of this podcast, we were feeling into what other episodes to still shoot. And one that stood out pretty evidently is to give people some tools and some perhaps reassurance and some sort of a compassionate, understanding space where they get some acknowledgement for the phenomenon of experiencing deeply afflictive states of mind, states of emotion, and so forth. So what's an afflictive state? An affliction or afflictive literally means something that's causing pain or suffering. So deeply afflictive states are states that just feel like impossible to escape. They have debilitating effects on our mental, emotional, physical well-being. They can even lead to physical illness. It's something that sort of can haunt us along the lines of PTSD. It's something that makes us feel like we don't want to get out of bed in the morning. It derails our sort of sense of purpose and our sense of flow during the day. And so these states are quite common in humanity, and I think everyone who is human will at one point or another experience something like that. So we figured we have addressed the mechanics of the emotional guidance system already, but this is kind of a beast on its own, like how to deal with deep suffering, with intense suffering, with debilitating suffering, with deeply afflictive states. So that's the intention for this session.
Awesome.
If you guys have any prompting question, feel free.
All right. Well, I know a bunch of people who spend a lot of their time, most of their life, in a deeply afflictive state. Like chronic depression or whatever it is, some sort of addiction. So I think it is really quite common. And I wonder, like, for people who this makes up their norm, this is their normal life,
their daily background noise.
Right. How do you break through to someone like that? How do you break through a cycle like that?
If you're that person, right?
Yeah.
So I think I want to refer back to sort of a core structure that people can fall back on. And that is, I'm quoting the law of one, that the path consists of 3 steps. Step 1 is know yourself, know thyself. In other words, understand yourself. And this sentence, know thyself, in this context, it doesn't mean know yourself as the absolute infinite reality, know yourself as God. In this case, know yourself means know what's happening within you, know what's going on in front of your consciousness, know what's going on the screen of your experience, the screen of your life. What's happening within you? Why are you having, first of all, recognize and acknowledge the thoughts and emotions that arise. Like recognize them, acknowledge them.
As opposed to ignoring them or being in denial.
Right, yeah, which would be not knowing them.
Got it.
Right? So know yourself is a process of acknowledgement, of observation, of becoming familiar also with your own patterns and recognizing the patterns in your emotional responses to things. Recognizing the patterns in your thinking and so forth. So a full-bodied knowledge of oneself is ideal. To know yourself as clearly as you can. This is how I typically react in these types of circumstances. This is the bias that I have. This is the belief that I have. These are the preferences that I have. And when this kind of thing happens, this is how I emotionally respond. This is how I respond in terms of action. This is what I'm thinking. This is how I'm feeling. This is when I feel victimized. This is when I feel arrogant, and so forth. Just all of it included. Ideally, the holistic being, the holistic seeker knows themselves fully, knows themselves on all levels as much as possible. There are other priorities than knowing yourself in every detail on all levels, because that could be the study of a million lifetimes, right? So we got to take that with a grain of salt at some point. But the basis is there. The basic instruction is know yourself, understand yourself. Step 2 is accept yourself. So now that you know yourself, now that you see your patterns, now that you've observed your pain and you kind of begin to understand it, or maybe even fully understand it, now it's time to accept/forgive /release/let go of that which you know. To just let it be as it is, to not interfere, to not blame, to not judge, to not hold on, to not constrict, and so on. So again, step 1, know yourself. Step 2, accept that which you now know about yourself, accept yourself. And then, and for the most part, almost only then, does the third step open up, at least in a holistic, integrated manner. You could try to skip to step 3, and some people do, but very few do so successfully. And so I don't recommend it. On the whole, periodically, one can do it, but on the whole, it's important to understand yourself and to accept yourself, to incorporate that. And at step 3, that opens up once we know ourselves and once we accept ourselves. And once, therefore, we're in a sort of a state of peace with ourselves and equilibrium and acceptance. So once we know ourselves and once we've accepted that which we've now discovered about ourselves, the third step opens up, and that is, at least in Law of One, they state it as become the creator. And this is really the step where spirituality in its truest form begins. The first 2 steps are prerequisites, and that's what we're mostly going to talk about today, is like how to accept that, how to attain that self-knowledge on a relative level, knowing my relative self and accepting my relative self. And relative self simply means anything that moves and changes and has shape and form and dimension and emotional charge and belief systems and so forth. Those things are all relative. They're all contextual. They all exist within the realm of perspectives, belief systems, thoughts and emotions, and physical events. Seemingly physical. So a lot of my work focuses on the third step. Also, a lot of my work focuses on the first 2, but a lot of my work focuses on the third step. So we won't talk too much about that today, but it's good to notice or to know that it's part of this 3-step formula, right? So we have to know our relative selves, accept our relative selves, and then it's like our beingness, our mind, body, spirit complex becomes sort of this fit, integrated, whole, potent trampoline for us to take the shuttle up into spirituality, true spirituality. Transcendence, awakening, enlightenment, self-realization, higher states of consciousness, and so on. But how can one have access to that in debilitating states of suffering?
Right.
For the most part, one can't. I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible. And part of the methods that be prescribing, so to speak, will allow for that access to deepen. So when we are in deeply afflictive states, the experience is that of extreme disconnect from source, from the creator that we are ultimately. So that third step of that true spiritual step, that quantum leaping into self-realization, enlightenment, realizing the oneness and so on, the universal love, we feel very disconnected from that. In fact, that is the pain. That feeling of disconnect, we can never be disconnected, but the feeling of disconnect is generated by some perspective, some belief that has such an opposite view to the truth of God, to the truth of source, to the truth of existence, to the truth of oneness, to the truth of our infinite worth, to the truth of our eternal nature, to the truth of our absolute freedom, to the truth of the cosmic perspective. Our perspective in a deeply afflictive state is so contradicting that infinite abundance, infinite love, and so on, that we feel the contrast between the truth and our perspective so strongly. And it's so strongly that it doesn't typically let us go. It doesn't allow our attention to wander away or to sort of rise up to the higher levels. And so we feel stuck in our bodies, we feel stuck in our emotions to a debilitating extent where we can't even mentally function normally anymore. We don't want to see other people. It's got all kinds of expressions. So for the basic understanding of this contrast between our connection to source, the truth that's always here, and our perspective, I'll just refer people to the episode we did in depth on the purpose of emotions, the emotional guidance system, how to use them, and also and so on. So people can watch that or listen to that, which is actually good prerequisite content for this episode. So now we're just highlighting, we're singling out the experiences that are so distracting that we can't focus on our spirituality anymore, such as chronic depression, sort of existential angst, deep sort of confusion, lethargy because of this deep-rooted sense of unworthiness, perhaps.
Or even temporary jealousy or heartbreak or...
True. Yeah, the responses that we give to certain circumstances, certain catalytic circumstances that then trigger our perspective, our belief that we're lacking something very important to us.
Right.
Which is another way of saying, like, we believe we're disconnected from source. So how to deal with those states if you experience one? Whether it's through like a sudden heartbreak or the death of a loved one, or whether it's just sort of a state that you have become familiar with for quite some time, but it won't let you go, like it's causing you deep suffering every day. There are several ways to handle this that has benefits, beneficial ways to deal with it.
Cool.
Without having to use substances and so on. Now, there's a lot of nuances here because it really is a case-by-case basis in the end. So people have to sort of take this general knowledge and apply it in a way that is helpful for them in their situation and their selves. So they have to know themselves and then apply this to themselves in the best way, according to their own intuition. So a few ways that we can use these afflictive states. If the afflictive state is not too intense, because here's the thing, more context, this is important. The reason these states stay with us when they do, when they are there, the reason they don't dissolve is because we're not gaining the understanding and the acceptance that are the first two steps. Because it sucks our consciousness into such a tiny little confined corner or perspective or point of view within the overall infinite existence that we really, in that sense, feel trapped. And because we feel trapped, we lack perspective. If we feel trapped in a little box, we lack the meta view. We lack the overview. We lack context. We see no context. All that we see is that we're suffering, that we're in pain, that our loved ones left us, or some other kind of catalyst. So we only see the details of the event that we select based on our insecurities and our fears. And we only see our perspective. So we're stuck in it. That's why it's so deeply painful. It's because we're lacking understanding. We're lacking perspective in that moment. Understanding and overview or perspective are somewhat synonymous. So if we don't have that perspective, then naturally our perspective is so small that it will contradict the nature of reality. And so we feel that strong emotion. If the afflictive state is not very afflictive, if it's just a general emotion, I would typically recommend people just use the emotional guidance system and they observe their emotion. They observe what they must believe is true in order to feel this way about this event or that person or this happening. And when we have just a general emotion, that's quite easy to do because we're not sucked into it all the way. Mm-hmm. So we still have some understanding. We still have some context. We still have some overview. We still have some access to the greater picture of things. We still have access to other points of view. Now, this one might be triggering. This one might be painful. Mm-hmm. But because we have access to, at least to some degree, to other points of view, it's manageable. It's something we can observe. We're not completely locked into it. We're not completely identified with it. And therefore, we have the space to observe it. Mm-hmm. We have the space to understand it. So then in that case, which more applies to our session about the emotional guidance system for most sort of everyday general emotions and reactions. So let's say there's just an everyday sort of emotion. Something gets triggered in us and it feels very annoying and it feels frustrating and it draws our attention in. However, we can still rationalize. We can still see that it's maybe not entirely true. On some level, maybe we realize that we're being a little irrational because we have access to other points of view. But when you're in a deeply afflictive state, you have no access to other points of view, or very, very minimally. Therefore, you might be able from the back of your mind to sort of know that you're no longer being rational, but you don't have access to that point. You're not seeing it from that point of view, right? So again, you're boxed in, you feel imprisoned in your emotional experience. So this is where the understanding part makes sense as well. The more space we have from our present perspective, from our activated perspective, the more distance we have, the more overview we maintain, the more we can understand that no point of view, although it's logical from its own point of view, the perspective is logical from its own point of view. We at the same time can realize that it's not the whole truth. We have access to sort of, we can, what's the word, relativize? Is that a word?
I don't know, but I like it.
Make relative to. We can see, we can compare perspectives and be, well, maybe this is an overreaction. What's going on here? Let me look at it. It doesn't grip us by the gut or the heart and just takes us over. So again, in that case of the general everyday type of emotional reaction or trigger, apply the emotional guidance system and use it as a tool, as a reminder to get to know yourself. So the question, one of the main questions to ask yourself to get to know yourself is, what must I believe, or what perspective must I have? What definition or belief system must I have in order to have this feeling about this situation? Because again, if you didn't have that belief or definition or perspective, you wouldn't be able to have the emotional feeling. So every emotion is an invitation for us to get to know our perspectives. And this is the process of know yourself, understand yourself. And then once you understand it, like, oh, this is why I feel this way. Because I believe if this person says that I'm not good enough. Great. I've now identified that belief. And I can now relativize that, meaning contextualize that, meaning compare it to other perspectives, other things that I've learned in life, other things that I also believe in and know. And through that comparison or relativizing principle, again, I don't know if that's an English word, but you understand what it means now, to make relative to other perspectives. Because we can do that, we maintain greater access to more of existence, and therefore we feel better than we do in an afflictive state where we only have access to one perspective for the most part. Or it might be a series of perspectives, but it's all rooted in this one sort of core belief that's being triggered. So then moving on from the general emotional triggers to those more deeply afflictive states of deep suffering, intense suffering, debilitating suffering, where our entire sense of self is wrapped up in it, and we lose access to the vaster context of existence. And we can no longer make our experience relative to a bigger contextual view, the meta view. What to do when that's the case? When you're just gripped at your very core and there seems to be no way out. And I mean, this is the state people are in when they are contemplating suicide. It's like, I don't know how to get out of this state, right?
Mm-hmm. I think in many ways, aside from people who are suicidal, it's way more common than we think. Just people actually boxed in this little, completely limited, completely separate. I think it's quite common. I think a lot of people just live their their 9-to-5 work life with this type of a.
Totally, I agree.
Yeah.
So then moving on from our everyday sort of emotions, where we don't lose all touch with reality. We don't lose all touch with other perspectives, even just human reality, because I mean, human reality, meaning human perspective, the perspectives that are sort of accepted by all human beings to be true to some degree, the paradigm of the human mind, basically. Yeah, to me, comparatively to what I know, that is equals suffering. It is an afflictive state. However, compared to the even deeper, more boxed in afflictive states and perspectives that we can have, that's actually a breath of fresh air. Mm-hmm. It's context. It's what we call reality. Like, I can rationalize. I can see that I'm being kind of irrational, that it's not completely true what I'm thinking. But again, if we then move into those deeply afflictive states where all of our energy is sucked into this box of a perspective, of a belief, then how do we deal with that? Because now, even if we know about the emotional guidance system, we may not have access to it. We may not have access to any kind of wisdom or any feelings of relief or any sense of a bigger perspective. So then how do we deal with that in that moment when we have no inspiration to go on YouTube and watch one of my videos or listen to a guided meditation or meditate ourselves, when it's just so consuming and so distracting? What do we do? What's left? In this type of state of mind, state of attention, state of consciousness, state of emotion, we cannot always go the route of understanding ourselves because we don't have access to it, because understanding requires context. You see, you cannot understand something unless you stand under it, so to speak, unless you're beyond it. So as long as we stand beyond what we're perceiving, as long as we have space around the perspective that's generating the emotion, we can observe it, trace it back to its root belief or perspective, compare that to what else we know about life, what else have we learned, what else do we truly believe, and or faith in our infinite nature, even if we don't fully believe in it yet, but we can compare our painful perspective to something that we've learned in sort of these spiritual teachings, for example, and we can gain faith, and we can in that way ease the emotion, deepen our understanding, and release the core belief and accept ourselves in the process. But if you're completely sucked into the moment energetically and you don't have any access to any of that, what do you do? Like I said, you cannot really understand because you lack perspective. Therefore, the understand yourself step kind of goes out the window. And that's quite okay. We don't always have to understand why we have certain emotions. It's helpful, but we don't always have to. Sometimes not understanding our emotions and having such a deeply afflictive state that completely draws in our attention and boxes us in is a great teaching tool that teaches us other types of understandings, quantum leaps, and it can sort of enforce a self-acceptance at a deeper level because we don't even have the understanding. If we understand something, typically it's easier to accept it because now our rational mind is involved, our logic is involved, our perspective is involved, our conscious mind is involved. But what if you can't understand exactly why you feel the way you feel? You just feel overwhelmed by the feeling. Now you can, in a sense, skip the understanding step. It will always come later anyway. And try to go to the acceptance stage if you can. So here's one way to deal with afflictive states. And to use an analogy to further elucidate the distinction between sort of an everyday emotion that's not super high on the scale of being afflictive versus a deeply afflictive state would be like being on a train station and having many different trains to choose from. You can go on this train, that train, and they go to different directions. So you might experience the train that's right in front of you, but you can get to a next, to a different, platform, and take a different train. So you have options. The difference is options. Perspectives are available to you. In a deeply afflictive state, you're already on the train you're on. And what can you do when you're on the train you're on? You can't jump off. You can't choose another train. So it feels very limiting. It feels very constrictive and therefore debilitating. You're on a train you don't want to be on, and you're going in a direction you don't want to be going in. But you're on it, and you can't, the only thing to do would be to jump out of the train, but that would equal suicide, which I would try to avoid. So then you're on this train, and your only option is, therefore, to accept. What is to accept your current state? So, but even the thought, if you're in a truly deeply afflictive state, even the thought of self-acceptance is not always that available.
Right.
So in those more extreme afflictive states, I recommend, there's a couple of things you can do. I'm going to prescribe 3 methods. One is use this as an invitation, because you have no other options in that moment to change your feeling state. You always do, but it doesn't seem like you do. You don't feel like you have access to it. You try as hard as you can, but it's not working. So since you have no other options anyway, use this as an opportunity to get to know the ability that you have, the innate ability to direct your focus. So this is different than trying to work with the perspective. So give up working with the perspective. Again, only when you're in a really deeply afflictive state. Otherwise, it can be helpful to deal with perspectives and understand them. But if you can't, then you simply can't. And so in that moment, what I would recommend is grab a hold of your attention itself. Notice that you can direct your attention to something. Now, ideally, this is the God state, for example, the state of awareness, love, light. But sometimes you simply won't be able to do that. Or you will feel like you won't be able to do that. So, but that doesn't matter so much. You can focus your attention on anything that takes you out of the perspective that you're in. It may take some time. So this is practicing concentration. So you're using your deeply afflictive state as a concentration exercise, because you have no other options. It's either intense suffering or slightly less suffering with the training of your concentration. So choose anything, the image of a mountain, or the concept of space, or a feeling in your body that's not affected by the afflictive state. Some feeling of peace, some feeling of stillness, perhaps, in the storm, amidst the storm of your emotions. But the key here is to not try to change what you're experiencing, because you already hopped on the train and you have to wait until the next station. In between, you can't do anything. And right now, your afflictive state can be seen as being on a train in between 2 stations. And at some point it's going to change. Some people are on a very long train ride from one station to the next. But the train can be rerouted to an intermittent station that you didn't see coming if you practice concentration. Because focus is everything in these states. You always have access to focus on one thing more than the other, always. This free will is never taken from you, no matter how afflictive your state of emotions is. If you grab a hold of your concentration, of your attention itself, and you direct it onto something that is not directly related to your suffering, like I said, a mountain, or a memory, or space, or if you can, faith in God, faith in that all is well, that a station will come your way. So just simply write this one out. Don't try to change the train, because you can't. Don't try to change your emotions, because you can't. Don't try to relativize your perspectives, because you can't. If you can, great. But if you can't, and you notice repeatedly, I can't, it doesn't work, it continues to even make the emotion bigger and more highlighted. And I feel even worse because it's not working, and da-da-da. So then you got to get out of the frustration about your afflictive state as much as you can. because there's often a lot of layers of frustration and unself-worthiness and lack of self-esteem and all that added onto the afflictive state when we're having it, because we can't change it and we can't function properly. And so we blame ourselves further and judge ourselves further. But this is not due to the afflictive state. This is due to our lack of concentration on something else.
Mm.
So in those moments where you're on the train, you can't change anything, seemingly, grab a hold of your attention and just focus as pristinely as you can. Ignore, let be, allow whatever is to be exactly as it is, and take your attention itself and focus it, point it in a different direction. Point it on something that is not that perspective or emotional state. That's not that circumstance. You could call it ignoring. Ignore what is experienced as much as you can, which is better in this case than trying to change it. So you ignore it as often as you can, as frequently as you can, for as long as you can. And this is not something that requires like physical effort. You know, I don't want people to have the image of like squinting eyes and like, wrinkles forming on your forehead, like you're concentrating. It's not that, because that's all part of the afflictive state. So it's like you want to almost drop underneath your current experience. Let it be, give up, don't try to change it, realize you can't change it right now, and that's okay. Find some acceptance with that. And instead go one step back to your attention itself, knowing that what's right in front of you, if you open your eyes, is the suffering. But if you close your eyes, symbolically speaking, if you go back one step in your interior experience, you can grab a hold of your attention itself and you can concentrate on something else. It doesn't have to be meaningful, but it can. But not if it conjures up more negative emotions. Because if now, let's say you're now using that, you're grabbing your attention and you're starting to focus on God and the spiritual teachings. But because you have no access to it, all kinds of negative thoughts about it start flowing in and developing a negative relationship to spirituality or to God, or like, why am I experiencing this? God must not love me. So then that's not a productive way. That's not effective to concentrate on that. So in that case, something meaningless is actually more effective. So focus on the substance of wood, for example, like, because I'm just looking at this table right now. It's a beautiful wooden table. And just appreciate the way that the light reflects off and how it shows different textures. And just keep focusing on that. Bring your attention to the detail of something else. And mostly two things happen. One is you begin to take away the energy, the inertia, the momentum behind your perspective. So you're starting to rob it of the fuel that it needs, which is your attention, to survive. So you're actually suffocating the core perspective in that moment that is giving you such a deep afflictive state, such a contracting feeling. And you're depriving it of that fuel, and you're beginning to reroute it. And don't be in a rush with this. Just know this is a long-term game, almost. Nice. Like, it can take you hours. That's okay. It can take you hours to find some relief. But what's your other option?
Right. Yes.
Your other option is just to further exacerbate what you already have going on, further add fuel to that momentum, and further frustrate yourself. So since you have no other option, since you can't go to the beach and hang out with your friends and have fun, since you can't go plan your next most exciting project because you have no energy for it and you're so distracted by these emotions, then really suddenly it sounds quite appealing to focus on a wooden table for 3 hours, right?
That's
because
great.
It's not normally appealing. It wouldn't normally appeal to the ego. But if that gives you even a little bit of relief, when you're in like intense physical pain and it just dissipates by 20%, it's like, you feel even better than when you normally feel when you have no pain and you're just distracted and it's just a random moment.
Yeah.
Because the contrast of going from intense pain to slightly less pain feels like pleasure almost. And you can train this in yourself to concentrate on something meaningless and hold on to that, not with tension, but with subtlety, if you can. So ignore the loud thoughts as much as you can. Let them be, accept them. Don't try to change them because it's not working. Drop into a subtler realm where attention itself becomes aware of itself, and now you can redirect this attention to a completely different view. And it might take practice because you're distracted by your thoughts. So you concentrate little by little, little by little. You notice more details. And what you start to notice after a while of going back to your new, let's say the table that you're focused on, or the image of the mountain, or some feeling in your perspective that's not bothered or that's not somehow affected by the rest of the canvas of your experience. If you can find one little spot in the canvas, in the painting of your present experience, that's somehow not turbulent, that's somehow still or unaffected, and you just develop that sober attitude, just radically stop wanting it to disappear, the suffering, radically stop wanting pleasure, radically stop wanting to change your life. Just stop all that, because it's not working. All you do is you suddenly become excited about the simplest, soberest, most mundane thing, which is to focus on wood. And first of all, you start to discover things about wood you never knew. But the most important part here is that you're suffocating the perspective. You stop fueling the perspective that generates the afflictive state. So you'll start to notice more and more and more relief. And now this energy momentum of your attention begins to pick up momentum in a different direction. And you're gaining perspective again. Don't immediately go back, try to understand the suffering, because you're not ready yet. You're going to be sucked right into that vortex of momentum, and you're going to be stuck in the same perspective, because the more you think about it, the more convincing it seems again. Have you experienced that? Where there's some situation in your life and you have some relief from it for a little bit, and you're like, oh, I'm done. Maybe I'm over it or whatever. And then you get some text message or like some picture on Instagram that reminds you of this or that situation or that person that has something to do with. And boom, you start thinking again, this was unfair. This is not good. This is, but this is going to, and immediately you're back in the vortex. And when you're back in that energy of negative, afflictive states and perspectives, it's again going to be pretty hard to get out of it.
Yeah.
So you want, if it's a truly afflictive state, give yourself permission to ignore it for quite some time.
I love that.
Not as an attitude of denial, but as a sign of faith in yourself that you'll come back around to it when you're ready. But right now you don't have the means, meaning understanding or context or perspective or meta view. You don't have the means to deal with it, to understand it, to resolve it, to heal it in a relative way. You got to go and ignore it for a while. And you've got to take your attention away from fueling that perspective. You've got to gain different experiences that are outside of that box, that give you confirmation of your worth, that give you confirmation of your self-esteem, that give you positive self-esteem, that give you confirmation that there is hope, that give you confirmation that there's other things to focus on in life, that give you confirmation that maybe it's not as bad as it seemed. And focusing on a wooden table can be your initial way out of that energy momentum, something meaningless. And it's all about concentration, subtle attention, redirection, repeatedly. Just commit fully to that, because what's the alternative, my friend? It's absolute suffering and pain and destructive behavior. So suddenly, doesn't it sound quite exciting to redirect your attention and concentrate? Place your attention on something that allows you to not be in the perspective that generates that emotional suffering.
Nice. I love the rationalization of that, of just looking at the ultimatum of an afflictive state. Like, if this is my only option, then it makes anything else quite appealing.
Nice.
But I think a lot of times people just don't have the context even enough to make it into an ultimatum. They think they're going to solve it by continuing to think about it and think about it. But so that's what I love, the permission to just.
That's a great point. Yeah. They think that by staying in it, they're somehow going to fix it.
Right.
And this at least gives you a direction of your focus. Because I think one of the worst things about those states is feeling how directionless it is. And you're kind of searching for a direction. You're like searching for a way out, but you just can't find it. And it becomes your whole reality, your whole world. And when there's sort of a way out or a window, it's such a massive relief.
Great. Yep. So the second method, which is very closely related to this one, but it's just sort of the next somewhat more advanced, perhaps, step. And whether or not this is a more advanced step kind of depends on your prior experience with resting in awareness. with resting in sort of pure presence and beingness and awareness aware of itself, or attention aware of attention, or consciousness aware of consciousness. This is a subtle practice. This is the science of self-realization, or the art of self-realization. It's where the self, that witnessing consciousness, becomes aware of its own essence, its own nature, its own presence, its own existence. And then it more and more maintains that existence awareness, that self-existence awareness. If you can do this, that's fantastic. It's the same exact principle as focusing on wood and just staying with it, subtly staying with it, subtly staying with it, getting distracted by it, returning to it, staying with it, generating a different momentum. If you can apply this principle of concentration on attention itself, then you start to drill in the direction of the well of well-being, the well of joy, the well of love, the well of bliss, the well of transcendence, the well of knowing yourself. So that's great if people can do that. They can just stay with that sense of I am, I exist. And sometimes we give ourselves, from a higher self's point of view, we give ourselves these catalytic events to really purge ourselves of the perspectives that lay dormant within us, that then come out full force, and we have no other perspective, no access to other perspectives. We really feel the full blow of it. But then, because it's so all-consuming, it's a great opportunity to not try to get into it and understand the relative mechanics of our thoughts, but to just sort of bypass it altogether for a period of time, not as an attitude of denial, but as an attitude of faith and just logic, like this is all that works for me right now. And I'll come back to it later when I have the space and the clarity and the perspective I need to change that perspective into a proper understanding of the way reality works, and my true worth, and my true infinite nature, and so on. So if in that moment you can hold on just to attention itself, being aware of itself, then that's sort of a step up that's more beneficial than focusing on the wooden table. But the initial step, if you don't have access to anything that subtle, focus on something that you know you can maintain concentration on, that's less subtle than consciousness, that's more obvious, like the wooden table, which is reflecting light in a certain pattern right now. Or anything. I mean, this is just one example. People should choose whatever they have access to. Doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that you redirect your focus. That's all that matters. So whatever you feel you can focus on, that doesn't generate, that's one requirement, it doesn't generate negative emotions. So you're not focused on a topic that means something to you, that you could conjure up negative thoughts about or beliefs. Hence the wooden table, because most people don't have beliefs or definitions about that. Doesn't matter to them. And if you can maintain that, then you can progress and just hold on to awareness itself, consciousness itself, I exist itself. You could try that immediately if you have prior experience with it. But if not, it'll just frustrate you. Like, oh, I can't find enlightenment. I can't find myself. Da, da, da. So only do that step, the second version of this method, if you know you can. But then it's a great opportunity. Then it's a great catalyst, because now you're forced to concentrate. Whereas when you don't have such an afflictive state, you're easily distracted by your addiction to sense pleasures and sensuality and hope and promise of a better future and this and that, and relationships and validation from others and all these ego boosters, success. You're so distracted by that. But when you're faced with a brick wall or a train that you're on that you cannot step off of, and you've got to experience what you experience, accept it and move your attention. Don't try to change it, in other words. Let it be. Let it be exactly as it is. Don't try to change even a single ounce of it. Don't want anything to change from your emotional state. This frees up your attention to focus on something else. Become fascinated with the details of the table. Do this for hours if you need to. Because again, what's the alternative? You know, it's quite exciting suddenly. Do that. If you can't focus on I exist, just the feeling I exist, that's spacious but spaceless, timeless feeling I am. And rest in it, stay with it. And then notice, as soon as you start suffering, you're back in the mind. Great reminder. Normally you're distracted by pleasure, but now that you only know pain when you go out into the mind field, which is kind of like a minefield, then you're instantly remembering, you're instantly reminded in a very obvious, painful way that you've lost attention of I exist. So use this. If you have prior experience with the I am, and this is one of your passions, then especially use the afflictive states to become anchored in that consciousness of consciousness itself. And it doesn't take long then, if that's successful, it doesn't take long for the afflictive state to leave you, to disappear, to diminish over time, but rather rapidly, sometimes instantly if you sort of hit a new level of freedom and perspective. Because again, emotions are the reaction to a perspective that you're having, because they're guidance. It's a guidance system. So if suddenly you change your perspective by drilling into the I am, that 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 I am, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, and you stay with that, stay with that, stay with that. And as soon as you go out of it, it's like, the feeling is there. Okay, I am, you know, coax yourself into this repeatedly, subtly, no stress, but concentrate. Give yourself this gift. Ignore the thing, let it be. Focus on I exist, I exist, I exist. Or wooden table, wooden table, wooden table. Clear blue sky, clear blue sky, clear blue sky. What can you learn about the clear blue sky that you've never noticed before? Go there, go there, go there. Fantasize if you must. If you can't concentrate on one state, fantasize a little bit about that one topic that has nothing to do with the things that trigger your emotions. Something meaningless that you could discover some form of beauty in, perhaps even. Not meaning, but beauty. Mystery, awe, some sense of like, oh, respect. This will change your energy. And then suddenly you have, because you're in a higher frequency, now you have access to different songs coming through the radio, because you've dialed your radio, your body, your mind, your attention to a different range of frequencies. Therefore, the song that you're hearing, the emotions that you're feeling, the response of your emotional guidance system that's now responding to your new perspective, once it's stabilized, is going to be a stable, steady song that is commensurate with how much that perspective is in or out of alignment with source. If it's closer in alignment than your previous perspective, the afflictive state is going to pale in comparison to your next negative state, which will feel very positive comparatively, right? And so you just build this, you bump this up a little bit every time. You move your frequency up, your perspective up. Once over time, over days, over weeks, maybe over months, maybe over years, when you're able to stabilize and you've gained so much new perspective of yourself and of life, and your symbiotic relationship of yourself and life and your self-esteem has changed, now you can look back upon such things without getting sucked into them, because you've maintained the overview. So now what used to trigger an afflictive emotion becomes more like a general everyday type of emotion that you can now study if you want to, observe and get to understand, why was I feeling that way? Because I believed that situation meant I was abandoned. Now I see I was never abandoned. My higher self, cosmic consciousness, God, it was all present in me that very moment. I just couldn't see it, but I see it now. So now, bringing my current perspective to that sort of past perspective that was at the time all I could see, and therefore the emotions that could respond to that were only negative. Now, I can look at that perspective, even look through the lens of it a little bit, but I can't believe in it anymore, because I've learned too much about life. I've learned too much about my freedom. I've learned too much about my existence. So there's no way that this thought could now convince me to feel that way, to believe that way, and therefore feel that way. This is similar to the relationship episode we did, where I sort of described the process of being in deeply afflictive states about a partner leaving me, and now kind of just that causing a giggle in a way, where I can't believe in that perspective anymore. That cost me so much pain. That seemed to be my entire reality at the time. So emotions are not factual. They're never factual. They're always the opposite of factual, if we take it all the way. Any emotion is evidence that we're not seeing things clearly. But again, we address this in depth in the Emotional Guidance System episode. So again, I refer people to that one. So,
cool. Method 2. I love basically using an afflictive state as meditation boot camp practice.
Enforcer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's your higher self forcing you to sit your ass down and realize more of yourself.
Yeah, drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Love it.
So in that sense, it's a gift, and you can see that. Me looking back on my own afflictive phases in life, I just see how they purged and reprioritized my entire focus. So I'm only grateful for them, and I can only see how benevolent and divine, if you will, or intelligent that guidance system was. But at the time, I couldn't see that for sure. So it's all good. It's all you giving this gift to yourself. I know that doesn't feel that way when you're in it, but you'll see that later on. Have faith in that. That alone can bring you some soothing feelings that will take you a little bit out of that momentum of the afflictive state. Now, another step one could take, which arguably is even more advanced.
Is this the third method?
The third method, yeah, would be to investigate. But I really don't recommend this for most people, because you gotta sort of have this clarity already practiced to a high degree in order to not fall into an intellectualizing process with yourself. But it's asking yourself the question, who is it? What is the me that believes it's the one that's at the end of the stick of this experience? Who is this me? What is this me that believes this experience belongs to, or pertains to, or is happening to, or is created by? Because there is no such me. It is just another idea, a notion, a belief. So by asking that question, it's like our attention turns away from the canvas and back onto the viewer, the assumed participant or experiencer of the experiences, the assumed me or ego or sense of self that we just always throw into the mix. Whatever we see in life, whatever we experience, oh, there it is, the sense of me at the root of that experience. Because without that sense of me, you wouldn't feel like that experience belongs to you or that it affects you. So it's kind of the self-inquiry method as taught in some Advaita Vedanta, Ramana Maharshi. It's the question, what is I? Or who am I? But who am I is a bit more...
So there's connotations to that.
Yeah, there's in English, I think it's sort of a mistranslation, personally, from Nanyar, which is self-inquiry. The English translation, who am I think is quite confusing to people. I think what is I
love that.
Is better, or what is me, or who is me. But who am I is too common tongue language, and it has these connotations to it. So I would recommend the question, what is me? And this draws the attention to the root, the experiencer, which believes it's the victim of its experience, always. And then we can dissolve that notion. And then we become freer and freer and freer from being affected by all emotions and thoughts and perspectives of a limiting nature. And then God realization becomes really stable and starts to really shine forth. And less do we assume this false identity that then suffers. But this is a more advanced process, and it requires sort of a keenness and a subtlety of mind being already developed. So they're kind of in order. Focus on something meaningless, bring all your concentration to that in as relaxed, as subtle a manner as possible, while you let the rest of your experience just kind of be and go and ignore it. And just start focusing in a different train of thought. Consistency, relentlessly, consistently. What's your better option? Just go and fucking do it. Give yourself that gift. I know it's boring, sober. Yes, it seems like you're ignoring your problems and you can't figure out this thing that you think is so important that's giving you so much pain. But that's the alternative. And you've been in it probably for days, probably for weeks, probably for months maybe. It's not paying off. The things you think you need to attend to clearly are not the things you need to attend to. You need to shift your focus, your attention. Grab a hold of your attention. Consistently focus on something meaningless. This reroutes the energy. Then when that opens up, you can recognize awareness. You can rest in the I amness. And then you can ask the question, what is the me that I even believe is the experiencer of these emotions? And then you can dissolve the me more and more. And the victim, therefore, this relentless victimization that we have, that we always insert into our experience with no good reason whatsoever. There's no proof for a little me. There's no evidence for it. There's bodies walking around, but that's not evidence of a me inside the body. So it's a core assumption that's causing all the suffering. It's the root misaligned belief. It's that I am a me that's somehow not God. That's somehow different from infinite reality.
Cool. So what was the last afflictive state that you experienced yourself, and which of these methods did you use, if any?
Yeah, I've used all of them, like alternatingly, whatever worked, whatever I had access to in that type of moment, I would use.
I'm asking about the most recent one though, but I'm also curious because earlier you said that like even a normal state of human walking around is an afflictive state for you.
Not a human walking around. It's the human beliefs. It's what we call normal. It's what people see as reality. So reality is quite stable. Our collective reality perspective is quite stable. Where this is what's normal, this is what's not normal. Just because someone says something to you doesn't mean you have to take it personally. Therefore, you can relativize and be back in human reality. Like, oh yeah, those were just a bunch of words. So there's no real reason for me to continue this emotional perspective. Oh, okay, so I'm back in human reality, the human context. But there's so many flawed premises at the foundation of human perspective, what's humanly accepted as normal, that to me, any of those beliefs would feel similar. If I really believed in them, I would feel similarly constricted as someone who believes they've been wronged or this or that. Mm-hmm. So it's just a matter of perspective and what you're anchored in, what state of frequency is your predominant state. And the higher you go in that frequency, the freer you become, the more free you become also from this human paradigm of thought and belief. As for the most recent afflictive state, I honestly wouldn't be able to tell, because an afflictive state, I've had similar echoes as afflictive states in my experience, but they can't quite be compared to when you really believe in them. The closest thing probably was during my sort of process with the negative media kind of attacking me and giving all these distorted images of my work and my intentions and my character, and then all the effects it's had on the people around me, the crew, friends around me, and audience and so forth. I think that was the most recent thing that would be somewhat comparable to having afflictive states. I have deep emotional waves occur from time to time, but they're no longer personal, and they always serve some kind of a teaching discourse, or they're always inspiring me towards a certain direction. So it's a type of guidance for what's going on in the collective. I might wake up some days and be overcome with this feeling, but it's not personal. Therefore, it's not really an afflictive state, even if the emotional energy can be very intense and high and backed up with like lots of energy. It's not quite the same as an afflictive state because I'm not locked into that perspective, which is the crucial difference, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe that something is happening to me. It makes all the difference. So while the emotions can be just as intense in terms of their energy appearance, in terms of the feeling of it, as someone in an afflictive state, it's still not an afflictive state because I'm not on a train. I'm experiencing the train fully. I'm experiencing all the nuances of that train, but it's like I'm just a ghost that hovers through the train. It's like a visitor I can view and I can gain some knowledge from it somehow or channel it into a teaching for people, but it's not me. Like at any point I can exit the train.
Like watching a movie of...
Like watching a movie, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's echoes like that, and there's some collective insights that happen through those kinds of experiences. But because this has gradually shifted to freedom more and more over the course of my life, that's why I can't really say when was my most recent afflictive state, because even in that period that I just mentioned with the negative media and friendships breaking up and people believing all kinds of nasty things about me, even that was already backed up with a lot of perspective and freedom. So yes, that was the most intense recent memory that felt perhaps the closest to being personal or hitting some kind of a personal assumption of me. But even so, I can't say that it's the same as like when my lover left me when I was 18 years old or something like that. You know? It's a different type of, because there's no real stuckness. There's stickiness to it though. So that's why I would call that the most recent kind of afflictive state, but it was already very malleable. It would only sting in the way that an afflictive state would make you feel stuck for a short amount of time, and then the excess would immediately return. And so it doesn't mean I wouldn't still feel the perspective and emotion. It doesn't mean I wasn't processing it and understanding it and trying to get to the root of what's the most balanced approach to this, from love and wisdom being in unity. So there was a process involved. There was some stickiness involved. But again, it wasn't like I was completely stuck in the experience. So yeah, even though it felt more intense than my lover leaving me at a certain age, like when I was younger, even though these experiences were more intense, they were less afflictive or less constricting. They were less limiting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's a difference there. That's why freedom doesn't have to mean that we have no emotions. I mean, that's a very advanced state of consciousness where there are no emotions consistently. What's more important is that we can let our experience be as it is and relativize and continue to have access to a bigger perspective. That's a more relevant step for where we're at as a human species right now. To realize that freedom doesn't mean you don't experience a certain emotion or you don't experience a certain perspective. It means that you're not constricted by it. You can see beyond it while it's happening. So then you can experience more and more simultaneously peace and freedom and bliss and pain and suffering and confusion, which sounds very weird, but you can have a simultaneous experience where they both coexist within the same state of consciousness or space of consciousness.
What about disconnect? Can you like experience disconnect while not having disconnect apply to you?
That's a good way actually of making the distinction. The experience of disconnect hasn't happened for me for a long time, except maybe there were a few very short moments which served a particular purpose, mainly to, for a moment, give me a taste of what it's like again, to be in the shoes of some of the people that I'm sharing my message with. So it generates, because if you don't have that experience of disconnect for, let's say, 2 years in a row, your perspective changes so much. And your perspective of stuckness and victimization changes so much that it becomes kind of difficult to relate to someone who believes they're disconnected, stuck, or victimized. You can understand it, but sometimes, I guess, I've wanted for myself or needed sort of a reminder of, oh, this is what it feels like when you have no access. So my experience of that is that even that wasn't personal still. That was me from a higher level of my consciousness than my ordinary physical consciousness, giving me a taste, an experience, a disconnect that is very much out of my own free will. That's how that was experienced.
Like within your own free will.
Within my own free will, I was fully aware that I experienced the disconnect, but at the same time, I was fully aware. So I experienced the disconnect as real in that moment, but still, I was fully aware of the fact that I was choosing it for a purpose. Because at some point, you just can't disconnect entirely anymore, right? And that's what I hope to give people access to through this kind of work, because it's worth it. It's worth the practice. It's worth the understanding. And it's people's birthright to understand this and to be free and to ever know their connection to Source. And it will heal everything. It will heal everything in our thinking.
I think what you said earlier was important to remember, that we can never truly be disconnected, but only feel that we are disconnected.
Yep. And this might be too intellectual to really hit home if you're in an emotional state, but it can still be somewhat helpful if you realize in a moment where you feel so disconnected, if you remember that, first of all, you cannot ever be disconnected from consciousness, from God, from existing, from this infinite creation. And the proof for that in that moment is the fact that you're feeling disconnected. If you know the emotional guidance system and how it operates, because of your connection to the true reality of God, you can feel the emotional guidance system kicking in as the feeling of disconnect when you're believing that you're disconnected. The feeling of disconnect is just an emotion. It's just showing you the contrast of your belief in disconnect with the truth of connection. So the feeling of disconnect is evidence that you're still connected. So it's a bit intellectual perhaps, but I think it can provide people with some relief in those moments if you remember that. You can never truly be disconnected. It's impossible. And the proof for that is that you feel disconnected. That's the irony, but so you can use it in that way. Yeah. So when we then enter into a greater state of freedom, we again gain perspective. And as a result, the understanding and the acceptance of ourselves becomes easier. But you cannot accept something from the state of being that is creating that very experience of affliction. So you have to kind of step out of it. Because again, what is understanding? It is having more than one access point or perspective. You can't understand object A if you're not also having object or space B to compare it with. Understanding is a process of comparison. It's a process of contrast. It's a process of context. It's a process of having multiple views. A thing can never understand itself. It needs an observer. Similarly, your thought process cannot understand itself. It needs a different perspective to view that object or that thought. But if you have become so identified, unified with that perspective that's causing the afflictive state, then you can't understand it. So don't even try. Let it be. Focus on your access point to a new perspective, which again can just be meaningless object that you're concentrating on. And then the acceptance of self will follow. The understanding of that will naturally follow over time as you gain access again to greater freedom. If you really gain access to freedom, then it's instantly understood, typically. It's very like, of course, because you just see from such a clear point of view. There's no substance, there's no matter, there's no gravity anymore to the perspective that was impossible to understand when you were in its gravitational field. And you had not a bigger gravitational field of your own to contrast it by, to understand it with. So know yourself, accept yourself, and become the creator. These are very much linked. The more you become the creator, the easier it is to know and understand and accept yourself on a relative level as well. And sometimes not having access to it, to understanding yourself, leads instantly into accepting yourself. And then that opens the door again to knowing the creator. And then when that afflictive emotion again arises, you'll understand it and you'll be able to accept it because you have a new space of consciousness to compare it to understand it by. That's kind of the journey of using, or how I would use anyway, these afflictive states, to resolve them, to understand them, to accept them, and to transcend them.
Yeah, it's helpful to recognize and to remember that it's an afflictive state. I think that the moments where I've been in these kind of experiences, I didn't recognize that it was just a state. It was like, this is the end of the world, the end of my world. This is an affliction that I'm never going to get out of. And it just becomes like, this black hole, and not the good kind.
I love the good kind of black hole. Just the right black hole. Oh, it's so great. It's true though.
I know.
There's a delicious black hole and there's a terrible black hole.
Exactly. So yeah, it's so helpful to recognize it's just a state, and that it is happening to you because you can handle it and you actually want to teach yourself through this. To me, I did feel like, I don't know if I can handle this. I don't know if I can get through this. But now looking back, I can see that the fact I was even experiencing it to begin with was proof that I could handle it and get through this. On a higher level, it's like, my understanding is that it's a really terrible afflictive state is sort of the accumulation of a lot of misunderstandings and misperspectives. And then it's just you're ready to make a quantum leap. So your higher self just says, okay, take it all at once. You got this.
Yeah.
So it's so helpful to recognize that you have got this if you're experiencing it and you've chosen it.
Nice.
That is so helpful.
Yeah. And you wouldn't have chosen it if you couldn't handle it.
Beautiful. Because the worst part about it is not even the emotions, it's to believe that you're all alone, that you can't handle it, that God doesn't love you, or that you're somehow unworthy or abandoned. That's the most painful part of these things, that you're a victim of it, that there's no way out of it, that there's no help, no guidance, no love, that's the most painful perspective. It's not even the initial emotional trigger, right? And actually, this reminds me of another method people can apply when it's sort of in between the scale of emotional affliction, between sort of the everyday emotional thing that you can kind of play with and understand and investigate, in between that and the emotion that is just so afflictive that you can't do anything with it. And that is to just sort of bring full presence to the emotional feeling and to feel it without labeling it, right? Now, if you're in a truly, deeply, extremely afflictive state, even that is not doable because you're too close to the perspective that you have, and it'll just conjure up more perspectives of a negative nature, and you'll be distracted by them. So the only thing you can do is radically allow it to be as it is, and therefore ignore it and grab a hold of your attention and place it somewhere else is all you can do. But if it's not quite that extreme, but it is quite painful, it is like a heartbreak kind of thing or something like that. But you have some space to interact with it without completely collapsing in it. Then I can recommend also the simple method of just feeling the feelings, bringing awareness. Awareness is always here. You don't bring it, but allowing the feeling to be experienced and witnessed by awareness, by your consciousness, that innate principle of I am and I know that I am. Allowing yourself to experience the feelings and just maintaining the witnessing state so that you don't go into thoughts about it. You don't define it. You don't label it. You don't try to intellectually understand the emotion. Intellectual insights might come as a result of just feeling the essence of the feeling without additions, without descriptions, just letting it be as it is. And a beautiful thing can happen. Typically, the more advanced we are in these spiritual practices of self-realization, it becomes easier, is that when we just become present to a feeling, we find the golden nugget within it, which is really the entire thing is the golden nugget. In other words, when we stop resisting it with descriptions and labels and definitions and just feel it, just have the courage to feel it just in its raw state, no intellectualizing, no definitions, no descriptions. Stay as empty of describing it as you can. Don't describe your experience. Just be it. Just feel it without getting lost in it. But you can only get lost in the description. So, or definition or belief. So, but to just purely feel it, be fully present to it, you start to over time transmute it. You start to discover something beautiful, which is that every emotion is made up of the same presence, the same love that is the creator in manifest form, in energetic form. So you're starting to access the essential energy manifestation of the infinite creator, that very sort of substratum essential first type of manifestation, that presence energy that then is the primordial substance for everything else to be made out of. And if you can be with your feelings without labeling them, without getting lost in the sensuality of them, without describing them, without trying to change them, just allowing them to be exactly as they are. If you can find that courage, that stillness, that presence, and then just feel them as they are, they begin to take on a golden shape, a golden color, if you will. They start to sort of radiate something else that's not the described emotion. It is, yes, the emotional feeling is there, but because the definitions are dropped and the acceptance arises, now we start to align ourselves with this primordial energy field, and therefore we start to see the love as the emotion. We start to see the emotion as being love, light energy, that primordial, essential presence energy of God. And then we're transmuting it, and there's a sense of unity and inseparability with it. And then there's no problem because we're not opposing it. We're not resisting it. We're not against it. We're not trying to change it or control it. We're accepting it, and therefore we're becoming one with the essence of it. And that just reveals itself to be this beautiful golden love light, if you will.
That's very cool.
That's beautiful.
It's kind of like the first method then, like being present to the wood or being present to the, it's like that same focus on.
Yep. Yes, exactly. But if it's a super afflictive state, that we only have access to negative emotions when we're present to our emotions, then you can't quite do that because you'll just get sucked into negative thoughts.
Yeah.
Right? But if it's somewhere in between, sort of a random everyday emotion and a deeply afflictive state, so if it's like a sort of a deep heartbreak, but you're not totally victimized by it, you can see kind of through it and with it, then you can beautifully apply this method, and it's very healing. And you will then, through that process, understand the emotion also. You will understand yourself through the acceptance of it, through the total allowance of it, and then the recognizing the essential energy that makes up the energy of the emotion by just feeling it, by being present to it. It is exactly the same method, actually, mechanically speaking, as focusing on the wood of the table and the way light reflects off of it. Because what you're doing is you're taking your attention away from the definitions and you're shifting it to something else. In this case, the presence of the emotion rather than the thought about the emotion. But if you're present to the emotional feeling, it's still very close to your conditioned, boxed in perspective that generated the emotional response in the first place. So it's not, we don't always have access to this courage, this naked, present awareness that recognizes the essence of an emotion to be love and light. If it's too convincing, if it's too painful, so then the only thing we can typically do is sort of ignore it and focus on something else entirely that's not meaningful to us, that doesn't trigger the same thoughts or perspectives. So there's this wide range sort of fluidity to our consciousness, which emotions have a beautiful way of showing us how fluid and malleable our consciousness and our attention and our self-creating, self-conjuring up capacities really are. And we gain this freedom and this malleability through facing those emotions in different ways. But I did want to add that to sort of the in-between type of emotion.
That's great. Beautiful.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. Would these methods also apply for someone that's experiencing afflicted states in a group setting, for instance, or like social encounters? Because I do feel a lot of people like experience like really intense anxiety or different emotions when they're like in a group setting.
Yeah, in my experience, from my own experience, when I was in a truly afflictive state, I would not be in social situations. You know what I mean? I mean, of course, it's possible, it can happen. But typically, I wouldn't be hanging out and sort of being anxious. I would define that as sort of the in-between, maybe. Either the general emotions or a little bit higher than that, a little bit more intense than that. But the truly extremely afflictive states are debilitating. You're not social. You just shut down. You're like, you don't know what to do, You're stuck. In most cases, of course it's possible, but in most cases, I would say in group settings, if you're even already in group settings, typically that type of anxiety is more of an everyday type of nature. And it just comes with the package of your low self-esteem and thinking that you are a person inside of a body, which is impossible. But we believe it. We insert all the time, that back burner sense of self that's on the back burner. It's just there. It's just in the background. I am experiencing this. I am being watched right now. You're not being watched. That's a total assumption. But because we have that sense of me always inserted into the canvas of life, we have to investigate that. But therefore we feel anxious in social circumstances. And then we can bring presence, the presence of awareness to it and not define it. Just allow ourselves to feel the discomfort of the anxiety and not react and flee into thoughts or trying to change it, control it, stop it, avoid it. Just find the courage to be naked with it. Feel the vulnerability of it until it turns ultimately into a feeling of indestructibility. That's the golden you that comes out of it. But initially, just take those small steps to more and more break the chain of describing your experience and trying to change it and avoid it, and just let it be. Develop the courage of naked consciousness, of naked acceptance, naked awareness. Be naked, be naked, be naked, be naked. Allow to be as it is. And then gradually over time, you'll become that interior alchemist, and it will change the color, the shape, the size, the nature, the feeling, the essence of the emotion will be revealed to you. You'll become a discoverer of God's love in all forms. So in social situations, I would suggest the anxiety is based in some ego construct, and therefore you can allow it. For the most part, you can practice that allowance, and you can transmute it. Does that relate to or resonate with your example?
I think so. I don't know. I just loved the energy of it, like discovery of God's love.
Cool. But does that answer your imagined scenario? Or you have a more specific kind of example or question about it?
It does answer mine, but I'm kind of I want to position myself in someone that's maybe not that experienced with like just releasing and being more naked.
Mm-hmm. So, well, what do you do then? If you're already more experienced in it, then you could teach the same answer to your question. How have you become more able to be more courageous and more naked with your anxiety in social circumstances? What's that first access point that you would recommend to people?
Nice. Good question. It is to not wanting or not efforting to hide something, or believing that there's something wrong, or that I need to hide something, or that I need, or that I might be afraid something be revealed, exposed.
Yep.
So that's like just creates these pockets where stuckness or anxiety can creep in.
Great.
Which kind of is the same thing that you were saying, like just being naked more and more.
Yep. But I love your specific nuance of that being to drop the fear for the outcome in a way, to drop the fear of being discovered and exposed. Because what we call the ego, that imagined sense of me in the background of every canvas painting experience of our life, it always wants to hide its true falseness. It wants to hide the fact that it's not real. And it's got 10,000 different ways to do that, more probably. And these are all sort of layers of self-deceit, layers of self-control, layers of manipulation, layers of hiding, layers of avoiding, layers of recontextualizing things, layers of describing things in certain ways, layers of justifying things, layers of avoiding certain circumstances, certain people at certain times, all to avoid being seen by you, not by others, by you. But you think it's you trying to avoid. That's because you're hijacked, right? We're hijacked by the false self. It's a hijacker of our sense of self. It's like a little virus. It's like a little COVID-19 called me. And it's hijacked our consciousness, our sense of self. So now we're operating on behalf of COVID-19. So we're wearing masks because we don't want to be seen. We don't want to show our true selves. So we think, but actually not the case at all. And if you can see this, you can break through it very quickly. But you got to be ready to be free of your false self, which you think is you. That's the tricky part. It's like you got to be willing to have your ego die in front of you. But if you think you're your ego, you will never want to die.
Wow.
It has hijacked you. It will consistently hide its self-deceiving layers. It will continue to lie and not know that it's lying, or partially know that it's lying, but have yet another layer ready to justify why or how the lie is not really a lie, or how everyone is lying in that way, so it's normal. So to burn through those layers of self-deceit, we need to know that we're not that hijacked version of ourselves. We're not the virus. We're not COVID-19. We're bigger than that. We are bigger than the one that feels anxious in that situation. So instead of us hiding from being exposed in the eyes of others, we need to realize that it's the ego not wanting to be seen by us. Does that make sense? And it's using us and other people to accomplish its aim. So we got to realize that the one who's afraid to be exposed is not us by others. It is the ego by us using others.
Fuck, I love that so much.
So if you can see that, you can take a shortcut. You can take a direct route and cut the bastard off at the root using all the love in the world. Like, love it to death. Be radically slice it off. Nope. I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm not going to believe I am this person that feels anxious about being exposed, because that's not me. It's just this hijacked person that's been in the back of my taxi for all my life, taking on different shapes and sizes and forms and instructing me to go left and right. And I've just been doing its bidding. It hasn't paid me once. Maybe in childhood, when I needed to navigate a tricky emotion or situation where my dad was abusive and I had to protect myself, there's some reason to that, right? So then we create this monster in the back of the seat that keeps us safe. But that's, for most people, not necessary. Now it's just a self-perpetuating story, and then it creates circumstances that seem to mimic that reality being needed, because we're now identified with the voice in our head. But the voice in our head is observable, and anything observable cannot be us. Anything. So the thinker cannot be us. Therefore, the hijacker, the mind, the ego cannot be us. So it's not us afraid to be exposed in the eyes of others. It's our own guest, our little beautiful, loving, monstrous guest in the back seat that doesn't want us to kick it out of our cab. And so it uses us to navigate and lie and manipulate and pretend and all that stuff. Fun, huh?
That's so cool.
But the way to do that is to just gain more courage in naked exposure, because that's how we sever the connection between the hijacker and our true selves, between the analyzing, thinking, egoic mind and our true, ever-present free self, which is already free of whatever we observe. But we identify with what we observe, and we put it in the background of our subconscious, and it continues to operate as if it's its own entity. And we think it is us, and we think it defends us, and it's on behalf of us, but it's not. It's robbing us of all our energy, inspiration, clarity, self-knowledge, truthfulness, sincerity, earnestness, love, compassion, spiritual progress, advancement, and so forth. So it's really not our friend anymore. It's time to let go of that toxic friendship. So expose it to death. Here's my most shameful moment, guys. I've been using all of you in the following way. If you can, that's an extreme example, but you could, if you're ready to part ways with the monster in the backseat, doesn't mean you should hate it, because it has served you. You've invited it in. It's your choice. It's not, it's just offering its services. You've let it into your cap. So when I say monster, yes, it's a monster, but it's really our own allowance. It's us enabling it. So it deserves sort of gratitude. At the same time, it deserves our decision to sever all ties with it. I'm done with you. And at the same time, a feeling of, I love you. Thank you very much for your service, but it's no longer needed. So I'm not trying to imply that we should fight the ego, because that just is more of the same thing. We should love it to death, but radically and decisively, if we want quick progress and quick freedom and quick self-knowledge and quick enlightenment. We need to be ready to part ways, and therefore it doesn't matter what is exposed, because it's not us that's exposed. It's the ego, the monster in the back seat, that we are now becoming aware of. And you can use other people as reflectors to accelerate that. But it takes some courage. What is courage? Courage is, in this context, knowing that you're more than the guy in the back seat, the monster in the back seat. That's all it is. Knowing that you are more than the monster in the back seat of your mind. Once you know that, you have faith, you have courage. Now to expose the monster, it's not so big of a deal, because you know you are more than the monster. You know that they can leave your cab and you'd be fine without them. You no longer need them to protect you. You can now consciously reason and see and decide for yourself what is safe, what's not safe, what is true, what's not true. As a 6-year-old, yeah, you need some protection. So you invite in this monster in the back of your cab. But at some point, you got to kick him out, lovingly. Thank you. Okay, this is your stop, isn't it? Yep. Yeah. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Radically, lovingly say, no more. That's not who I am. Find that naked courage to rediscover who you really are and to ditch the hijacker. With love. With gratitude. But not with continuing to enable it. Not with complacency. Not with giving into it. Not with believing in what it says. Courage is the ability to not believe in your own thinking process. To know that you're more than your thoughts. And then exposure becomes less dangerous because you know it's not you that gets exposed. It's the guy in the back of the seat. It's not me. Oh, I've never manipulated. I've never controlled. I've never been false. I've never wanted these false things. I've never wanted safety and security in distorted ways. I've always been pure and free. But I believed I was this voice that is observable. Therefore, how can I be it? So stop believing in it. The real way to believe in yourself is to stop believing in yourself. Stop believing in everything you think is you. That's true faith in yourself. True courage, naked being. Let what come. Let what goes, go. And let it burn up into clarity of consciousness. Be free. Free yourself from yourself. It's the biggest freedom. Because you're not this. You're not what you're defending. So, something like that.
What about any homework?
Kick out the hitchhiker.
Yeah.
It's been a long ride. It's been a long road trip with a stranger in the back seat. And you've adopted its toxic thoughts and life philosophy. Imagine at the age of 5 or 6, picking up this hitchhiker out of good intentions. Like, oh, maybe he can help me and I can help him. And ever since you've been road tripping for like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, you've been road tripping with this stranger in the back. But then he's no longer a stranger, is he? In fact, if it's just you and the hitchhiker for 60 years in the car, it's going to feel like you're married. It's going to feel like it's exactly who you are. There's going to be no distinction in your sense of self between your true sense of self and the false sense of self. So now you've become one with the toxic thoughts. You've accepted them all as if they are your free will. They've never been your free will because it's never been your soul's priority to be safe, secure, protected, having acquired lots of things and success and status. That's never been your intention, ever. But you've adopted these things as a means to compensate for lack of courage. What's courage? The faith that you are free from anything that's observable, including your own thoughts. When you gain that faith, you'll gain the courage to act on that faith. And then exposing yourself doesn't make much of a difference anymore. In fact, it helps you remove the Band-Aid, this toxic Band-Aid that just keeps the wound festering. Take it off and you'll heal very quickly. But you got to be willing to not believe in yourself. And that takes faith in yourself.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so that's the homework. I mean, do it as you please. But it's just a radical decision of self-honesty, realizing how you've been full of shit like 100,000 different ways every day. How you've manipulated everything, how you've tried to control everything. And just see that that's never really been you. That'd be the homework. And then you find a lot of your afflictive states will disappear as well. If not all of them. Because part of the voice in the back of your seat, in the back of your mind, that false sense of me, is continuously suggesting that you're lacking things, that you're not worthy, that you're not good enough, that you're not perfect yet, that you don't deserve love, that you can die, that you can lose somebody, that you can lack what you need. It's telling you all this stuff because it's the hitchhiker's own journey. It's not yours, but you've adopted it as truth because it's the only voice you've ever heard for for your adult life and longer. So find a way to lovingly sever that connection with the toxic guest in the back of your mind. See that you're ready to let it go. And the afflictive states will then also very quickly disappear.
because they're not part of who you are. They're false suggestions. Afflictive states are based in false suggestions, made by the me you think you are on the back of the seat, but you're not. You're the driver. You're free from any hitchhikers. Cool. Any additions? Are we good?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
have a fabulous day.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of the Mirror Talks podcast with Bentinho Massaro. If you love these teachings and you want full access to almost all of Bentinho's recorded material, go to bentinhomassaro.tv. Right now, we're offering a free 7-day trial with unlimited access to everything on bentinhomassaro.tv, including curated playlists, guided meditations, and much more. This is our #1 recommendation for you. As a subscriber, you'll get first access to these podcast episodes 2 weeks before they go public. You'll also get access to exclusive Q&As with Bentinho and other content only available to subscribers of bentinhomassaro.tv. Also, Bentinho recently created a free online global enlightenment retreat. It's 8 long-form sessions that coherently guide you through the foundation of his enlightenment teachings. You can watch the free online global enlightenment retreat at bentinhomassaro.tv or on YouTube. If you're interested in the most current and complete overview of Bentinho's work to date, this is where we recommend you start. Another great resource is Trinfinity Academy, Bentinho's free online school for enlightenment, empowerment, and infinity. Each class is concise and clear and distills one key topic at a time, including homework. We strongly recommend you check out Trinfinity Academy if you want to master the mechanics of Bentinho's teachings. Finally, don't underestimate the value of sharing this episode with the people who came to mind as you were watching or listening. It's a service to them and the collective, and it's also the best thing you can do to support us in getting this message far and wide. We also encourage you to like, subscribe, and leave positive reviews and ratings on your preferred platforms, and follow Bentinho on social media.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this world. We are here again for another Coffee with C. How to let go of anger and resentment. We all have negative things that happen to us. People betray us. A random person is rude for no reason. As a result, we end up walking around bitter, angry, and upset. The thing that we don't realize is that the longer we carry this baggage around, the longer it will weigh us down. The best thing we can do is drop that baggage now. Whether the betrayal happened 10 years ago or 10 minutes ago.
Well, see, they betrayed me. They took advantage of me. They broke my heart. That's why I have all this resentment and anger with me. Are you just telling me to just let it go and tolerate the bad things that they do?
My friend, they hurt you once or twice. Don't let them to continue hurting you by you thinking about it. As long as you keep dwelling on that, they will continuously hold you back from peace and the happiness that you deserve. What I've learned is that emotions do not give us good advice, especially on the tough times that we are in. Knowing this, you have to know how to control your emotions. You should not let your emotions dictate what you have to do. Yes, what they did sting. It was the worst that ever happened to you. I get it. I really do. You have the right to be angry. You have the right to feel the pain. And you know what? Regardless of how much you contemplate and think to yourself why they did what they did, you will never understand. because you are not like them. We have different values and experiences in life. You will never know the reason why. These are just many things in life that you don't have answer for. And if you keep trying asking yourself, you will get stuck and be more frustrated. Of course, there is a wide scale of how extreme that could have been. The lesser scale where they yelled at you or said something bad about you, all the way to the extreme of physical abuse and being continuously victimized by somebody. So here's what I want you to know. Being victimized, powerless, helpless is the reason why you are feeling that resentment. That's why you want to get even. You want to revenge because you are powerless, and your initial response is to get your power back ASAP. But my friend, that is not the right way to get your power back. In fact, if you stay in a position of resentment, you will stay powerless because you will keep battling with this cycle of anger, resentment, and unhappiness. I know people who carry their resentment even what happened was 10 years ago. Guess what? The person who did you wrong could not care less about you. In fact, they're living their life without thinking about you. They couldn't care less about how you feel. They are now happy living their life without a single thought of you. Now, if you really want to get out of that powerless situation, I want you to shift your mindset. Are you ready for this? Okay, here it is. What I want to do is to equip you with the right mindset why you should let go of resentment. Now see, how can I get my power back? Here's the answer to this, my friends. Let it go. By letting go, you are positioning yourself to gain that power back. Letting go of that resentment frees you up. You are just about to drop that heavy burden that kept you stuck for so long. I want you to understand this, that letting go of that resentment is for your own self. You are not doing this to the person who did you wrong. What do I mean by this? So let's understand, why do you feel that resentment? What causes the resentment? Resentment comes from a situation where you felt victimized, betrayed, or powerless. Someone did something to you that he or she shouldn't have done. It made you feel victimized and powerless. Look, when you let go of that burden of resentment, you start to welcome forgiveness, peace, and happiness. There is no way for all of these to get to you if you let resentment block all of them. You will get your power back by being able to control your emotion, let alone that situation. You now get to decide how the situation will affect you now and in the future. All right, what happened, happened. What you felt about it, you felt about it. What that person did to you happened. You have acknowledged that already. You went through the pain, the anger. And now it's time for you to get your power back. Now, from here, from the new place that you are in, how would you go about it? From this, who do you want to be? How do you want to move forward? How long will you let this affect you? How can you take your power back and say, okay, this person did this terrible thing, but you know what? I want to get up. How can I take control? I want to get my power back. I am going to turn this situation into something positive. I am going to turn this into something that will make me learn and grow. I will use this to make me stronger and more capable. I am back and I am here to get my power back. So that's why I am moving forward. I am no longer going to allow this to make me feel bitter, angry, helpless, and powerless. I will let it go and get my power back by not letting it affect me ever again. I will take charge of my life, of how I feel, and how I will move forward. Keep your requests, your topics, comment down below. I create videos every week for my Coffee with C community, and your topic may be next. Until next time.
Good evening. My name is Doug Hanto, and I am the chair of the Surgical Ethics Working Group in the Center for Bioethics at Harvard Medical School. On behalf of the Surgical Ethics Working Group, I would like to welcome everyone to our third Harvard Surgical Ethics Conference, Ethical Considerations in Surgical Innovation. Over 1,000 individuals have registered for the conference from around the world, and we would like to thank you for getting up early, staying up late, and taking time off from work or leisure to join us this evening. I believe we have an exciting hour and a half ahead of us. I would like to review a few housekeeping items before introducing our moderator, Dr. Louise King, who will introduce our topic for this evening and our speakers. First, we would ask that you submit any questions that you have during the conference using the Q&A feature found in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen. We would ask that you not use the chat room for asking questions. Selected questions will be discussed after all the presentations have been completed, or you may continue the conversation on Twitter using hashtag HMSBioethics. If you have any technical issues, please use the chat feature to send a message to all panelists, and a staff member will be available to help you. If you are interested in upcoming events, news, or education programs, you may subscribe to the Center for Bioethics email at bioethics.hms.harvard.edu/subscribe. And finally, just a reminder that following tonight's conference, the talks as well as the panel discussion will be available on the Center for Bioethics YouTube channel. Without any further ado, I'd like to get us started this evening. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Louise King, who has JD and MD degrees. She is currently an assistant professor of obstetrics, gynecology, and reproductive biology at Harvard Medical School. She is Director of Research, Minimally Invasive Gynecologic Surgery, Associate Program Director for the Fellowship in Minimally Invasive Gynecologic Surgery at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. She is also Director of Reproductive Bioethics in the Center for Bioethics and co-director of the Medical Ethics and Essentials of the Profession course for first-year Harvard Medical and Harvard Dental students. Her areas of interest in medical ethics are broad, but focus on questions of informed decision-making and assisted reproduction, as well as equitable access to advanced gynecologic surgery. We're honored to have Dr. King with us tonight to moderate this evening's session. Dr. King?
Thank you so much. That was such a kind introduction. I'm so grateful, and I'm so happy tonight to be here to talk about this topic. It's one that I'm deeply passionate about in my own area of gynecologic surgery, and I've been lucky enough to have sort of a preview of these talks as we've met to prepare for tonight. I think you're going to find them very, very interesting. I'll be moderating the chat as best I can. I have my own questions for the speakers, and I will weave in as many questions as I can from the questions that you submit. So it's my honor right now to introduce Richard White, who is the Vice Chair of Surgery at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, Professor of Surgery at Harvard Medical School. He received his MD from the University of Pittsburgh and MBA from Wharton. He's interested in bioethical issues pertaining to the field of surgery, particularly cardiothoracics. He is on the ethics committee of two national surgical organizations, the Society for Thoracic Surgeons, and where he is the chair, and the American College of Surgeons. I'm also lucky enough to say that he was a mentor to me in my years at BIDMC. I was so grateful and remains one today, but so grateful for the time he spent with me, inviting me to his office, talking about surgical ethics, providing me support and encouragement. He's an incredible person, and I'm looking forward to his talk.
Louise, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Let me just share my screen. Just get this set up fairly quickly. There we go. Well, welcome everybody to the session this evening. I hope you find it interesting. As Dr. King mentioned, I'm a thoracic surgeon and vice chair of surgery at Beth Israel Deaconess, and have had a long interest in the ethics of surgical innovation. I will start out by saying that I have no disclosures. And I'll point out that this session on surgical innovation has three components. I'll be presenting a fairly high-level look at the ethics of surgical innovation, focusing on the ethical principles and more generalized areas of ethical debate. My colleagues, Dr. Teresa Williamson, Dr. John Meyer, and Dr. Martin McNeely will then focus on some specific examples. While the word cloud shown here presents a number of concepts associated with innovation, both the Oxford English Dictionary and the Merriam-Webster Dictionary define innovation as the introduction of new things, ideas, or ways of doing things. And in this spirit, I'd like to posit that as a surgeon, some level of innovation is commonplace and arguably essential. While I was tempted to start the presentation with a case, the introduction of minimally invasive surgery or robotic surgery as a replacement for open chest or abdominal surgery, or the use of extracorporeal membrane oxygenation as a bridge to lung transplant, or the introduction of aortic valve replacement by transcatheter devices rather than traditional open surgery using cardiopulmonary bypass. You're going to hear some of these things in the second and third portions of the talk. Furthermore, I think that you can use your own experiences in surgery to look at current surgical techniques, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to come up with many examples of things that were done exactly the same way that they were done 20 or 30 years ago. Now, while this shows the results of innovation on a macroscopic level, at the level of the individual surgeon, each of us have adapted our surgical techniques and decided what level of evidence is sufficient for us to make that change. While you may take the statement that innovation in surgery is essential as a postulate, there are a number of ethical frameworks that we can use to examine the statement. For example, if one chooses a consequentialist approach to ethics, meaning that what is right or wrong depends on the outcome or intended outcome of an action, the desired outcome of a surgical procedure is an improved state of health. Given that current surgical techniques are not perfect, nor are all surgical outcomes perfect, it would be a good thing to do to devise new and better ways of doing things. As the primary focus, if the primary focus is on the individual, the surgeon's obligation is to provide an optimal outcome for that patient. If one takes a more communitarian view, the obligation of the surgeon is to provide optimal surgical care to the community as a whole. Again, our current techniques are great for some conditions, but clearly wanting for others. In other words, there's clearly room for improvement, and it would be our obligation to pursue those opportunities, but more with the best interests of the community in mind, rather than those of a specific individual patient. If one chooses a deontological or duty-based approach to the analysis of ethical issues, we have obligations to provide our patients the best care possible. Our duties are codified in descriptions of the physician-patient relationship, which involves fidelity or loyalty, among other things, meaning that we have a fiduciary duty to put the patient's interests above our own. Again, since we know that surgical outcomes are currently not ideal, one could conclude that it's in the patient's best interest to improve upon our current armamentarium of techniques and devices. Interestingly, while a specific patient or clinical problem may stimulate the idea for a clinical innovation, the pursuit of that innovation is probably made more with the interests of future patients in mind. Also, while many of our obligations as physicians and surgeons are to our patients, we are all members of a profession, and professionals have certain obligations. While the obvious one is that which I've alluded to above, a fiduciary duty to our patients, it's been argued that these obligations include not only having and practicing a specialized body of knowledge and skill, but to apply that skill and knowledge to the betterment of society and to the advancement of the professional field. Finally, from a virtues ethics perspective, or what would a truly virtuous surgeon do, there would be an obligation to recognize the limitations of what we can currently offer our patients and to pursue better approaches to the diseases that we treat. Who would argue that the truly virtuous physician would be satisfied with the status quo? So whether one takes a consequentialist approach, a deontological approach, or a virtues ethics approach, as they say, all roads lead to Rome, and it's our obligation to improve upon the current state of the art of surgery. But we've omitted one of the common approaches, and that's the principalist view. And I think many students in the US are quite familiar with this text, Principles of Biomedical Ethics. I think that perhaps in other countries it's not so widely used, but it uses the familiar Beecham and Childress quartet of autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence or minimization of harm, and justice. The principle of beneficence obligates us to improve upon the current conditions. That said, as we cannot predict the future regarding new devices, techniques, or ideas, the potential for harm or that which we are trying to avoid through non-maleficence is lurking behind the veil of good intentions. Now, while I will come back to the principles of autonomy and justice, both of which are important in the discussion of innovation in surgery, I'll first focus on the balance of the goal to be beneficent with the risk of doing harm. Can the individual surgeon be trusted to balance opposing forces for the potential for good versus the potential for harm? Perhaps a truly virtuous surgeon could, but most of us are mere mortals and we have our own biases, agendas, and perspectives. If one has developed a new surgical device, for example, is it not natural to want it to work? Does that introduce bias in its assessment, particularly if the initial assessment is non-quantitative? While most of us get excited about doing new things, it's possible that such excitement can lead to looking at the innovative thing through rose-colored glasses, and either in foresight or retrospectively focus on the upsides rather than the downsides. Now, digressing slightly from the issue of the potential for benefit from the potential for harm is the issue of patient autonomy. While the concept of autonomy is multifaceted, one of the issues is that of informed consent, meaning that the patient has some understanding of the issue at hand, as well as the options for treatment and the relative risks and benefits of those options. In the context of standard operations, the risks and benefits of the procedures are well known, as are the rationale and intricacies, which are well characterized and can be presented to the patient at whatever level he or she desires. But in the context of innovative surgical care, the relative risks and benefits may be less well characterized. How would we pose the risks of the innovation to the patient, particularly since at the outset, these risks may be largely unknown? And for a new technique involving innovative and complex new technology, how do we even know what the patient wants or needs to know? Is it sufficient to simply ask the patient to trust the surgeon and to make the right decision? And while this may be applicable in the emergency situation, for instance, the case is going poorly and all normal avenues for salvaging things are exhausted and the patient may die, an innovative approach may be completely appropriate. But really, how often does this really happen? And aren't most opportunities for innovation known well in advance? Finally, there is the issue that if the surgeon has a vested interest in a new device or technique, might this cause him or her to downplay the potential for harm? So this leads to the discussion of the oversight of innovation. And some of the questions I've posed, the answers to them lie in the area of incremental innovation and with some level of oversight. Now, while none of us enjoy being under the microscope, I would say that some level of oversight of innovative surgical techniques is probably necessary. While some innovations are done really without patient consent, particularly those that are urgent in nature, or to the surgeon's perspective, rather minimal, I choose to use a new stapler or suture, for example, or I do my anastomosis a little bit differently. For many of these changes or innovations, there's been a body of predicate investigative work that makes my modification reasonable. In other words, I have expert knowledge that the patient doesn't have. But while expert knowledge is an essential characteristic of being a professional, along with it goes the responsibility to use the knowledge wisely, reasonably, and in the patient's best interests. While I probably shouldn't bring in a new instrument from my garage to try on a patient, it's probably completely reasonable to use a commercially available device, particularly if there is literature support in its use in a similar situation. But again, what about the first time it's used? Again, for commercially available devices, there's usually a regulatory process that justifies change. But again, it generally boils down to the potential for benefit versus the potential for harm. So I think that we see a distinction between trivial innovation and non-trivial and trivial innovation, as well as a distinction between planned innovation and an essential or urgent one. So if the innovation is both planned and not trivial, some element of oversight is arguably essential. An unbiased assessment done through the lens of peers or others with expert knowledge can be protective of both the surgeon and the patient. Who else besides the patient and the surgeon has a vested interest in the act of innovation? Well, at some level, the general public does have an interest, thus leading to a regulatory process. On the other hand, I don't think that we generally allow the general public to micromanage physician-patient interactions. The hospital where we practice also has a vested interest, as it is responsible for what occurs within its wall, and it has an interest in preventing unreasonable and perhaps even dangerous practices. Now, further along the lines of oversight of innovation, I'd like to point out what some institutions have done, and I have a picture here of Dr. Shav Kasavji from the Toronto General Hospital, who's made some remarkable innovations in the field of lung transplantation. Dr. Kasavji, a number of years ago, introduced a surgical innovations committee at Toronto General, whereby new procedures are vetted for appropriateness. The approach has the obvious attractive feature that proposed innovations are scrutinized by a body of peers, primarily surgeons, but also others in the operating room environment, those who are likely to share a common body of expert knowledge and to have a similar appreciation for the needs of innovation. On the other hand, a group of similarly minded individuals may be more prone to groupthink, and a lack of diverse input may lead to conclusions that, while they may seem right to a group of surgeons, may not be so well received by other physicians or the lay public. The concept of the Surgical Innovation Committee has apparently been adopted successfully by other institutions, some of which have come up with centers of innovation. Some of these are focused on peer review and support of innovation, and others seem more focused on research around innovative approaches to surgical technology and are designed to foster improved interactions with industry. In other institutions, including my own, new procedures need to be approved by the Medical Executive Committee, which is the medical staff committee spanning the breadth of the hospital's specialties. While this encompasses a broad-based or diverse set of perspectives, a shortcoming is that the actual surgical component may be quite small. Furthermore, as many people will either know or will experience, hospital committees can be rather inefficient. And at least in my institution, the line between a new procedure and a modification to an existing one can get quite unclear. While it might be reasonable to have every surgeon who wants to use a surgical robot trained in and credentialed in the use of the robot, does it really make sense to make a, quote, robotic lobectomy a new procedure when a thoracoscopic lobectomy has been done for 25 years. This being roughly the same operation, but with hand-operated instruments rather than robotically or remotely controlled instruments. Or what about when a new robot becomes available? If every time we change robots, we have to call it a new procedure, we'll spend our lives dealing with the medical executive committee and not actually getting anything done. If one of our colorectal surgeons does a procedure with a new single port robot, when he normally does it with several ports and an older device, is this a new procedure? Some would have argued yes, others no. But while these may seem like fairly straightforward questions with straightforward answers to surgeons, they are not so straightforward to non-surgeons, let alone lay people who often provide oversight to medical leadership. Finally, I'd like to point out that the National Academy of Science, what was the Institute of Medicine, has recently established a task force to examine how medical and surgical innovation is conducted in the US and how to define best practices. So while we have considered surgical innovation committees, medical executive committee, and hospital board committees, is there a role for human subjects research committees or IRBs to weigh in on surgical innovation? In the context of IRBs, we generally consider research to involve the generation of generalizable knowledge and to involve fairly rigid protocols. Not everything to do with human subjects is research, and not all research deals with human subjects. But the IRB typically deals with the interaction of research and human subjects. Now, while some surgeons at some institutions may want to study a new technique, i.e. research, others simply want to do what others have done and have been found to be beneficial. Now, certainly a systematic analysis of an innovative technique would require IRB approval, but innovation, like quality improvement, is often continuous and not taken in large steps. So one can easily argue that IRBs are probably not well suited to the processes involving continuous change. Finally, in terms of regulatory oversight, I would bring this example to the front. The recent transplant of a genetically modified pig heart to a human. This was done at the University of Maryland roughly 3 months ago. Now, this wasn't considered research. This was certainly innovative, and its approval involved the Food and Drug Administration, presumably in addition to some institutional approval. Now, why the FDA? Well, this is because by statute, the FDA has oversight of the administration of biological products, and certainly a genetically modified pig heart would be considered biological. In the case in question, the FDA provided emergency authorization under compassionate use criteria for the use of the pig heart. Now, the FDA also provides oversight for some other innovative devices, such as certain types of endografts, under their investigational device exemption pathway, or IDE pathway. And it's interesting to note that while early trials of many new devices are conducted in countries other than the US, one has to ask if this is solely because the regulatory burden is lower in other countries, and they're not all third world countries, I might add. It could also be that the risk-benefit ratio or availability of what we call standard treatment is different in other countries. Finally, I'd like to invoke the concept of justice. We've talked about autonomy, we talked about beneficence and non-maleficence. In terms of justice, who gets access to innovative approaches to surgical disease? And this is another fertile area for ethical discussion. While we have heard of and read about racial and socioeconomic healthcare disparities in this country, how does one ensure that the benefits of an innovative approaches to surgical care are distributed in an equitable and just fashion? Unfortunately, allocating the benefits equitably probably also means allocating the risks similarly, as it's obviously patently unfair to assign the benefits to one group and the risk to another. Given the uneven access to healthcare, unequal levels of trust in the medical establishment, differential reimbursement mechanisms often based on insurance, and the obvious fact that innovative techniques by their very nature are that they are new, low in volume, and geographically limited, makes it difficult to distribute, at least initially, an innovative technique on a wide level playing field. Yet these issues must clearly be considered by both the surgeon and the institution involved. So with that, and while there are many other questions, such as when is an innovative approach justified, there's just not enough time to do this now. I'll conclude my broad strokes and high-level discussion, and will now turn the podium over to my colleagues, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much for that excellent overview. And we're going to have questions at the end. I haven't seen any in the Q&A function of Zoom. Remember, that's where to put your questions. And it's labeled Q&A, I believe, at the very bottom of your screen. It's my honor right now to introduce Teresa Williamson. She is a neurosurgeon and surgical ethics researcher who cares for people with all types of spine disorders, as well as brain and spinal trauma. Dr. Williamson is a graduate of Yale College, where she played varsity soccer, I learned as I prepared this, and Yale Medical School. She came to MGH, one of our affiliate hospitals, from Duke University, where she completed her neurosurgery residency and then her orthopedic surgery complex spine fellowship. She also completed the University of Chicago McLean and American College of Surgeons Surgical Ethical Fellowship in 2021. Her research focus is neurosurgical decision-making and patient-doctor communication, and she also focuses on healthcare disparities. She's a member of the Center for Outcomes and Patient Safety in Surgery, which is abbreviated COMPASS, at MGH. And I'm just getting to know Dr. Williamson. It's such a pleasure to get to know her in some of our working groups, and I'm very much looking forward to her talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. King. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so thank you so much for that introduction. I'm Teresa Williamson. As Dr. King mentioned, I'm a neurosurgeon at Mass General and work at the Harvard Center for Bioethics. I'm going to talk a little bit today about implementation of new devices in the operating room, and I'm going to give you my perspective as a relatively new spine attending surgeon. So I'll start off with my disclosures because we're talking about new device implementation and what's appropriate and what's conflict. And so I do have a disclosure, and that's that I'm a consultant with DePuy Synthes, which is a spine technology company. And I think that's important for you to know because, in spine surgery, we have really close relationships with industry. We have, tables and tables of instrumentation every time we do a surgery, from screws to rods to, different devices to put in cages. And it's important for us from an educational standpoint, from an innovation standpoint, from a patient care standpoint, to have some type of a relationship with industry. The question is, when does that relationship go too far, and how do we best manage it in an ethically appropriate manner? So this is me in the OR, and I'll show where those relationships can be a bit challenging. So while I'm in the OR, I'm working here with a resident. We're actually working on a new technology, taking care of a patient using augmented reality to put in pedicle screws. And this is my email inbox that I'm going to come to when I get out of the operating room. And so I'll just read you a couple of the examples of things that, might be said from an industry representative about a surgery that, they may want me to do, or, a technique that they may want me to use. So your business is extremely important to me, and I want to build a relationship where you can trust us for all your needs from an instrumentation standpoint and technology front. I was curious if you had thought about our MIS screw system and if there's anything in particular holding you back from giving it a try. And then this is in reference to a new technology that they were interested in me trying. Here is the fill in the blank new technology surgery training certification quiz. Just start the exam. So there's a lot of reasons why, my inbox is flooded with new technologies and new ideas, and some of them are related to patient care and really innovating in the space of improving our care for spine patients. And then some are frankly financial. So spine surgery, a single spine surgery costs on average $75,000 to complete in the United States. And overall, it's a $90 billion industry and expenditures yearly in the US. So when we're thinking about balancing such a large financial gain field with a critical need to take care of patients with back pain being sort of the largest disabler worldwide for patients, we have to think of some really critical ethical questions. The first is, should there be a relationship with industry? If there is, which devices should I try? How much training as a surgeon am I obligated to pursue prior to implementing a new device? And then how do we go about monitoring that device for safety and ensuring that we're doing the right thing as we use it? So when I think about the relationships that I'm forming in the operating room with industry representatives, I put them into sort of categories, and I make sure to think about commercial relationships and what's appropriate there, as well as what is conflict of interest. And so I like this definition that comes from the ophthalmologist that talks about commercial relationships and basically the principle of beneficence and non-maleficence, that patient care must not be affected by economic interest in, commitment to, or benefit from professionally related commercial enterprises. And then further, a conflict of interest being where your professional judgment should not be influenced by other interests of the provider, whether those be financial, publications, participation in trials, etc. And that's, can be challenging, because I'd like to point out that in a typical spine surgery, we use a lot of technology. And so how to manage those relationships is really important, rather than just sort of separating yourself from those relationships. And I'll show you on this picture why I can't separate myself. So this is a patient that had a large spine surgery. This patient in particular had prior surgery, had serious pain, weakness, and needed an extension of their fusion, meaning putting screws and rods in their back, as well as decompression to free up the nerves. So in order to set up this whole space, we have a CT scanner in the operating room that's operated by one company. We have augmented reality to navigate the screws. That's another company. We have a table or two of instrumentation of screws and rods, et cetera, and that's a third company. So those representatives are often present in the operating room, and we have to be forthcoming with our patients about that. And so knowing that we have a lot of technology to use, and that, in order to use it safely and efficiently, it's constantly changing. Not everyone is trained or familiar, particularly nursing staff, with all the different types of instrumentation. So we know that we have to have some type of relationship. The question is how. And so the things that I think are important are to be forthcoming with the patient. So, they're vulnerable, they're under anesthesia, and you want to make sure that you're not doing any harm to them. And so we actually put on our consent form that there's going to be industry representatives in the room with them. And I actually, beyond just letting them read the consent form, I will actually mention that fact to them and tell them which companies are going to be there, so that that's fully disclosed. I mentioned not being able to really rush that separation between industry and medicine, but that it's important to discuss the benefits of having an industry representative there with your patient. And then there's the other side of things, which is not letting things get too far. And so we don't want to rush to replace clinical judgment with industry judgment, particularly given the possibility for financial conflicts of interest. So this is an interesting article out of the Hastings Center that I would recommend to you, that talks about industry technicians being embedded in clinical teams, and times at which device salespeople are sort of taking over the case, in the sense that the surgeon is unclear on how to proceed without their help. And then we have to think about how actually that device got into our hands, and how it got into our operating room, and should it be there? Because when you're evaluating a new device, you want to make sure that it truly is doing something better for the patient. It's innovative in some way, that's adding something, and that it's sort of free from bias in how that process has been evaluated. And so this is an article from the Boston Globe that talked about how many Boston hospital CEOs sit on healthcare company boards. And there's nothing, special about Boston. There's certainly a role for surgeons and doctors to be part of companies, because without us, it's really hard to inform change in clinical care and to figure out what the needs are for new things and new devices. But it's important to remember, what type of bias may or may not be playing a role in the decision to, as Dr. White mentioned, use that new robot. That was a big capital expenditure, and there's a motivation for it to be used. Or as a junior surgeon, I often will have people come to me and say, try this device, and they may or may not be financially sort of have stockholders in that company or consultants for that company. And it's just something to keep in mind. It can be a place where getting multiple opinions, where hearing from your colleagues about a new technology can be really helpful to sort of mitigate that bias coming from one view to use a certain device. So in summary, as I think about using new techniques post-training, now that I'm a new attending, these are sort of some rules that I've thought of in my head. And thinking about them through an ethically guided framework. So a new technology should have a benefit. It should be better, or at least thought to be better than what you were using before. If you're getting ready to use something, you should be competent at using that, meaning you should be agile at troubleshooting and figuring out, exactly how things work. You shouldn't be fully dependent on a salesperson. And that a competence actually comes from commitment to formal study of that device, not just from certification. So if you remember that email that I got about, just a 10-question quiz, that's not sufficient if you want to use a new device. And then it's really important as you go to use that device, and I'll use an example in a second, to think about patient selection and, thinking about the process of how you're going to select a patient who can be well informed and can understand what they're taking on in terms of a novel innovation, but also doing that in a way that you're making sure is equitable and you're getting good resources to all patients. When you're thinking about the process of informed consent with a new technology, especially we have lots of patients that come to us as surgeons, as spine surgeons, that are very vulnerable. They're in a lot of pain. They're really, really eager to get better. And so that vulnerability can beget eagerness to participate with a new device. And so you need to be cautious of that and also make sure that we're giving enough sort of informed information about the risks of a procedure. And then this concept that research is research. And so when you're bringing in a new device, really need to be sure that you're not doing research. And if you are, that it's gone through the appropriate IRB processes. Just to talk a little bit about that new device process. So currently in the US, we use the 510(k) pathway for devices with moderate risk that are considered to be just a small change from a prior device. But that process has come under a lot of scrutiny because it's a way that a significant, at least a third of the devices come into the US ORs. But it's not totally clear that that process does a good job of evaluating new technologies. And so the Institute of Medicine was actually tasked in 2010 and 2011 to look at our current process and look at what I've highlighted in red are some of what I think are really ethically from a individual patient and also public health ethics standpoint, very important. So how do we optimally protect patients, promote innovation, and support public health, doing the best for the common good? And if we're not doing that, what are the processes to do so? So they wrote a report on it and really said that this is not a new device process that we should be using, but rather we really have to be careful that this is just looking at devices that are very, very similar to those that were used before. And I think they overall called for some changes to that process. And there's a lot of people, probably a lot on this call even, that would be critical of this process and want us to make sure that we're thinking through guidelines as to how we're using new devices. And so I'll give you an example of a case that I had earlier in my practice that, where I used a new device and where it can go well and where it can not go well and how I mitigated that process. And so this was a patient with a degenerative spine disease who had 2 levels that needed to be treated, meaning 2 lumbar vertebrae were degenerated and causing his symptoms. Typically, when I do this surgery, you have to go through the front of the belly and sometimes the side and the back as well. And so there's a new procedure from a certain company that allows you to just go through sort of anterolaterally and potentially saves the patient positioning, operating room time, a smaller incision, a smaller surgical corridor. So there's some early evidence that this would be beneficial. I talked to the patient about, very frankly, in the consent conversation about the fact that I had never done one of these procedures before, that I had been trained and had done cadaver labs and was working with a surgeon who had done the exposures before, but that this would be my first case of this type of surgery. And even in this case, they had a video, the company had a video that I think was really helpful to share with the patient, and he watched it and he actually had some really great questions about anatomy and possible complications after that to make me feel very comfortable that he had a good idea of what was going on. Unfortunately, during his surgery, we got into a small bleeder, but it was really difficult to contain in a small sort of surgical corridor, and we ended up converting the surgery to open. So I think the question there, you know, and I think that if we were open from the beginning, I think it's important to note that if, you know, using this new technology probably made it more difficult to correct that problem, and made his surgery longer, his blood loss higher, certainly a surgical complication that we discussed with him afterwards. So I think the question is, you know, should I do that surgery again? Does that mean that this new technology is not worthwhile? Does it need to be reported? And I'll be frank, as a new surgeon, I didn't really know. We obviously presented it in our internal conferences of morbidity and mortality, but who do you report it to, or where do you go? And so it was actually a process to learn, you know, how to report something that a complication with a new device, and, you know, obviously reporting it to the company, they may or may not have the incentive to move forward with that information. And then I discussed it with my senior colleagues and those that I knew had done the case before, just to make sure that we were sharing our experiences and making sure that if there was a trend, we weren't, you know, proceeding to just do this case if it potentially caused more harm than good. So learning from that experience and from the literature on implementation of new devices, these are some things that I think are really important. When you draft guidelines or when you propose a new device, it should be free of bias. And so including folks that are, you know, not necessarily financially tied to the particular device in decision-making, seeking multiple opinions, as I mentioned in the last case, making sure there's adequate data prior to transitioning that into a full clinical practice or standard, and then making sure there is long-term oversight, both institutionally and on the sort of national or international level, to think about how we're going to log data to say, you know, if there are sort of poor outcomes or complications from this particular intervention. There's several groups that have thought about this and published on it. So this is the Responsible Development and Application of Surgical Innovations position statement that talks about how to define a new innovation, which I think is part of that challenge when you think about like the 510(k) pathway, and then talks about setting up institutional committees and registries in order to track information when you bring in a new device. The ideal framework was recently published in JAMA, which similarly talks about how to look at the quality of evidence before using a new device, and how to implement a new device if you feel like it's appropriately innovative and safe. So in summary, as I look, you know, as a surgeon who works in an industry that is very financially beneficial, but also really beneficial to patients in terms of the ability to treat and improve people's quality of life, there's a balance between the role of relationships with industry. And so that relationship, I believe, should be an ethically guided one with the patient first, thinking about how we can do the best for our patients. When we think about implementing new devices, which devices do I try? The answer is the better ones. So devices that have a potential for improved outcome or shorter lengths of stay, better patient experience. How much training is enough training? I think that's defined by competence. So making sure that you actually have the ability to understand how to use and how to navigate a device. And then how do we monitor device safety? We have data and registries and guidelines that involve multiple opinions and multiple sources without bias. So thanks so much, and I look forward to taking questions after all the talks.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, Dr. Williamson, thank you for sharing your experience in such an open and honest way. We all know that that's very hard to do. But it's exceptionally helpful for the people listening in and trying to learn about these topics to be able to hear your personal perspective of this in such a way. So I'm really grateful to you for sharing that. We have a few questions coming in that I'm going to be working to collate together for everyone towards the end. I'm about to introduce two people at once, just to give you context as I do these introductions, and then we'll have our final speakers together. John Meyer is a graduate of Yale Medical School, and he trained in general and cardiothoracic surgery at the University of Minnesota. He's a professor of surgery at Harvard Medical School and the first Tommy Kaplan Chair in Cardiovascular Studies at Boston Children's Hospital. He's interested in health policy and has served as a Society of Thoracic Surgeons representative to the AMA Relative Value Update Committee. And by the way, there was some questions in the chat about how these things get paid and how we determine how they get paid. And that's the committee, the Relative Value Update, or RVU committee, that does make those types of determinations, as well as other very important committee work that guides our practice. He's the past president of the Society of Thoracic Surgeons and past chair of the finance committee of the same group, and does a lot of work with that group to help guide us again in policy decision-making. Has been such an important member of our working group, contributing wonderful comments about all of our work as we share together and move some of these projects that we're all working on forward. And I'd also like to introduce Martin McNeely. He served as the professor of, well, I have to preface, first of all, I don't think I can do justice to this introduction because the list of accolades is quite long. And Dr. McNeely has served as our leader of this group until very recently. And he's been an incredible mentor to me as I've explored areas of ethics and surgery. But I'll give you a snippet of some of his accomplishments. He served as professor of surgery and chief of the Division of Cardiothoracic Surgery at Albany Medical Center, and later as chair of the Division of Thoracic Surgery at University of Toronto and Toronto General Hospital, co-chair of the American College of Surgeons Committee on Emerging Surgical Technology, director of the American Board of Thoracic Surgery, president of the Thoracic Surgery Foundation for Research and Education, chairman of the Ethics Committee of the American Association for Thoracic Surgery, and ethics editor of the Journal of the same. He's working with colleagues from our Bioethics Center and the University of Global Health Equity in Butaro, Rwanda, to establish an intensive course in global ethics for the students at this new medical school, which was established by the late Paul Farmer and his colleagues at Partners in Health. That's only one of the many things that he contributes to our community here at the center. And I'm so grateful to him for all his guidance and mentorship. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to our speakers.
Can everyone see my slides, I hope? I'm John Meyer, and we're going to take a slightly different perspective, and that is the perspective of almost, if you will, an organizational ethics perspective, trying to understand the role of professional medical societies in the implementation and dissemination of innovative devices. And we'll use a case of the introduction of transcatheter aortic valve replacement, so-called TAVR, as a new way of replacing one of the heart's valves, the aortic valve, as sort of a case example. So I have no disclosures. And I'd like to start by just reminding everyone about what the roles and responsibilities are for a profession. So the professions are charged with maintaining, advancing, and disseminating a body of knowledge, and to advance that knowledge that is innovate. And in so doing, analyze critically and report the results. Professional societies are required to self-regulate, to place patients' interests above their own, and to place performance above personal reward. And finally, a responsibility to fairly distribute finite medical resources. So the case, as we are describing, is this introduction of transcatheter valves into the US market. And the promise of this technology was that a heart valve could be replaced with a much less invasive method and could actually be done during a heart catheterization rather than an open heart operation, which would mean the patients did not need to have an incision in their chest. There was no need for using a heart-lung machine and stopping the heart to carry out this procedure, and offered, because of the less invasive aspect of this, to have a shorter hospital stay and be less morbid for the patients. The uncertainties at the outset, though, was how well these new devices were going to work. And this slide will just demonstrate to you what some of these devices look like. So this is a typical surgically implanted aortic valve over here in the upper left corner, which would require an open heart operation, as I said. This in the upper right-hand corner is the transcatheter valve, which can be sort of compressed down, as demonstrated in the illustration in the left lower quarter of your screen. And so it can be compressed down around a balloon catheter, and then passed through an artery, typically in the groin, up into the position in the aortic valve. The balloon expanded, as is shown both in this X-ray picture here in the middle, as well as this cartoon here in the lower right part of your screen. But basically to expand this valve into the aortic position, and then would be deployed without a problem. So our case involves what happened at the beginning, if you will, of the introduction of this device into the US market. There were actually at least two devices that were being pursued and marketed by two different US companies. The background is that these devices had already been approved in Europe. They've been given the CE mark, which is the equivalent of FDA approval. And although initially they had been treated as somewhat experimental and were placed initially in high-risk patients, but very quickly, when it appeared that they seemed to work at least reasonably well, they were disseminated throughout all patients needing this type of valve replacement, including much lower risk and much healthier patients at the start. And the early results actually indicated that the complication rates were higher for those patients than they were in a comparable surgical patient population. So applications had been placed by both of these companies for the FDA to approve and for Medicare to pay for this, because this disease process, aortic valve disease, is more common in the Medicare age population in the United States, that is over 65. So there were a number of obvious potential conflicts. On the one hand, this would be a new procedure for the cardiologist, so there would be an opportunity to effectively increase one's practice and generate more revenue. And the cardiologists were frequently the ones who were identifying the disease to start with, and there's the whole issue of self-referral for monetary gain. At least that argument could be made. Conversely, for the surgeons who traditionally had owned this area, that is, it required an operation to replace a heart valve, this was a big threat, because if all the patients were having procedures done by somebody else, that would mean there would be a loss of revenue. both situations representing significant conflicts of interest between what was potentially good for the patient, although that was still in doubt, and versus what was good for the individual surgeon or cardiologist. The regulatory issues were a little bit muddy in the sense that multiple U.S. entities, regulatory entities, are involved. So the FDA assesses devices for safety and efficacy, whereas Medicare has to make payment decisions, particularly for this patient population in this age group. And then the issue ultimately was this device was not inexpensive. In fact, was just for the device, forget the hospitalization and the professional fees and everything else. The device alone was at least $30,000 in costs. So there clearly were an abundance of potential conflicts of interest, as I've already outlined. There was the potential for adverse effects on patients. And as profession, the members of that profession have duties to patients, as you've already heard Dr. White talk about. There was a significant question about patient selection and how much the patients should be allowed to choose what form of treatment they got. There were clearly the obvious potential for turf wars between a medical specialty and a surgical specialty. And from a professional society perspective, there was a significant potential for legal liability in the sense that if this was not an entirely free trade, if you will, sort of process, then there was the potential for antitrust issues to be raised, as well as the obvious and ongoing issue about medical malpractice, particularly when you're doing something new. So given that I was in the leadership of the thoracic surgical group, so-called STS, when these issues were coming up, we were faced with several choices. We could do nothing and leave this decision up to the government agencies who, without being too pejorative, frequently don't have a lot of experience with clinical medical issues. We could leave it up to the payers, and that is both Medicare as well as private payers. There was obvious potential for turf protection by writing guidelines that would favor one or the other approach. Or the third option was whether or not these two potentially competitive societies, one representing the cardiologists, the ACC, and one representing cardiothoracic surgery, the STS, could actually collaborate and try to make sure that this technology was introduced in a rational fashion. But the professional societies have their own internal conflicts and ethical obligations, which included not only duties to their members, but also duties to patients and duties to society. And of course, most ethical controversies arise when the pursuit of one or the other of a duty actually puts an organization in internal conflict with itself. So what happened and what we did was we actually recognized, based on that European experience, the potential for significant adverse patient outcomes. And following my time in the leadership of the STS, Dr. Michael Mack became the president a year or two later. And he has an interesting background as both a cardiac surgeon, but also as a trained internal medicine physician. prior to his surgical career. And his counterpart at the American College of Cardiology is Dr. David Holmes, who is an interventional cardiologist. So clearly, the leadership of these two professional groups were on opposite sides, if you will, of the procedure. And importantly, one of our surgeon members had actually taken a position for a year at Medicare, where he was actually had a major decision-making role in how the payment decisions in particular would be made by the agency. And his background you can see there, but he and I both had been through the Kennedy School course on government relations, executive course at the same time, sat next to each other, and so we had a close working relationship. So what emerged through this collaboration across potentially conflicting or competing societies was the following. There was an agreement to begin with a randomized trial, which would be the only way that any patients would get access to the new device here in the United States. And this was actually a comparison of surgical valve replacement versus the transcatheter valve replacement, appropriately named the partner trial, which included informed consent that was uniform, required local IRB approval, but also the collaboration between the two professional societies established several requirements that the regulatory agencies, particularly the FDA as well as Medicare, actually bought into. And one of them was that there would be heart teams established, which would give equal footing to both the cardiologist and the surgeon in evaluating patients and also in actually carrying out these procedures. The number of sites where these procedures could be done were limited, and there were some criteria agreed on in order to qualify a given center for being able to participate in this trial. And an existing database that has been maintained by the Society of Thoracic Surgeons for quality improvement purposes was used to generate the risk model that would allow us to classify patients in particular for the initial phase, which was the high risk phase, so-called partner 1, where patients who were thought to be at high surgical risk would then qualify for this trial. And then based on those initial results and that higher risk group, then subsequent trials involved gradually loosening the patient eligibility criteria. And as part of trying to generate new knowledge, a collaborative registry was established that followed all patients, was committed to publishing the results as they emerged from the trials. And remarkably enough, this registry actually was supported by the device manufacturers. So this example, which I think is probably somewhat unique, at least in American medicine, did achieve several of the professional societies' responsibilities. It certainly helped to maintain and advance knowledge, to introduce and evaluate innovation. It represented clear-cut self-regulation such that not every cardiologist or surgeon in the country could qualify as a participant. There were standards that were set. Ultimately, the collective belief was that we actually we're serving the patient's interests because of the lack of certainty about many aspects of this device. We certainly were interested in performance above personal reward because not every one could go out and do these procedures and enhance their remuneration. And in a sense, this provided the basis for fairly distributing our finite medical resources, because the door was not thrown open wide with the rapid dissemination of this technology as had occurred in Europe, with potentially at least some compromise of the patient's best interests. So I would argue that we have demonstrated through this case that new technology can be rationally and ethically introduced at a nationwide level, accomplishing the goals of advancing knowledge and minimizing patient risk. And as evidence for that, the results from the transcatheter valve now are equivalent to those of the surgical valve, at least in the United States. There was an ability to demonstrate cost effectiveness, and I would argue this provides a template potentially for future innovations to be introduced. Professional society collaboration and leadership were essential. And I think it's actually, in retrospect, it was a remarkable public-private partnership between the potentially competing professional medical societies, federal government agencies, and even the device manufacturers. Now, there are a number of questions that we could always put on our rose-colored glasses and say, of course, this is exactly the way we should do things going forward. But I think I would pose the questions: was this an ethically appropriate role for the professional societies to take? Was the way that this was rolled out in the United States, particularly beginning with high-risk patients and a randomized controlled trial, actually equitable? Lower risk patients were initially denied access to the new technology. And conversely, one might argue that the high-risk patients were in some ways unfairly exploited. And finally, I leave you with this question about whether or not the audience feels that this represents a reproducible template that should be the basis for the introduction of other new technologies, particularly in this country. Thank you.
I'm Martin McNeely, John's partner on this short trip. I have no financial conflicts to disclose, but I must disclose that I've operated on uncountable numbers of patients using innovative technologies and procedures, often with fully informed consent, though many patients don't want to know the amount of detail that was disclosed in most of the talks that you've heard earlier. Next slide. Over 60 years ago, I chose the University of Minnesota for surgical training because of its reputation for innovation in surgical treatment. 68 years ago, Walt Lillehei and Richard Varco performed an innovative open heart operation to close a ventricular septal defect in a 1-year-old boy, Gregory Glidden. Gregory's father, Lyman, was connected to perfuse Gregory's body with oxygenated blood while his heart was repaired. You can see the two operating tables side by side. The heart-lung machine was not yet sufficiently developed. In the past 7 decades, we have advanced to the point where a minimal incision over an artery and a catheter enclosed valve can be placed in the beating heart without a chest incision or heart-lung bypass, as John Meyer has described. I've taken us back to Gregory's operation to remind us of the courage and persistence of the heroes of surgical innovation, particularly the patients and their parents, and the pioneering surgical teams. Also, their overseers, all are part of a moral community. The issue of oversight of innovation is evolving, as outlined by Dr. White. Who should review and approve the interventions that depart from conventional standards of practice? For Dr. Lillehei in the 1950s, the chief of surgery, Dr. Owen Wangenstein, gave his permission with a note on Dr. Lillehei's door that said, "By all means, go ahead. Good luck." It's become more complicated since then. Approval of a surgical innovation committee, such as the one based on the Toronto model, provides the oversight in many departments. As Dr. White mentioned, the Surgical Executive Committee at our hospital, the Beth Israel Deaconess, serves this function. The Toronto Surgical Innovation Committee has been active for many years. It is described in the reference at the foot of this slide and will be available in the course materials. Many centers have asked their institutional ethics review boards to serve as surgical oversight. As surgical treatment becomes more complex, specialized committees working in concert with the IRB are evolving. In the United States, the Federal Food and Drug Administration and recently the National Academy of Medicine are providing oversight. Two closing thoughts about innovation. We're currently celebrating the development of an mRNA vaccine against a lethal pandemic disease, a seemingly near miraculous innovation. While we celebrate this accomplishment, we need to improve it beyond disposable sterile needles distributed throughout the world and sterile syringes and an electrically powered cold chain. It is a communitarian, we celebrate this accomplishment, but we realize that we must improve it to the level of applying a stable oral vaccine, which would overcome the geographic and socioeconomic hurdles still before us. The COVID vaccine, the TAVR that Dr. Meyer described, and open heart surgery in general are examples of collaboration of the government, industry, and clinical care. It is a communitarian, not an individualistic approach to innovation for the common good that provides a framework for the heroes of innovation to succeed. In this menacing time in our history, it has been inspiring for us preparing this course, and for you participants. It is hopeful for all of us to gather together in the Surgical Innovation Conference and celebrate these accomplishments. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for all these wonderful presentations. As I've been monitoring the Q&A and thinking through what you've presented, you've given us an overview of the ethical constructs and frameworks that we should consider as we think about surgical innovation. And you've identified the stakeholders patients, ourselves as surgeons, and industry who may be pushing forward for these innovative techniques. And within those stakeholders and probably others we can all identify, there will be certain conflicts. So you can imagine that our questions are all centering around these conflicts of interest that arise and how each of you might resolve those conflicts. And the questions are nuanced and try to come at various ways in which these conflicts do arise. So let's lead off with a question for Dr. Williamson. As you're talking about the new technology that you'll be incorporating into your work, two questions come up. How do you decide, and you addressed this briefly, you said you try to pick things that have good outcomes, but then how do you decide if something is, and I'll quote the question, a new innovation, truly with promise, and not a fad? And then building upon that, as you're bringing that forward, how do you decide when you're competent enough to undertake your first non-mentored procedure? You talked about the consent process, but how do you personally figure that out? And those are the different conflicts that can arise in this area.
Yeah, thanks for those questions. They're really tough ones that I think, especially as a new surgeon, I think really have been relevant. I think when I was in training, I didn't really have to make those decisions. I got to do the cool stuff, but I didn't have to make those decisions. And so that's something that's very new. I think in terms of the question of whether or not it's a fad, I think this is really a critical question. So, because there are a lot of fads. There's like, a new device for everything. Why don't you try this screw? Of course, when you're in an industry that's making this much money, a lot of people are going to want to develop something there. I look for things that actually there's a need. So the example that I used of the lateral surgery, we spend 45 minutes in the operating room flipping the patient from one position to another position. So that's something that slows down the operating room. It makes the patient have more anesthesia time. It's, positioning, there are positioning injuries. So when I see that there's a need and then there's an actual solution to a need, I think that that's where I feel like it's not a fad and it's more of an innovation. That doesn't mean it's always going to work or be better. And I think you do have to be willing to accept that you picked something that may have been a fad, even though you thought it was an innovation, and get rid of it. Don't stick with that technology. I remember doing some cases in training where we had, multiple x-ray machines coming in, all to use this like one piece of new technology. And it turned out that it actually wasn't helpful. And so I think if you're not conflicted, it makes it a lot easier to just move forward. That didn't really work. And then I think my other way to tell the difference is I ask a ton of questions of the reps, and they probably get a little bit annoyed by me. But I think if you're an annoying surgeon to a rep, it's probably a good thing, because you're asking so many questions to really interrogate whether or not it's helpful. Similarly, with being competent, I actually like to know how to use it myself. I like to know how to load a pedicle screw, how to, when I started using the O-arm, they were just like, oh, it's just a CT scanner. It works like all the other CT scanners. And I was like, no. If I'm there at 3:00 in the morning, so I have like physically drove the machine myself, figured out like, okay, if this gets stuck, how are we going to get the patient out? And so I think that at the end of the day, you're responsible for everything that happens in the OR. And so you have to feel comfortable that you can take accountability and have the skills to deal with that technology. It doesn't mean that you can't have help to make things more efficient, but you certainly are the last line of defense. And so I use that sort of as my marker as to whether or not I would feel comfortable doing a procedure.
Thank you so much. So building upon that, we've had a series of 4 questions that sort of build on the conflicts as they arise, both in the OR with industry reps present in the room, and then further forward into the fact that we're essentially working with, or maybe even for companies, these industry companies that are deriving significant financial benefit. And sometimes we're as consultants, but sometimes just purely in terms of the surgeries that we perform. And then another layer on top of that, raised by one other commenter, was how do you keep balance in corporate hospitals and the sustainability of hospitals, the pressure to use certain technology from the hospital itself. So I would love to hear anybody. I'm summarizing questions that were put into the chat just in the interest of time, but thinking about those different layers of interpersonal relationships or relationships with industry or relationships with corporate hospitals, and how do we navigate all those conflicts as they arise? And that's for anybody who'd like to join
in. I'll give a quick general answer. John illustrated a collaborative approach that was very attractive to me. And I'll take the somewhat controversial position that we need more industry working with us as surgery is getting more complex, care is getting more complex, and we shouldn't be worrying about industry as some kind of alien presence that's dangerous for patients. The more we work with them and teach them how to deal with the fiduciary issues, the better off everybody will be.
I think
go ahead,
sorry, I totally agree. And I those relationships can be really complex. And that's why I brought up like the emails in the beginning, because it is pressure, right? To have that relationship with industry. And I think, someone asked about that, how do you balance that being in the OR? And I think that there is a real role, and I hope that I, kind of said that in my talk, to have people there. And so I do feel like in the ideal world, it's a pretty professional relationship. I think often reps will try to make it a little bit more of a personal relationship so that you do feel a little bit more guilt when you are or are not using something that they want you to use. And I feel like in my short time as an attending, I've learned to not let those relationships be anything more than professional, so that, you don't feel guilty when you're thinking like, oh my goodness, I know they have a new kid on the way, maybe I should use their company, or I don't want them to go out of business. Maybe I should, and so that you can really evaluate things. But I think they should absolutely be there.
Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, I would just add that although it may not be quite as apparent, but clearly there are even industry relationships at the professional society level. There are initiatives at the sort of professional society-wide level that are supported by industry. There has been a role for professional societies to conduct educational sessions that primarily are, directed at maybe learning how to use new techniques and new technologies, such as the ones that we described. I can tell you that the device makers for that transcatheter aortic valve were not very happy with the professional societies when it was to be not a free open market rollout, but rather it would be done in a controlled fashion. And yet ultimately they came around and actually, as I indicated, helped support the registry because they actually needed the data as well to demonstrate safety and efficacy for further FDA level approvals. So it became a nice confluence of interests and a great partnership, which, beginning at the, when it was first, these discussions were first being held, it was not so apparent that the interests would actually all be aligned. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I think what sort of carried the day was, we're all obligated to do what's best for the patients. And that really became the sort of unifying theme for guiding how it was that we would go forward.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. I think you've answered a pretty direct question in the chat, which was, essentially, is industry ever truly patient first aligned, in the sense that they have such a strong financial incentive to proceed forward with continually moving more and more technology forward and more expensive options. But as you noted in your case presentation and in your discussion just now, at the end of the day, with the type of collaboration that you've described, you were able to ensure at least that industry that may already have had good intentions for the patient population was truly patient aligned and ethically focused on the patient first. Is that correct?
I would say that's a good summary. Yes, thank you.
And so someone had proposed that perhaps, so thinking again about this relationship with industry, these are multi-billion-dollar companies. Is there a role, though, in these relationships that we have with industry to not engage with them in any financial way whatsoever? So there's been some people who've proposed, one person proposed in the chat, that we just certainly can't have any financial relationship with industry whatsoever. And at first blush, I'm thinking of consultation fees, but of course we're paid to do the surgeries. We have incentives to do these surgeries that are financial as well. You could get quite into the weeds trying to define where that relationship could even end. Does anybody have a comment about that? Perhaps Dr. McNeely, because I know that you're very much in favor of having continued relationships with industry, and I do see the benefit from that.
Well, I was inspired from those early closure of ventricular septal defects, which, when patched, occasionally the conduction system was injured, requiring the invention of the pacemaker. And so the whole pacemaker industry grew out of collaboration between the Medtronic company and the surgeons at the University of Minnesota. That kind of collaboration was inspiring to me to watch, and it can go on, as I'm sure Teresa experiences with the spine companies. If it's a thoroughly patient-oriented, patient-motivated collaboration, then it's a winner for all of us.
Any other comments on that point?
So I think, Louise, it's important to realize that the companies are there to make a profit, to make money for their shareholders. If they didn't do that, they would go out of business. So their business is to generate, in some cases, new and innovative surgical products. And if they fail at that, they'll go out of business and there won't be any new innovative surgical products. So I think that they may have a bias to the success of their various products, but in no way are they interested in just pushing failing devices on people, because in the long run, it's going to come back to bite them. So I don't think that they're sort of the evil empire. And I think that many of these innovative technologies would not exist were it not for industry, which supports them, which funds them, that pays the bills for these long regulatory processes. And obviously they need to get something back in the end. They're not charities. But I think along a similar line, one of the questions here had to do with corporate hospitals. And I think it's important to realize that corporate hospitals are there that have to make money, but not-for-profit hospitals are definitely not there to make a loss, because if they make a loss year after year, they go out of business too. So everybody has to do things that to some extent are in the patient's interest and some extent are in their own best interest in terms simply of existence. That's where some of the controversies, but from the individual physician standpoint, it's probably important to keep your eye on the ball and put your effort toward your patients. And if you think that something innovative is going to help them, then it's fine to do.
I think that's a great summary. Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, I would just point out the other role that industry has served, certainly in the cardiovascular realm, and I think in a lot of other realms, and that is, one of us might get a good idea or think of a new way to do things, but to actually carry that forward through the regulatory processes that Dr. White was describing, and through actually making sure that the device is reliably manufactured and comes out sterile and comes, for insertion, and all of those sorts of things that, a physician surgeon types don't have any experience or expertise with. It does require a real collaborative relationship and a real partnership, if you will, almost in order to bring some of these good ideas to clinical application widely.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. The complexities are not things that we can address easily outside of this current system and relationship with industry that we have, both from a regulatory standpoint and passing those hurdles, but just in designing things that are so complex as well. We've come up against the time. I'm a little bit over, and I apologize for that. I guess there was one question we didn't address that it naturally flows from our conversation, so I'll send you off with it to ponder, which was, how can we find a balance between continuously advancing surgical technologies, which we've all said we really want to do, while also improving the availability of more basic surgical resources to areas in need. And so, building upon our commitment to understanding disparities in access, we've talked about all these high cost and pushing the boundaries there, but also we always need to keep our eye on the prize, or eye on the ball, as Dr. White was saying, and be sure that we are putting our patients first, and that means ensuring access to surgery in the first instance, even the less technologically advanced. I would just want to thank all of our presenters tonight, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Hanto. I'm so grateful to have been part of this conversation with each of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. King. I would like to reiterate and thank our presenters tonight, Drs. White, Williamson, Meyer, and McNeely, for their outstanding and provocative discussion of the ethical considerations in surgical innovation. I would also like to thank all of you who listened tonight and asked questions of our expert panel. I would also like to thank Dr. King for moderating an excellent discussion with our panelists and covering the questions from the Q&A. I would also like to take an opportunity to thank Christine Mitchell, who's the Executive Director of the Center for Bioethics, for her involvement and support of this Harvard Surgical Ethics Conference, and also Dr. Robert Trug, who is the Director of the Center for Bioethics, for his support. Finally, I'd like to thank Ms. Troutman, Ms. Stefanides, and Mr. Amato for their technical, graphic, and organizational support of this conference. We couldn't have done it without their help. On behalf of the Surgical Ethics Working Group, we thank you for attending and hope you will join us next week on Monday, June 27th, for our final installment.
Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure, I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure, I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure, I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure, I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment, today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment,